Chapter 351 Without Luotian, neither you nor I can become a god Pa. In just a moment, Vegeta successfully turned into Super Saiyan 4. Not bad. Beerus praised. Vegeta didn't dare to say much, and a trace of unwillingness appeared in his fearful eyes. Time is almost up, let's go. King Kai suggested. I spent a lot of effort to get Goku and the others to participate in the competition. We must not lose this time. What effort did you put in? Beerus said coldly. It took 3 days to find 4 people. Lord Beerus is really talking without any pain in your waist. It took you 3 days to find one person. King Kai rolled his eyes and said to himself, I went to their time and space. Vegeta and OOB were easier to say and were easy to find. But Goku has already gone to the Dragon Realm, and Broly is dead. I finally brought Goku back from the Dragon Realm, and I resurrected Broly through the Dragon Balls. Look at how much I have done. Unlike Lord Beerus who only found one Frieza. Beerus, you bastard! If you hadn't made the Earth of our universe run to the 6th universe, would I have to be so embarrassed? Beerus was furious. Okay, stop talking and hurry up. Old Kai sighed. Master Goku, I feel that the atmosphere in their time and space is not very friendly. Oob whispered to Son Goku. Anyway, we are just here to participate in the competition, and we will go back after the competition. Son Goku whispered, we just want to come here to challenge stronger opponents, right? Master Goku is right. Oob nodded, and looked at Beerus with some fear, but Master Goku, this Beerus is really strong. I can see it. Son Goku's expression became more and more solemn, that is to say, our opponents are also very strong. Finally, repeat it again, fight well. Beerus snorted coldly, if you perform well enough, I can apply to the Grand Priest to see if I can find a way to keep your time and space. Hey? Can our time and space be kept? Who is the Grand Priest you are talking about? Sun Wukong asked with some surprise. Don't worry about it, just win first. Beerus snorted. Sun Wukong and others nodded vigorously. Then, Whis told the King of the Worlds the location of the game. Kai. The King of the Worlds immediately performed instant movement and appeared on the land of the 18th universe with Beerus, Sun Wukong, and others. At this time, Bulma and other family members had already sat down in the stands, and a long table of melon seeds and fruit plates was placed. Bulma and other family members ate melons while eating melons, and looked at the contestants from the 7th universe. Is that Dad and Uncle Vegeta? And Frieza? Sun Wuhan asked in surprise. Who are the other two? I feel like one of them is somewhat similar to Broly. Bulma also said thoughtfully. How could there be another Goku and Vegeta? Emily asked curiously. Is it from another time and space, just like Trunks? Krillin guessed. Trunks? Why me? What does it have to do with me? Trunks showed a question mark on his face. Uncle Krillin is right, it is very likely to be the case. Son Gohan nodded. Near the ring, the players on both sides looked at each other. The two Son Goku looked at each other, scratched their heads together, and showed curiosity. Why did you become so small? Son Goku looked down at the other self, it feels like Goten. GT Sun Wukong, it's a long story to put it simply, the Dragon Ball made by the person before Piccolo and the God separated has been placed on the temple. The dragon is red all over and has very powerful abilities. It was that dragon that made me smaller, GT Sun Wukong answered. Is it placed on the temple on Earth? Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. Let's go and have a look together? See if there is any here. Now? GT Sun Wukong asked. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded and extended his hand in a friendly manner. GT Sun Wukong immediately put his hand over. Shua. Sun Wukong and his other self disappeared in the blink of an eye. Many people present were stunned for a long time, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Why did he suddenly disappear? Where did that bastard cockroach go? Vegeta gritted his teeth, looking a little unhappy. I didn't expect that you would keep your tail in this time and space. GT Vegeta snorted and looked at another self. Don't you have a tail too? Vegeta was not surprised. So, what is your transformation? GT Vegeta asked. Humph, you will know when the game starts, it will definitely surprise you. Vegeta smiled proudly. Oh my, where did Lord Beerus find the contestant from? Bardoss sighed beside Luo Tian, and kept sighing. They used time. It seems to be a special time and space. Luo Tian pondered. Bardoss immediately checked it simply through the scepter. After this check, Bardoss raised his eyebrows and was full of emotion for a while. What's wrong? Luo Tian asked. Oh my, the time and space where the contestant Lord Beerus found belongs to was used by Lord All-King to practice erasing the universe. Bardoss smiled. What do you mean? Luo Tian was stunned. As a time traveler, Luo Tian could tell at a glance which time and space Beerus and his team were looking for. Isn't that the GT time and space? They really know how to find it. They can actually find such a time and space. However, what does Bardoss mean by this? What is the time and space that the Omni King used for training? A long time ago, the power of the Omni King's erasure was not strong enough, and the time and space left by the erased universe would have a delayed effect. Bardoss explained, in other words, the universe and space they are currently in will slowly disappear as time goes by. Is there such a thing? Luo Tian was enlightened. It will disappear in about 400 or 500 years. Bardoss looked at it carefully again and explained to Luo Tian. By the way, where is Mel's? Luo Tian suddenly didn't see Mel's. Maybe he was afraid of being hit, so he simply didn't come. Bardoss smiled. Luo Tian didn't contact Mel's. If he doesn't come, then don't come. Anyway, he doesn't need one more person. The sixth universe, Earth. Above the temple, Sun Wukong appeared beside Dandy with his GT self. Wukong, is this Goten? Why does it look like he has changed? Dandy looked at GT Sun Wukong in surprise. GT Sun Wukong, hi, Dandy, I'm Goku. GT Sun Wukong waved and said hello. Ah? Are you Goku? How come there are two Gokus? Dandy's expression froze, but he quickly reacted, I see, are you Goku from another time and space? Yes. GT Sun Wukong nodded and looked around. The temple of your era doesn't seem to be much different from ours. What year was it in your era? Mr. Bobo asked on the side. What year is it exactly? GT Sun Wukong scratched his head, not very clear. Just tell me how old Gohan is. Dandy said with a smile, your son is also Gohan, right? Yes, there are Gohan and Goten. GT Sun Wukong responded, how old is Gohan this year? He seems to be in his 30s. That's more than 10 years after our time. Dandy pondered. About the same time, anyway, I feel that Bulma in your time looks very young. GT Sun Wukong nodded and answered. By the way, Mr. Popo, I said in this era that their temple has the Black Star Dragon Ball. Do we have it here? Sun Wukong asked Mr. Popo beside him. Black Star Dragon Ball? Mr. Popo was stunned. Simply put, it is the Dragon Ball made before the separation of the gods and Piccolo, and it has been placed on the temple. GT Sun Wukong explained. I haven't heard of it. Mr. Popo shook his head and asked, where is it exactly? It seems to be over there. GT Sun Wukong flew in a certain direction. Sun Wukong, Dandy, and Mr. Popo followed closely. The four of them soon arrived on a high platform. GT Sun Wukong searched around on the high platform, but found nothing. The Dragon Ball in our time and space is here. GT Sun Wukong pointed to a platform. I remember there was a piece of cloth covering it. We don't have it here. I often clean here. If there was, we would have found it long ago. Mr. Popo shook his head. Then it may really be gone. GT Sun Wukong nodded, just like there is no Beerus and the man named Whis in our time and space. Hey? There is no Lord Destroyer in your time and space? Sun Wukong was surprised. No. GT Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Then what about Luo Tian? Is he there? Sun Wukong asked again. Luo Tian? I haven't heard of him. GT Sun Wukong shook his head. In other words, Luo Tian does not exist. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Let's go back quickly. Don't we have to participate in the competition? GT Sun Wukong suggested. Yes, let's go back. Sun Wukong did not object. But then again, where is the place where we are participating in the competition? I have never been to such a place. His planet? GT Sun Wukong couldn't help asking curiously. That is the realm of nothingness. The planet where we compete is the former 18th universe, but that planet is recovering. Sun Wukong explained. It's amazing, the 18th universe. GT Sun Wukong exclaimed, I heard from Lord Beerus that it seems that there is only one universe in our time and space. Really? I don't understand. Sun Wukong had a half-understanding, and finally waved to Dandy and Mr. Popo, and then took his GT time and space self back to the competition venue on the planet of the 18th universe. Stupid, where did you run to at this critical moment? Xiangpa punched Sun Wukong on the head. Suddenly, a big bump swelled up on Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong screamed in pain. Lord Xiangpa, what are you doing? Sun Wukong covered his head and grinned. Humph, it's time, and you still have the mind to run away. Xiangpa said unhappily. Hey? This is GT. Sun Wukong looked at Xiangpa curiously, and then looked at Beerus in the distance. He and Lord Beerus are brothers. Sun Wukong explained. Stupid, you don't need to explain the relationship between me and Beerus here. Xiangpa snorted. While talking, GT Sun Wukong suddenly saw a tall figure appear behind Xiangpa. GT Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, feeling that this person looked very similar to himself. Bang! Bardock's whole body was burning with flames, and he immediately turned on the transformation of Super Saiyan God 3, and slapped Xiangpa away with a slap. Humph, you dare to bully my son! Bardock snorted coldly. Xiangpa rolled several times in the air, and finally stopped, his face changing again and again. When did this guy become so powerful? Your son? GT Sun Wukong was stunned, staring at Bardock intently. Are you my father? Bardock silently glanced at GT Sun Wukong and nodded gently. I can't believe that our father is still alive in your era. GT Sun Wukong kept sighing. Mom is also alive, but she is a reincarnation. Her name is the same as before, also called Jinia. Sun Wukong pointed to Jinia on the stands in the distance. Really? Mom has been reincarnated? Has she been reincarnated into an earthling? GT Sun Wukong became even more curious. That's right. Sun Wukong replied. I just don't know if the father and mother of our era are alive. I'll look for them after I go back. GT Sun Wukong grinned. After finishing speaking, GT Sun Wukong looked around again and saw familiar faces. However, when he saw Calorie, GT Sun Wukong was obviously stunned and was unfamiliar with him. He is the child of my father and my reincarnated mother, that is, our younger brother Calorie. Sun Wukong introduced. Ah? There is a younger brother. It's completely different from our time. GT Sun Wukong laughed and asked curiously, where is Luo Tian you are talking about? Sun Wukong pointed in the direction of Luo Tian. He looks similar to that guy named Whis, but his skin color is similar to ours. GT Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Luo Tian is also a Saiyan. Through his own hard work and practice, he became a real angel. Sun Wukong explained. Can we Saiyans practice to become angels? GT Sun Wukong was surprised and asked again, by the way, I remember that angels seem to have a pair of wings behind them. The angel you mentioned is different from the angels here. Sun Wukong smiled. Another direction. Bu nudged Broly with his elbow and pointed in the direction of GT Broly. Hey, Broly, did you see that? That guy looks a lot like you, but there are many differences. Bu said. Broly nodded slightly, took a deep look at the other self, and said nothing more. But that guy doesn't look very strong, and he hasn't become a god. Bu smiled. Chapter 352 Bu, Yub? I don't like you. What you said makes sense. Bu nodded, and suddenly pointed in the direction of Yub and laughed, hee hee, that little black guy looks interesting. Let me laugh for a while. Broly, hey? Aren't you Bu? GT Sun Wukong came forward and looked at Bu curiously. Bu nodded his fat head. In this era, you didn't merge with Yub. GT Sun Wukong asked again. Bu? Who is Yub? Bu asked. GT Sun Wukong immediately called Yub over. Yub had already discovered Bu, and looked at him excitedly, with red eyes. Hey, kid, what's your expression? Bu suddenly had a bad premonition. He is your reincarnation. GT Sun Wukong explained with a smile, in our era, you split into an evil you and a kind you. The evil you was defeated by us and reincarnated into Yub. The kind you merged with Bu in another battle. Bu felt sick at the time. Thank you, Bu. Yub bowed to Bu, in our time, because you merged into my body, my strength has greatly improved. Go play, two don't like you. Bu's face darkened. Frieza, I was ignored. Hey? Isn't that Frieza? Is he from your time and space too? Son Goku finally found Frieza and asked with some surprise. Frieza burst into tears. Luckily, this guy Son Goku remembered me. I thought I was really forgotten. Humph, Son Goku. Frieza stepped forward and looked at Son Goku with a cold face. I will defeat you this time no matter what. He is not the Frieza of our time and space. GT Son Goku replied, the Frieza of our time is dead. Oh, the Frieza of this time is also dead, otherwise there would be a circle on his head. Frieza's face immediately became gloomy. No matter which era Son Goku is he so annoying? I didn't expect you to participate in the competition. Sun Wukong looked at Frieza curiously, and even pinched his arm. Not bad, Frieza, I feel like you've become a lot stronger. Frieza showed a disgusted expression, and his face became even uglier. Who are you touching? Humph. Frieza pushed Sun Wukong away and glared at him. Frieza, let's cheer together. Sun Wukong extended his hand to Frieza in a friendly manner. Get lost. Frieza said a word with a cold face. Ha ha ha, Frieza, you are still so unkind. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. It seems that Beerus can't find a suitable player in the 7th universe, otherwise it would be impossible for him to let an outdated guy come to participate in the competition. Vegeta mocked from the side. Vegeta, you really have forgotten the pain after the scar healed. Frieza snorted coldly, have you forgotten that you were beaten and cried by me that year? Vegeta's face froze, veins popped out on his forehead, and he looked angry. Vegeta, did Frieza make you cry? Sun Wukong asked curiously. GT Sun Wukong also had a face full of gossip. The two Sun Wukongs looked at Vegeta together. Vegeta's face became even uglier, and his body trembled violently. GT Vegeta found that the situation was not good, and hurried away. These two Kakarots are really annoying. Be quiet. Luo Tian clapped his hands and said lightly to the people present. Although the voice was not loud, it carried a bit of powerful energy and momentum, which immediately overwhelmed the voices of everyone present. Everyone present immediately quieted down. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Tian. I am the initiator of this competition and also the organizer. Luo Tian held the scepter in his hand, suspended in the air, and made a simple self-introduction. Except for the players from GT Time and Space, most people present knew Luo Tian, so there was no need to say much. You are basically familiar with each other, and the game will start now. Luo Tian smiled. The players on both sides were ready to fight. This competition adopts a round-robin system. Luo Tian introduced briefly, there are 5 players from each universe participating in the competition. Next, the players whose names are called will come up to draw number cards. Players with the same number cards will participate in the competition in order from small to large. For example, number 1 versus number 1, number 2 versus number 2, in order. Does anyone have any questions? Ask questions quickly. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, Orb raised his right hand. You say. Luo Tian looked at Orb. Lord Luo Tian, if number 1 and number 1 play against each other, and one of them loses the game, will number 1 play against number 2 next? Orb asked. No, there is no number 1 versus number 2. Luo Tian shook his head. In the match between number 1 and number 1, the winning universe will add 1 point, and so on. The universe with the higher score is the winner. Yes, I understand, Lord Luo Tian. Orb bowed. Humph, Beerus, Lord Luo Tian does this to take care of your universe. Xiangpa smiled proudly at Beerus next to him. What do you mean? Beerus was stunned. Think about it, our universe's Goku player can completely beat all your players. Xiangpa was even more proud, and his smile became more brilliant. If that's the case, your universe will be too embarrassed. Ya, what did you say? Are you kidding? Beerus' face changed color. Stop bragging there. You will know when the game is later. Xiangpa showed his big teeth. Damn it! How dare you say that? They are obviously from our 7th universe. Beerus was furious. Now they are from our 6th universe. Ga. Kampa danced with joy. Don't worry, Beerus-sama, our universe may not lose to them. King Kai advised on the side. Bang! Beerus became more and more angry as he thought about it, and punched King Kai hard on the head. What are you doing? It hurts. King Kai screamed in pain, looking at Beerus with resentment. It's all your fault, you don't think highly of the Earth in our universe. Otherwise would I be so embarrassed? Beerus grinned. King Kai lowered his head and said nothing then. Please come on stage and draw your number cards. Luo Tian instructed the players on the scene. Then it was time to draw lots. There were 2 boxes for drawing lots. The players from the 2 universes came forward to draw their number cards. The number cards were drawn quickly. Luo Tian waved the scepter gently. A large screen suddenly appeared on the scene. On the screen, the names of the 2 universes were listed, and the names of the 2 players were listed before and after the names. It's amazing that you can do this. GT Sun Wukong exclaimed. Tisk, there are so many things you don't know. Vegeta snorted and gave GT Sun Wukong a blank look. 5 lines of text appeared on the screen. 1. Piccolo vs Frieza 2. Hit vs Orb 3. Vegeta vs GT Goku 4. Kale vs Broly 5. Goku vs GT Vegeta. When seeing this matchup list, everyone present was a little surprised. Goku and Vegeta from 2 time and space collided with each other. Humph, although you and I are not in the same universe, I don't want you to lose to that guy Kakarot. Vegeta said to GT Vegeta. Don't talk about me, take care of yourself first. GT Vegeta said lightly, I will definitely defeat Kakarot from your universe. The 2 Gokus were also whispering to each other. We are all competing with Vegeta. Goku scratched his head. Let's cheer together and work together. GT Gaku extended his hand in a friendly manner. The two held hands together. Ha ha ha, I always feel that holding your hand is like holding Goten's hand. Sun Wukong laughed. GT Sun Wukong was speechless. After seeing this list, the others were also discussing with each other. What was most surprising was that the two legendary Super Saiyans were actually assigned to compete together. Come on, Kale! Sun Wuhan shouted at Kale. Come on, Kale! Defeat him! Videl sat next to Sun Wuhan and cheered for Kale. Kale, you two should not sit so close. Why are you two eating melon seeds together? It's too much. Kale pouted, a little unhappy. Oh, my opponent is actually that name Kian. Frisia snorted, his eyes full of disdain. The sixth universe is nothing great. It seems that there are no players who can participate in the competition, and name Kians have come out to participate in the competition. Piccolo looked calm and ignored Frisia. Let's start the first match right now, Piccolo from Universe 6 versus Frisia from Universe 7. Luo Tian announced loudly, please invite both players to come on stage to compete. The rules of the competition are simple, surrender or falling out of the ring will be considered a loss. Killing is prohibited. Frisia, fight well for me, and set an example for the players behind. Beerus said to Frisia. Lord Beerus, just watch me. Frisia smiled proudly, I thought I would meet Son Goku, but unfortunately he is just a name Kian. I only need to show a little bit of strength to make him become the dust of the universe. It's better this way. Beerus snorted. Come on, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan cheered for Piccolo loudly in the stands. Piccolo waved to Son Gohan. Piccolo, I feel that Frisia is not right, his strength has greatly improved, and he is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. Son Goku said to Piccolo. I feel the same way. I will be careful. Piccolo nodded, thinking that what Sun Wukong said was right. Don't lose to the 7th universe in the first game. Vegeta snorted. Don't look down on people. Piccolo snorted and quickly flew to the ring. Frisia had already stepped onto the ring at this time, and looked at Piccolo from a distance. The game begins. Luo Tian announced loudly. Piccolo immediately took a fighting stance. Frisia stood on the ring with his arms folded, looking at Piccolo with a smile, showing an expression of winning. Luo Tian, who do you think will win the first game? Bardos asked beside Luo Tian. Of course it's our two people. Luo Tian replied. Bardos, what you said, why does it feel a little wrong? What do you mean by our two people? What do you think? Luo Tian smiled and looked at Bardos. That player named Frisia looks very strong, and he must have hidden a lot of strength. Bardos pondered, it may not be that easy for player Piccolo to win. But Bardos, don't say I haven't seen you for a while, and I found that you are more beautiful than before. Luo Tian was amazed. Oh my, is that so? Bardos' face immediately flushed. Luo Tian's eyes gradually moved down, nodded thoughtfully, and commented, the figure is better. Bardos's face became even redder. The great goddess in Luo Tian's body trembled with anger. It's too shameless, teasing my daughter in front of me. The little witch on the side giggled, laughing so hard that her branches shook. The great goddess was very angry, and immediately twisted with the little witch. Fight together. The two women started a fierce battle in Luo Tian's body again. Luo Tian silently admired and did not stop. On the ring. I remember you, name Kian. Frisia snorted, I beat you so hard on Namek that you didn't dare to say a word. Frisia, it's been so long, is it still worth preaching? Piccolo smiled lightly, but he was not angry. The 6th universe is really bad, even people like you come out to participate in the competition. Frisia snorted, his smile became more rampant, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing endless confidence, to deal with a family like you, I can beat you without transforming. Really? Then you try it. Piccolo's face was calm. Boom! Frisia had nothing to hesitate, and his aura burst out crazily. However, Frisia was still only in the first form, that is, the form when he was riding in a stroller. Even so, Frisia's aura also soared to a very high intensity. After sensing Frisia's powerful aura, Piccolo's expression became more solemn. Yes, your initial form is much stronger than the previous fourth form. Piccolo commented simply. Of course, I'm a genius, I never bother to practice. Frisia snorted, in order to defeat that guy Son Goku, I had to put aside my self-esteem and practice simply for less than 4 months. How is it? Are you surprised? Surprised? 4 months? Piccolo was stunned for a moment. Frisia, you only practiced for 4 months, and you became so powerful? Son Goku also showed a face full of curiosity. Chapter 353 Beerus, you really embarrass me. You're so powerful, Frisia. Son Goku gave Frisia a thumbs up. Frisia's smile became more and more confident. At this moment, he seemed to have the grace of looking down on the world. Goku defeated you back then, and you appeared on Earth a year later. Your strength didn't seem to grow much in this year, right? Why didn't you practice back then? Piccolo smiled indifferently and said pointedly. Frisia's face froze, and he didn't want to talk anymore. Besides, after you came to Earth, weren't you cut in half by a Super Saiyan? Piccolo smiled contemptuously. Frisia was so angry that his whole body trembled, clenched his fists tightly, and veins on his forehead bulged. Shut up, Namekian! Frisia was furious, and swung his hands forward violently, and a huge energy quickly covered Piccolo's body. Piccolo reacted very quickly and dodged Frisia's attack with a slight dodge. I hit the nail on the head, are you angry? Piccolo said with a smile, actually the reason is very simple. You have been practicing through meditation all these years in hell, right? Frisia snorted, feeling that he was a little bit defeated by this Namekian. I have also practiced seriously, and I will never stop here. Piccolo said, and powerful energy immediately emerged from his body. The next moment, the two of them said no more and rushed towards each other. Bang bang bang! Piccolo and Frisia started a fierce confrontation. After a few rounds of simple competition, Piccolo punched Frisia's stomach heavily. Frisia spit out a large mouthful of acid water at that time. Piccolo made a fierce elbow strike, directly hitting the back of Frisia's head. Frisia was beaten to the ground. Piccolo kicked Frisia again and kicked him high into the air. Magic light killing cannon. Piccolo put his index and middle fingers together, and a spiral flame whizzed towards Frisia's direction. Frisia was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the approaching magic light killing cannon, his face changed again and again. Swish! Frisia dodged to the side. Boom! With a loud bang, the magic light killing cannon directly pierced Frisia's shoulder blade, leaving a bright red blood mark on his shoulder. Frisia was stunned, looking back at the spiral flame flying into the distant space, cold sweat dripping down his face. Frisia, you still don't want to transform? Are you going to continue to fight me in the first form? Piccolo's voice rang next to Frisia. Frisia's face changed again and again. Snap! Piccolo grabbed Frisia's head and took him to dive down to the ground below. Not good. Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, and he struggled desperately, but to no avail. Boom! Piccolo pressed Frisia's head directly and hit it heavily on the ground of the ring, leaving a crater on the ground. When I looked again, I saw Piccolo pressing his hand on Frisia's head, like a god of war, which was particularly eye-catching at this moment. Frisia, this bastard! You are so embarrassing! Beerus gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the game, you would have been killed by me long ago. Piccolo looked coldly at Frisia, who was pressed to the ground. Frisia's body shook violently, and his face was extremely ugly. Hurry up and show your true strength, Frisia, don't regret it if you are eliminated later. Piccolo said lightly, slowly released Frisia's head. Frisia jumped up from the ground, his face gloomy and terrible. Namek, you are not simple. Much stronger than I thought. Frisia snorted coldly. Snap. After Frisia finished speaking, he immediately shattered his armor with powerful energy. Then, Frisia transformed into the final form, finally showing real strength. Piccolo smiled slightly. Namek, you have completely angered me, and next I will let you feel what real fear is. Frisia glared at Piccolo with a cold face. Hey, Frisia, don't you have any clothes on your body? Sun Wukong suddenly said this lightly. Frisia, 10,000 alpacas passed through Frisia's heart. Sun Wukong. You bastard. Don't meddle in other people's business. Frisia was furious. But then again, how did you pee? I didn't see hit on you. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked curiously. Hit felt bad at the time. Why did you drag me into it? Who told him about hit? Xiangpa turned black and asked Bardos. Bardos? What happened to Mr. Hit? Bardos asked strangely. Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. Xiangpa shook his head. You are the one who talked too much and told him about Hit? Xiangpa appeared beside Vegeta and asked with a dark face. Humph, I'm not that boring. This guy should have realized it himself. Vegeta snorted. Yeah, I suddenly figured it out. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Wukong, stop making trouble and watch the game carefully. Luo Tian scolded. Sun Wukong nodded obediently. Hit glared at Son Goku fiercely. This man called Son Goku is really outrageous, he has to use me to preach. Frisia glanced in the direction of Hit. Frisia knew Hit. Frisia had met Hit in the Destroyer God election competition of the 18th universe. Now Frisia was a little puzzled, what did Son Goku mean when he said that Hit was not on him? But Frisia knew that it was not a good thing, and glared at Son Goku angrily, wishing to go up and beat him up. Namek, you will be in trouble next. If Son Goku provokes me, I will double the effect on you. Frisia snorted coldly. Come on. Piccolo looked indifferent. Swoosh. Frisia slowly raised his right hand, stretched out a finger, and a stream of fiery red light suddenly shot out from the fingertip. The light whizzed towards Piccolo at a very fast speed. Looking at the fast-moving red light, Piccolo slapped it with his big hand, and directly slapped the fiery red light away. Boom! The fiery red light flew high into the sky, exploded in the air, and burst into red fireworks. Not bad, Namekian, your reaction is much faster than I thought. Frisia's voice sounded behind Piccolo. Piccolo seemed to have expected it, and he elbowed back fiercely. Pa! Frisia raised his hand to catch Piccolo's elbow and kicked him. The kick hit Piccolo's face on the spot, leaving a deep blood mark on Piccolo's face. Piccolo fell head first on the ring, his head rubbing against the ground, leaving a green mark on the ground. But soon, Piccolo propped up the ground with his hand, jumped up from the ring, and flew high into the sky. Oh! Namek, I have to say, you are much more resistant than before. Frisia smiled, you probably couldn't even get up after being hit like this before. Swish! Piccolo said no more, his arm suddenly stretched out, and punched like a rubber band. Bang! This punch hit Frisia's face directly, knocking out one of his back teeth. Frisia almost stumbled and fell to the ground, his face suddenly looked extremely ugly. You are just like that. Piccolo snorted. Damn Namek! I won't let you go. Frisia was furious, rushed up quickly, and started a fierce battle with Piccolo in the air. Bang bang bang! The two of them fought back and forth in the sky, punching and kicking, their bodies constantly changing, their speed getting faster and faster, and their strength getting higher and higher. A muffled sound was heard in the sky, the sound was endless and deafening. About a minute passed. Bang! Frisia kicked Piccolo sideways and sent him flying backwards. Then, Frisia appeared right above Piccolo and kicked him with another hook kick. Boom! Piccolo fell from the sky, leaving a crater on the ring. Swish! Frisia threw his hand and ejected an energy bomb, which hit Piccolo below. Piccolo jumped up from the ground and quickly supported the falling energy bomb with both hands, squeezing it hard. Bang! The energy bomb was directly crushed by Piccolo's powerful force, making a loud noise. Frisia's face became ugly again. Frisia never thought that a small Namekian would be so powerful. Uncle Piccolo, good job. Defeat him. Son Gohan was very excited and cheered for Uncle Piccolo. Enough, Frisia. Beerus couldn't bear it anymore, bared his teeth and shouted angrily, hurry up and show your true strength. Eliminate that guy. Yes, Lord Beerus. Frisia nodded obediently, took a deep breath, and squinted at Piccolo opposite. Pico's expression also became a little serious. Namek, you have completely angered me. I originally wanted to have fun with you, but now there is no need. Frisia snorted coldly, next I will let you know what is really terrifying. I, a real genius, should also show a little bit of my real strength. Pico didn't answer, but just looked straight at Frisia. Boom! Frisia no longer hesitated, and a golden light immediately burst out from his body. In just a moment, many parts of Frisia's body were dyed golden. A powerful aura spread out from Frisia's body, rolling up layers of huge storms. Golden Frisia, start! Seeing Frisia become like this, many people present widened their eyes and showed disbelief. Is this the result of Frisia's 4 months of training? Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully and commented, it's amazing. It's worthy of Frisia. Tisk, it's nothing great. Vegeta snorted. But Vegeta, Frisia can reach this level in 4 months. I have to say that he is indeed a genius. Sun Wukong told the truth. What's this? How many times did our Saiyans improve when they became Super Saiyans? Vegeta was not surprised. You are right. Sun Wukong scratched his head and nodded again. When you fought Frisia on Namek, your initial combat power was only 3 million, and you easily surpassed him with a Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta snorted, so it took Frisia 4 months to reach his current level, there's nothing to be surprised about. You make a lot of sense, Vegeta. Sun Wukong nodded again in agreement. I didn't expect Frisia to become so powerful, it was really beyond my expectation. GT Sun Wukong couldn't help sighing. Humph, the great emperor of the universe Frisia also learned from us Saiyans to transform into a Super Saiyan. GT Vegeta snorted coldly and said lightly. Vegeta, as you said, I named this transformation. Frisia glanced at GT Vegeta and was about to give his transformation a name. Super Frisia? Sun Wukong quickly took over the conversation. Frisia was so angry that he was shaking all over and his teeth were itching. Super Frisia. Do you think I will use the same name as you wild monkeys? Frisia said angrily, my name is Golden Frisia. Golden Frisia. This name is not bad. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile, and added, but I still think Super Frisia sounds better. Shut up. Frisia clenched his fists tightly, wishing to beat Sun Wukong up. Frisia, come on. GT Sun Wukong said to Frisia, and then immediately said, Piccolo, come on too. To be honest, I haven't seen you for a long time Piccolo. Piccolo looked back at GT Sun Wukong and was speechless. A short silence. Did I die in your time and space? Pico asked with cold sweat on his forehead. Yeah, GT Sun Wukong nodded. At the moment when the earth was about to explode, it died with the earth. Pico didn't want to talk anymore. Oh ho ho! Frisia laughed strangely and felt more balanced. Namek, you are lucky in this time and space, because it is a competition, you avoided the tragedy of being killed by me. Frisia snorted, but I will press you to the ground and rub you well, just like rubbing Sun Wukong. Do you want to generate electricity by friction? Sun Wukong asked. Frisia glared at Sun Wukong fiercely. Then, Frisia no longer hesitated and was about to attack Piccolo. Wait a minute! Piccolo suddenly shouted. Frisia stopped attacking for the time being, sneered at Piccolo, hurry up and admit defeat. I am not interested in people who surrender. I will transform too. Piccolo said in a low voice. Boom! The next moment, a huge amount of energy emerged from Piccolo's body. The vast breath spread wildly around Piccolo with Piccolo as the center. In just a moment, Piccolo's color turned orange, and his figure became even more sturdy and strong. Chapter 354 Beerus Promise Piccolo, I didn't expect you to transform too. GT Sun Wukong was surprised and amazed. Of course. Piccolo smiled and nodded. Humph, nothing great. GT Vegeta smiled lightly. Vegeta looked at him deeply. A glance at myself in GT time and space. This guy can actually say such a thing. Has his strength surpassed that of Orange Piccolo? Oh? Namek, your transformation is quite unique. Frisia was a little surprised. Beerus widened his eyes at this time, looking at Piccolo after the transformation with some surprise, and immediately turned his head to look at Whis. Whis looked calm and said nothing. Whis, the energy intensity of this Namekian is not low. Beerus had a bad premonition. Oh, that's true. Whis nodded, without denying. The energy intensity of this Namekian is even higher than that of Son Goku's Super Saiyan God. Beerus said in a deep voice. Yes. Whis responded. Damn it. I naively thought that the guy named Son Goku was the most powerful among them. Beerus' face turned black. Whis said no more. Piccolo, you look quite evil. GT Sun Wukong laughed. Piccolo, oh my, judging from the current situation, Mr. Piccolo in our universe has more powerful energy. Bardos said with a smile beside Luo Tian, covering his mouth. Frisia has just completed the golden mode, but has not stabilized the golden mode, so the time he can last is limited. Luo Tian analyzed, so you are right. If nothing unexpected happens, Piccolo should win the first game. Yes. Bardos nodded gently. Hehe, did you hear that? Beerus, even Luo Tian said so, proving that we will definitely win this game. Xiang Pa smiled triumphantly, his mouth stretched to the back of his ears. Beerus's expression became heavier. As the god of destruction, Beerus could naturally sense that Frisia's golden mode was not very stable. And the Namekian named Piccolo seemed to have been in the orange mode for a long time. In this competition, there is a high probability that Frisia will lose. Come on, Frisia, I will end the game as soon as possible. Piccolo smiled lightly. Humph, Frisia, should say to end the game. Frisia was furious and rushed towards Piccolo quickly. Bang! Frisia's fist hit Piccolo's face hard. Pico's head tilted slightly to the side, and he slapped Frisia with his backhand. Frisia's body turned around and felt dizzy. Snap! Pico quickly stepped forward, grabbed Frisia's back of the head, and suddenly pushed his knee upward. Puff! Frisia's mouth spurted blood, and his face was distorted. Pico grabbed Frisia's head again and pressed it down hard. With a muffled sound, Frisia's head hit the ground below heavily, leaving a hole on the ground. Piccolo stepped on the back of Frisia's head with his big foot and rubbed it hard on the ground. Ah! Frisia wailed in pain, and was extremely angry. Boom! Powerful energy suddenly burst out from Frisia's body, and his tail swept and hit Piccolo's calf fiercely. Then, Frisia hit Piccolo's lower abdomen with his head. Pico quickly dodged and chopped Frisia to the ground with a palm knife. Frisia lay on the ground, feeling bad. Can't I even beat a Namekian? I'm a genius. Why is this happening? Frisia, admit defeat. Piccolo looked down at Frisia coldly and said lightly, "Your former glory is no longer there. This feeling of loss is huge, right?" Frisia gritted his teeth. "Are you killing people? I won't give up." Frisia roared and jumped up from the ground. Then the next moment, Frisia felt what a real tragedy was. Just as Frisia jumped up, Piccolo slapped him in the face. Frisia fell backwards on the ground, looking at the empty sky in a trance, his eyes blank. "I am Frisia. I was once the emperor of the universe. How could I lose to a Namekian?" Snap! The golden light on Frisia's body suddenly dissipated and returned to the fourth form. In fact, it is called the fourth form, but in the true sense, this is Frisia's final form. Frisia's expression was scattered and he felt waves of sadness. For some reason, at this moment Frisia suddenly thought of Vegeta. "I think Vegeta was as desperate as me, right?" Frisia slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of Vegeta expressionlessly. Vegeta frowned tightly. "What do you mean? Why are you looking at me? Do you want to continue fighting, Frisia?" Piccolo asked calmly. Frisia didn't say anything. "In that case, I'll knock you out," Piccolo said, kicking Frisia. Suddenly, Frisia's body drew an arc in the air, flew out of the ring, and was eliminated. In the first game, Piccolo of the 6th universe won, and the 6th universe scored 1 point. Luo Tian floated above the stands and announced to everyone present from a high position. Piccolo immediately stepped forward and bowed to Luo Tian's salute. Looking at Frisia rolling to his side, Beerus was so angry that he trembled all over. "Frisia, what did you promise me? Can't you even beat a Namekian?" Beerus asked angrily. Frisia didn't say anything, still looking at the sky in a trance. "Asshole! I was counting on you to win. You disappoint me so much." Beerus gritted his teeth, lifted Frisia up from the ground, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. "I'll just destroy you like this." Frisia was like a dead pig, with no expression on his face, and even if there was, it was endless despair. "Don't, Lord Beerus, Frisia has tried his best." Sun Wukong stepped forward and smiled, and advised. Beerus glanced at Sun Wukong, snorted coldly, and kicked Frisia away. Frisia's body rolled several times on the planet. When he stopped, he was still looking at the sky in a trance, without saying anything. After about 3 seconds of silence, 2 lines of hot tears rolled down from Frisia's eyes. At this moment, Frisia felt endless heartache. If Frisia lost to the Saiyans, it seemed that there would not be such a big gap. The main reason is that the Namekians are not a fighting nation. Once in Frisia's eyes, the Namekians were just a fart. Now this fart has beaten him all over. "Piccolo, good job, you are worthy of it." Sun Wukong smiled at Piccolo. Piccolo also smiled at Sun Wukong. "But if Frisia can stabilize that state, Piccolo, you will be in a difficult battle." Sun Wukong analyzed. "You are right." Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. "Hit, it's your turn to fight next, right? Come on." Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at Hit. Hit nodded expressionlessly. This guy called Sun Wukong is shameless. "What do you mean I am not in Frisia's place? What do you think I am?" "Ah!" In the stands of the 6th universe, Bulma and others cheered and simply celebrated the victory of the first game. "Beerus, your universe is not good." Xiongpa smiled at Beerus triumphantly, and laughed meanly. Beerus's face turned black, and he shouted angrily, "You bastard, you can still laugh. That Namekian is from our 7th universe. It belongs to our 6th universe now, ha ha ha." Xiongpa kept making faces, and the laughter was too mean. Hearing Xiongpa's laughter, Luo Tian even wanted to beat him up. But he held back after all. "Anyway, we all belong to the 6th universe now, so give him some face first." "Be quiet," Luo Tian said to Xiongpa. Xiongpa quickly covered his mouth and dared not make any more sound. Now let's continue the second match, with Hit from the 6th universe fighting against Orb from the 7th universe. Luo Tian announced loudly. After the voice fell, Hit and Orb walked towards the ring together. The two stepped onto the ring side by side. That black egg, you have to beat me well. Beerus said to Orb. Orb, who is the black egg? If you can win the game, I can fulfill any of your wishes. Beerus made a promise. My biggest wish was to let Master Goku come back, but now that wish has been fulfilled, I have no more wishes. Orb answered seriously. Beerus's expression was uglier than eating shit. But I will work hard and try to win this game. Orb smiled and said to Beerus. I hope you won't let me down. Beerus nodded. Hit, you are a native of our 6th universe, don't embarrass us. Xiongpa looked at Beerus, and immediately shouted to Hit on the ring. Hit didn't speak, with a cold look in his eyes. Oob, your opponent is not simple, don't be careless. GT Sun Wukong said to Oob. Oob nodded seriously, and his expression became more and more serious. The game begins. Luo Tian announced loudly. Boom. Oob had nothing to hesitate, and he burst out with a powerful breath as soon as he came up, and a layer of shining light appeared around him. Look at Hit again, with his hands in his pockets, looking at Oob expressionlessly. This look made Oob feel a strong sense of oppression. Oob clenched his fists tightly, his body trembled violently, and he was terrified. Who is he? Why do I feel a sense of terror just by seeing his eyes? Orb's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to take the initiative to attack for a while, just staring at Hit opposite him. Hit still put his hands in his pockets, and there was not much expression on his face. Oob was even scared and sweated. Then, Orb gritted his teeth, let out a scream, and rushed towards Hit. Oob's fist went straight to Hit's face. Flash! Hit didn't have to be polite, and directly used Flash, and fixed Orb in the air. Bang! Hit kicked Orb in the stomach. When Orb reacted, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Puff! Oob spit out a mouthful of acid, flew backwards, and landed on his feet. When Orb came to his senses, his face became more and more ugly. What on earth is going on? I didn't see how he attacked at all. Oob's eyes were full of horror. Even GT Sun Wukong was shocked and couldn't see how Hit launched the attack at all. Vegeta, did you see it? GT Sun Wukong asked GT Vegeta on the side. Humph, no. GT Vegeta shook his head. In another time and space, can you see clearly how Hit in your universe attacks? Is it through teleportation? GT Sun Wukong immediately ran to Sun Wukong and asked. You can't see it, that Sun Wukong was about to continue, but suddenly thought of something and changed his words, I'll tell you after their game is over. Hey? Okay. GT Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, and immediately came back to his senses. Damn it! I have a bad feeling. Beerus gritted his teeth, veins popped on his forehead, and his face became uglier. Whis glanced at Beerus and said nothing. It looks like we're going to lose again this time. Beerus said in a deep voice. Oh my, I'm afraid that's the case. Whis nodded. Beerus, Whis, you guy, at least say something to comfort me. Beerus said angrily. Lord Beerus, don't worry, the winner must be our universe. Whis smiled. Really? Beerus was overjoyed. Lord Beerus asked me to comfort you. Whis smiled with his hand covering his mouth. Beerus' face darkened, and he felt unwell. Orb climbed up from the ring and rushed towards Hit again. Bang! Hit threw a straight punch and hit Orb in the face. Oob spit out a mouthful of blood, and after falling from the air, his feet kept retreating on the ring. When Orb stabilized, he looked at Hit with horror. Shua! Hit dodged and quickly appeared in front of Orb. The speed was so fast that Orb was a little unprepared. Bang! 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 Hit threw 3 consecutive punches and hit orb suspended in the air. Oob gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and wanted to launch a counterattack against Hit. However, everything was in vain. Bang! Hit suddenly appeared right above orb, and his knee hit him hard on the back of his head. Oops! Oob screamed, fell to the ground, and fainted directly. Killing is against the rules. He has fainted. Do I win? Hit asked Luo Tian. Chapter 355, Cultivating Divine Power Without the Guidance of Angels? Yes. Hit nodded and kicked Orb off the ring. Poor Orb, his own strength seemed to be suppressed, and he couldn't make any waves in front of Hit. In the second game, Hit from the 6th universe won. Luo Tian announced immediately, the total score of the 6th universe is 2-0. Bulma and other spectators shouted excitedly again. Lost again. Beerus held his head, his face was extremely ugly. Wakaka. Xiangpa laughed more and more proudly. Beerus, if you lose another game, your universe will be considered lost. Xiangpa made a face at Beerus. Beerus had a dark face and wanted to go up and beat Xiangpa up. Can you tell me now? GT Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Sun Wukong. When Hit dodges, time can be stopped for a short time. Sun Wukong explained. Stop directly? GT Sun Wukong was stunned, no wonder Oob didn't hit him after fighting for a long time, it turns out that he controls time. When I was sparring with Hit, I also felt a headache. Sun Wukong laughed. Then let's move on to the next game. Luo Tian announced again, the third game will be between Vegeta from the 6th universe and Sun Wukong from the 7th universe. Hey? It's my turn. GT Sun Wukong pointed his finger at his nose. Come on, another me. Sun Wukong patted GT Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Okay. GT Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Vegeta, you also come on. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta again. Shut up. Vegeta's face darkened and he glared at Sun Wukong unhappily. The next moment, Vegeta and GT Sun Wukong stepped onto the ring one after another. Humph, being able to compete with you is something I have been dreaming of. Vegeta smiled, his mouth corners raised. Really? I have to work hard. Sun Wukong did pre-battle exercises on the ring, stretching his arms and legs. The audience was also silent, looking at the two people on the ring. These two people love and hate each other. Although they do not belong to the same time and space, they are lifelong opponents. Why is the Goku in another time and space a child? Krillin asked. I heard that the father of another time and space it was shrunk by the dragon. Son Gohan answered. Who should we cheer for this time? Krillin asked again. We should cheer for Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan wiped his sweat. Well, I always feel that cheering for Vegeta is a bit weird. Krillin scratched his bald head. The game begins. Luo Tian announced loudly. GT Son Goku and Vegeta on the ring immediately prepared for the battle. Come on, Kakarot, let me see how capable you are in another time and space. Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Yet. GT Son Goku nodded, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Swish! In just a moment, GT Sun Wukong quickly appeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta looked calm, his eyes turned back. Then, GT Sun Wukong punched Vegeta's butt. It's not that GT Sun Wukong deliberately wanted to hit Vegeta's butt, but mainly because he was only that tall, and this punch could only reach Vegeta's butt. Vegeta's reaction was also very fast, and he dodged GT Sun Wukong's attack. The next moment, Vegeta kicked back. GT Sun Wukong rolled backwards and turned several somersaults on the ring. When I looked again, GT Sun Wukong touched the ground of the ring with his feet and rushed towards Vegeta. Bang! The two fists collided with each other, and both stepped back several steps. In a moment, the two rushed towards each other again and started a fierce battle on the ring. Bang bang bang! The sound of Vegeta and GT Sun Wukong's punches and kicks continued to be heard, and their bodies quickly changed positions on the ring. After several rounds of confrontation, GT Sun Wukong soared into the sky. Vegeta followed closely and chased GT Sun Wukong. Shua! GT Sun Wukong put his index finger and middle finger together and put them on his forehead. Teleport! GT Sun Wukong dodged and appeared behind Vegeta at a very fast speed. Vegeta's reaction was also very fast. He kicked back and almost hit GT Sun Wukong's face. GT Sun Wukong was shocked and sweated, and flew backwards. Shua! Vegeta snorted coldly, suddenly increased his speed, and stepped forward to grab GT Sun Wukong's collar. Bang! Vegeta hit GT Sun Wukong's face hard with his forehead. GT Sun Wukong screamed in pain. Vegeta threw another uppercut and hit GT Sun Wukong's abdomen. The next moment, Vegeta crossed his hands and clenched his fists, punching GT Sun Wukong. GT Sun Wukong fell from the air. However, at the moment when he was about to approach the ground of the ring, GT Sun Wukong immediately adjusted his body and landed steadily on his feet. Shua! As soon as GT Sun Wukong landed, he moved his body and disappeared again. In just a blink of an eye, GT Sun Wukong appeared right above Vegeta. Humph, Kakarot, your tricks don't work on me. Vegeta snorted coldly, with a disdainful smile on his face. Tian Xinyan, borrow your trick. GT Sun Wukong laughed. As he spoke, GT Sun Wukong opened his hands and put them beside his cheeks. Sun Fist! Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from GT Sun Wukong's head. Vegeta's pupils turned white, and he felt unwell at that time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, GT Sun Wukong appeared above Vegeta again and kicked Vegeta's shoulder with a hook. Swish! Vegeta fell rapidly from the air. As if sensing that he was getting closer and closer to the ground, Vegeta's body flashed with golden light and immediately stopped in mid-air. At this time, Vegeta's vision had also been fully restored. Not bad, Vegeta, your reaction speed is really fast. GT Sun Wukong did not pursue the victory, but slowly landed in front of Vegeta. Humph! Vegeta snorted, rubbed his eyes quickly, and gnashed his teeth in hatred. In the stands, everyone present was surprised to see the two people's match. But then again, I haven't seen Tian Xinyan for a long time. Krillin scratched his head and looked at the audience, but didn't see Tian Xinyan yet. Li Ping nodded, that guy said that we will rarely see each other in the future. Good, not bad. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, the contest between Vegeta and GT Son Goku, it seems that GT Son Goku has a small advantage. I hope we can win this time. Both performed well. Bardos smiled. Yet. Luo Tian nodded. On the ring, both Vegeta and GT Son Goku's faces were full of endless fighting spirit. Kakarot, warm-up exercises end here. Vegeta snorted, his mouth slightly raised. I thought so too. GT Sun Wukong nodded. Show your true ability, Kakarot. Vegeta smiled lightly, hurry up and transform. I want to see what you can become, okay, then I'll let you see a realm that you may never be able to reach. GT Sun Wukong showed a proud smile, and his body immediately became bigger and stronger. In just a blink of an eye, GT Sun Wukong turned into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta's eyes widened immediately, revealing a look of astonishment. How is it? Have you never seen this kind of transformation? GT Sun Wukong grinned, and his voice became mature, no longer having the childish feeling before. Vegeta was silent. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, what's your expression? GT Sun Wukong laughed, are you scared by my transformation? Vegeta said nothing. Okay, This is called Super Saiyan 4. GT Sun Wukong said the name of the transformation. I wonder what you can become. I'm looking forward to it. Vegeta, am I right? Sun Wukong under the ring suddenly became interested and said to Vegeta, it seems that it is correct to give this transformation this name. Shut up. Vegeta's face turned black. What do you mean? The me in another time and space. GT Sun Wukong was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at another self under the ring. Before Sun Wukong could speak, Vegeta immediately transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. GT Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, looking at Vegeta's transformation in disbelief, and couldn't say anything for a while. Humph, I can also transform like this. Vegeta snorted coldly, now you know why I have a tail? Tisk, this guy. GT Vegeta was a little unhappy, why can you also transform like this? Vegeta glanced at himself in another time and space, and did not answer this question. I can't believe it, Vegeta, you can also become Super Saiyan 4. GT Sun Wukong laughed and scratched his head and said, I thought I could easily win the game. Come on, Kakarot, although we are both Super Saiyan 4, I must be stronger than you. Vegeta snorted. I wanted to decide the winner as soon as possible, now it's a bit difficult. GT Sun Wukong's expression also became serious. Both of them were in the form of Super Saiyan 4, and they took fighting postures against each other. Oh my, I didn't expect Mr. Goku in another time and space to transform exactly like Mr. Vegeta. Bardoss sighed. Luo Tian didn't say anything, he knew it a long time ago. After all, that place is from GT time and space. GT time and space, naturally, is the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Or it can be said that the Vegeta that Luo Tian has been training is based on the transformation of GT time and space. But Vegeta, you are really not simple. GT Sun Wukong said with a smile, it takes for Vegeta in our time and space to become like this Kakarot, don't say irrelevant things. GT Vegeta snorted with a dark face. GT Sun Wukong nodded and didn't continue. Fortunately, Vegeta didn't have much interest in what GT Sun Wukong said. Because Vegeta knew very well that Kakarot would never say anything good. Luo Tian, who do you think will win? Bardoss asked. Didn't I say it before the game? Luo Tian looked at Bardoss. What are you talking about? Bardoss was stunned. Every game must be won. Luo Tian said solemnly, no matter who it is, as long as they lose the game, Broly will destroy it personally. Broly immediately rubbed his hands, excited, and nodded vigorously. Vados, if these people I trained personally lose the game, it would be a disgrace to me. Luo Tian said calmly. Vegeta on the ring obviously heard Luo Tian's words, and the cold sweat on his face could not help but slide down his face. If you lose the game, you will be destroyed by Broly himself. It's so cruel. Come on, Kakarot. Vegeta waved to GT Sun Wukong. Okay. GT Sun Wukong nodded, no longer hesitated, and immediately rushed towards Vegeta. Bang bang bang. The next moment, the two started a fierce battle on the ring again. For a while, the two fought together, punching and kicking each other. In just a moment, the two fought for thousands of rounds. The two fought from the ground to the air, and then fell from the air to the ground. A powerful aura surged wildly around the two of them. About 5 minutes passed. Vegeta and GT Sun Wukong collided with each other and separated for the time being. When they looked again, both of them had wounds on their faces, and blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. However, the corners of Vegeta and GT Sun Wukong's mouths were slightly raised, and their eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit. Not bad, Vegeta. GT Sun Wukong let out a long breath and said to Vegeta with a smile. Kakarot, no matter which time and space, I will not lose to you. Vegeta snorted. It seems that if we fight in our current state, it will take at least several hours to decide the winner. GT Sun Wukong pondered. Humph, what do you want to say? Vegeta smiled lightly. Since I went to the Dragon Realm, I have also practiced seriously. GT Sun Wukong's expression became solemn. That is to say, you didn't show your true strength, is that what you mean? Vegeta snorted, looking like he was not surprised. Ha ha ha, you still understand me, Vegeta. GT Sun Wukong nodded. GT Vegeta's face changed slightly. Kakarot didn't show his true strength? This abominable guy has surpassed me again without knowing it. Okay, I will decide the winner as soon as possible. GT Sun Wukong said, and even more huge energy immediately emerged from his body. Pa! In just a moment, GT Sun Wukong's hair turned red. When seeing Sun Wukong's transformation, the gods at the scene were slightly stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Oh my, this is divine power! Bardos said with some surprise. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Chapter 356 GT Wukong, God of Destruction Form? This is the breath of God. Beerus also sensed the divine power emerging from Sun Wukong, and was immediately surprised and delighted. Oh my, amazing! Whis' eyes were full of praise. Boy, I didn't expect that the person you found was really unexpected. Beerus rarely praised King Kai and patted him hard on the back. Puff King Kai was slapped and bleed a lot of blood at that time, and almost died. What are you doing? Lord Beerus! King Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. Oh, I almost beat you to death, I'm really sorry. Beerus grinned. You did it on purpose, right? King Kai was so angry that his face turned pale. Don't worry, even if you die, Whis can revive you. Beerus smiled and felt much better when he saw the transformation of GT Goku. It's amazing, the me in another time and space. Goku kept sighing and was surprised. Hey, Broly, the Goku in another time and space seems to have cultivated his own divine power. Bu looked at the ring and said to Broly beside him. Broly nodded slightly and didn't say much. Mr. Vegeta may be in a tough battle. Bardos sighed slightly. Luo Tian didn't answer. Vegeta is in a tough battle? It's really possible. After all, GT Goku has always been very strong. It's not easy for Vegeta in this time and space to cultivate to this level. Looking at the situation on the scene, it feels like our universe will lose the third game. Li Ping said thoughtfully. No, let the seventh universe play one game. Sun Gohan laughed, with a nonchalant look on his face. If we win this game, do we not have to compete in the remaining two games? Then I won't be able to compete. Yet, after all, winning 3 games in a row is considered the final victory of our universe. Krillin answered on the side. Come on, Dad! Trunks shouted loudly. The people present looked at Trunks together, and for a moment they didn't know whether to cheer for Vegeta. On the ring, GT Son Goku added divine power in the form of Super Saiyan 4. However, GT Son Goku's current transformation is not the Super Saiyan God superimposed in the form of Super Saiyan 4. GT Son Goku just cultivated divine power on his own and achieved a certain degree of sublimation. Vegeta, I'm going to start. GT Son Goku smiled. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Swish! GT Sun Wukong flashed and appeared in front of Vegeta at a very fast speed. Bang! GT Sun Wukong hit Vegeta's chest with a fierce elbow. Vegeta leaned back and took several steps back. GT Sun Wukong attacked again quickly and punched Vegeta. Vegeta's body kept retreating backward, getting closer and closer to the edge of the ring. Vegeta, I'm not polite. GT Sun Wukong grinned and punched Vegeta again with a super powerful punch. However, when GT Sun Wukong punched, he suddenly found that Vegeta's mouth corners were slightly raised, and a shallow arc was drawn. GT Sun Wukong suddenly had a bad premonition. Pa! When he looked again, he saw that Vegeta's hair suddenly turned purple-red. Bang! Vegeta kicked GT Sun Wukong in the abdomen. Fortunately, GT Sun Wukong reacted quickly, adjusted his body quickly, rolled several times in the air, and supported the ground with his feet and hands, but did not fall down. The next moment, GT Sun Wukong stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face changed color. Kakarot, you react quickly. Vegeta smiled proudly. GT Sun Wukong looked stunned, and looked at Vegeta's transformation with some surprise, and was speechless for a while. Several players in GT Time and Space were also stunned, and they looked at Vegeta's new transformation in surprise. GT Vegeta's pupils shrank, and his brows were tightly knitted together. I in this time and space can actually transform like this? What about Kakarot? If he can also transform like this, I'm afraid I'm not his opponent. GT Vegeta felt that his mentality was a little broken, and he couldn't help but glanced in the direction of Sun Wukong. Vegeta, what kind of transformation is this? This is the first time I have seen a transformation of this color. GT Sun Wukong asked curiously. This is the ultimate self. Vegeta snorted and smiled proudly, or you can understand it as the God of Destruction form. God of Destruction? Are you a God of Destruction? GT Sun Wukong was a little surprised. Not yet, but I will definitely become a powerful God of Destruction in the future. Vegeta said, intending to point his thumb to his nose. But just as Vegeta was about to do this, he suddenly thought of what Kakarot had said before. Never point your thumb at your nose, otherwise you will lose faster. Vegeta suddenly felt a little unsure, and changed his thumb to his index finger, and immediately put it down. Kakarot, this bastard, made me unable to operate. The God of Destruction form, it's amazing. GT Sun Wukong exclaimed, I didn't expect you to become so powerful. It seems that winning is not as easy as I thought. Beerus widened his eyes and looked extremely ugly. Vegeta, this guy, can actually transform like this. Besides, I sensed a strong destructive force in him. This guy really has the potential to be a god of destruction. Before, Sun Wukong in our time and space fought with me, I felt that his level was very average. So, in our time and space, Sun Wukong is the weakest one? It doesn't seem like it. Could it be that Sun Wukong has been hiding his strength? Beerus thought of this possibility and his face became ugly again. Come on, Kakarot, I'm going to push you to the ground and rub you hard. Vegeta was in high spirits, turned into a purple-red stream of light, and quickly rushed towards GT Sun Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. The two once again engaged in a fierce battle on the ring. For a moment, GT Sun Wukong, relying on his own powerful strength, actually tied with Vegeta. Vegeta was more and more shocked as the battle went on. This Kakarot had not been trained by Luo Tian. I really couldn't believe that he had become so powerful. But Vegeta thought about it carefully and felt relieved. The time and space they were in seemed to be nearly 20 years later than ours, right? Give me another 20 years to practice well and I would have become a real god of destruction. However, I can't deal with a Kakarot. Thinking of this, Vegeta's mood gradually calmed down a lot. However, Vegeta was distracted and was caught by GT Sun Wukong. Bang! Good opportunity. GT Sun Wukong punched Vegeta in the face on the spot. Vegeta's head tilted to the side, and he slapped backhand, hitting GT Sun Wukong's face. Then, Vegeta rushed up again, grabbed GT Sun Wukong's hair, pressed his head down, and kicked him in the face. GT Sun Wukong was in pain, and a black tiger heart-piercing attack hit Vegeta's chest. Puff blood spurted out of Vegeta's mouth, and he let go of GT Sun Wukong's hair. Vegeta, are you a child? You still grab people's hair when fighting. GT Sun Wukong rubbed his head. Humph, when fighting, as long as you can win, it doesn't matter what method you use. Vegeta snorted, I heard you bite with your mouth. Hey? Who have I bitten? GT Sun Wukong was stunned. How should I know? Ask your bald friend. Vegeta said lightly. Ha ha ha, it was a long time ago. GT Sun Wukong laughed. Vegeta said no more and rushed towards GT Sun Wukong again. GT Sun Wukong immediately fought with Vegeta. For a while, the two fought hard. A few minutes later. Destruction. Vegeta waved his hand, and the destructive energy in his hand quickly whizzed towards GT Sun Wukong. GT Sun Wukong was stunned, and after a brief hesitation, he immediately condensed energy in his hand and slapped it hard. The next moment, GT Sun Wukong slapped the flying destructive energy. The moment the destructive energy came into contact with GT Sun Wukong, it was distorted and deformed by him, and flew away in an instant. Pa! The destructive energy did not fly far, and it immediately turned into stars and scattered. It's so dangerous. GT Sun Wukong rubbed his hands and said in surprise, it feels like I can be killed easily if I'm not careful. Vegeta was silent. My destructive energy is not well trained enough, and I was slapped away by this guy. If it was Beerus who released the destructive energy, Kakarot would have been destroyed long ago, right? Humph. Vegeta snorted and rushed towards GT Goku again. GT Goku was no slouch, and fought hard to meet all of Vegeta's attacks. The two of them fought fiercely on the ring again, and for a while they were evenly matched. Unknowingly, the match between Vegeta and GT Goku had been going on for more than half an hour, but there was still no winner. As time went by, the energy of both of them was greatly consumed. About 10 minutes passed. Pa! The red light on GT Sun Wukong's body dissipated all of a sudden. At the same time, GT Sun Wukong's hair turned from red to black. Oops, that magical energy is used up. GT Sun Wukong felt a headache, gasping for breath, and felt a wave of fatigue. Good opportunity. Vegeta's eyes lit up, turned into a purple-red stream of light, and rushed towards GT Sun Wukong. Wait a minute. GT Sun Wukong looked a little panicked. Vegeta didn't mean to wait a minute, and quickly closed the distance with GT Sun Wukong. Not good. GT Sun Wukong was shocked. You lose. Kakarot. Vegeta laughed and punched GT Sun Wukong with a powerful punch. GT Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and immediately crossed his arms to protect his body to resist Vegeta's attack. At the moment when Vegeta's fist was about to fall on GT Sun Wukong. Pa! Vegeta's body trembled violently, and the purple-red light on his body disappeared at once. Vegeta's eyes widened, and his face changed again and again. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, your form of the god of destruction is over, right? GT Sun Wukong was surprised and happy, and kicked Vegeta while he was still in a daze. Bang! GT Sun Wukong kicked Vegeta to the ground. However, GT Sun Wukong also consumed a lot of physical strength, panting more violently, and looked more tired. Huff, hi. GT Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and stood firm, not letting himself fall. Damn it! Vegeta bared his teeth, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and sweat broke out on his face. The two looked at each other, rushed towards each other again, and wrestled together. The audience at the scene were also stunned one by one. No one expected that GT Sun Wukong and Vegeta would fight so fiercely. Seeing this scene, even Luo Tian was deeply touched. For Vegeta, this should be his most enjoyable fight, right? As Luo Tian guessed, today's ring match was indeed the most comfortable one for Vegeta. Vegeta hasn't been so happy for many years. Especially fighting with Kakarot like this. The two of them have almost consumed all their energy after fighting to this extent. And the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 is now just a name. At this time, Vegeta and GT Sun Wukong are only 2 meters apart. Both of them are panting heavily, exhausted, and sweat is flowing on their faces. I can't believe it, Vegeta, I have been practicing seriously in another world, but I just tied with you. GT Sun Wukong kept sighing, panting more violently. I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could cultivate divine power without anyone teaching you. Vegeta rarely praised GT Sun Wukong. Divine power? You said that the state I was in just now was divine power. GT Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Yes, it's really amazing that you can cultivate divine power without the teaching of God. Vegeta replied. So, you became so strong because of God's teaching? GT Sun Wukong asked. Vegeta felt a little heartbroken. But after a short silence, Vegeta finally nodded with a cold face and replied, Indeed, I became so strong under Luo Tian's guidance. Luo Tian? GT Sun Wukong looked at Luo Tian in the distance and smiled and replied, This person named Luo Tian you are talking about is really amazing. I heard that he became an angel through his own hard work. Vegeta didn't answer, which was considered as tacit agreement. But I won't lose to you, Vegeta. Because our universe has already lost twice. This time I want to win a victory for our universe. GT Sun Wukong's expression became more and more solemn. He took a deep breath and took a fighting stance again. Chapter 357 Legend vs. Legend Bang. Both of them walked towards each other and punched each other in the face. Pa! The next moment, both of them stepped back several steps and fell to the ground. Vegeta and GT Sun Wukong struggled hard to get up from the ground. However, both of them lay down again halfway. They kept panting and felt even more tired. The game progressed to such an extent that Bulma and others in the stands cheered for GT Sun Wukong in addition to Vegeta. The game between the two moved many spectators present, and they were infected by their spirit of competition. Now, Vegeta and GT Sun Wukong seemed unable to get up. Oh my, is this a draw? Bados turned around and asked Luo Tian who was standing beside him. There is no such thing as a draw. There will always be a winner. Luo Tian smiled slightly, moved his body, and instantly appeared in the middle of the ring. Above. Vegeta and GT Goku were still struggling to get up. The game between the two universes must be decided, so now, whoever stands up first and says I win with a smile will win the game. Luo Tian announced with a smile. As soon as this was said, Krillin immediately looked at Master Kame. Bulma was slightly stunned. Leaping, Wolong and others kept scratching their heads. Was Luo Tian also there when the world's first martial arts tournament was held? Leaping asked. No. Bulma shook her head. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Master Kame pondered. It reminds me of the world's first martial arts tournament. Goku participated in the finals for the first time and fought against the old stick man named Jia Kyung. It was similar to the current situation. Both of them fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Krillin stroked his head, recalled the situation at that time, and sighed. In the end, the referee announced that whoever got up first and said I am the champion with a smile would win the game. Leaping wiped his sweat quietly on the side. Old fool Krillin, you are so bold. Don't you know that guy is Mutant Sensei? I also heard about it from Tien Shinyan later. Master Kame's face turned black at that time. Bang! Master Kame jumped high and punched Krillin's head heavily. Krillin's head suddenly swelled up a big lump, revealing a confused face. He looked at Master Kame strangely, not understanding why he hit him. Idiot! That Jia Kyung is me! Master Kame shouted unhappily. Ah! That old man is Mutant Sensei? Krillin was stunned. You are so smart, but you just realized it now? Master Kame said angrily. It seems to be Mutant Sensei. No wonder I was still wondering how there could be such a powerful old man. Krillin wiped his sweat quietly. In order to train you and Goku, I, as a master, worked hard. Master Kame kept rolling his eyes. Is that true? I thought Master Wu Tian was just an old pervert. Krillin smiled dryly. Beat you, the evil disciple. Master came, took off his shoes and hit Krillin with the big solace. Krillin hurried away. Number 21 saw it, but he didn't mean to go over to help. At this time, Vegeta and GT Sun Wukong on the ring were still struggling hard, trying to get up from the ground and say with a smile that I won. However, both of them had exhausted their physical strength and it was difficult to stand up. Shua. GT Sun Wukong immediately returned to normal and became a child. Not bad, it has returned to the appearance of a child, and the legs and feet have become shorter, making it easier to stand up. Luo Tian commented with a smile. Vegeta's pupils shrank and his face changed slightly. At this time, GT Sun Wukong had already squatted up with his strong willpower. Vegeta was still grinning beside him, doing half of his push-ups. Vegeta was very upset, and he also changed his body and returned to normal. After all, the Super Saiyan 4 form consumes some energy. It is not felt at ordinary times. Now, the feeling is more real. Come on! Come on! Come on! The audience cheered for the two. Damn! Although we won. The problem is that the win was too reluctant. Beerus felt a little uncomfortable. It was hard to win a game, but the result was such a tragic victory. Whis did not respond, but looked at the ring calmly. The next moment, GT Sun Wukong finally stood up straight. Vegeta was only half standing, squatting, with unwillingness in his eyes. Hee hee. GT Sun Wukong grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and said with a smile, I win pa. However, GT Sun Wukong fell to the ground and fainted before he finished speaking. The audience was stunned again. This scene was too familiar. Now it was happening again. Goku was only a little bit away from winning. What a pity. Seeing GT Goku lying down before he said the last word, Vegeta felt that happiness came too suddenly. Hey! Vegeta stood up straight, breathing heavily, smiling and shouting loudly, I won. In the third game, Vegeta from the 6th universe won, and the 6th universe scored 3 points. Luo Tian floated above the ring and announced loudly. Beerus felt that his mentality exploded. It's so sad. I thought Goku could win this game. But he lost in this way. Hearing Luo Tian announce the result of the victory, Vegeta was so excited that tears flowed down his face. I finally won. I finally defeated this guy Kakarot. In the match between Universe 6 and Universe 7, Universe 6 has won 3 games in a row and has won this match. Luo Tian looked at Beerus with a smile and asked, Lord Beerus, I can give you a chance. If you can win one of the remaining 2 games, your universe will be considered the winner. How about that? That's what you said. If you win, the Super Dragon Balls will still be mine. Beerus suggested. Okay. Luo Tian nodded without objection. Then he changed the subject. What if I lose? What do you want to do? Beerus asked. Forget it, you don't have what I want. Luo Tian shook his head. If I lose, you owe me a favor. Whatever I ask you to do in the future, just do it honestly. Okay. Beerus gritted his teeth and agreed. Great, I thought I couldn't get the game. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Vegeta was helped down by Piccolo. At the same time, GT Sun Wukong was also held down by Sun Wukong and fed him a senzu bean. GT Sun Wukong opened his eyes immediately. Sun Wukong put down his other self in another time and space. Piccolo, take it. Sun Wukong waved his hand and threw the senzu bean to Piccolo. Piccolo took the senzu bean and gave it to Vegeta. This time, Vegeta and GT Sun Wukong's energy had been drained. If they didn't eat the senzu bean, they didn't know when they could recover. Fortunately, a lot of senzu beans are produced now. After the two of them ate the senzu beans, their energy and physical strength were restored to their peak state. Hey? Did I lose? GT Sun Wukong scratched his head. Yeah, what a pity, you remind me of the first world #1 martial arts tournament, when I competed with an old man. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled at another self. That old man, I remember it too, ha ha ha. I wanted to say that I was the champion at that time, but I lay down and fell asleep before I finished speaking. GT Sun Wukong recalled the past. Such a thing happened in your time and space. Sun Wukong smiled. Yet. GT Sun Wukong nodded, it seems that I haven't practiced enough. I must practice well after I go back. As he said, GT Sun Wukong walked towards Vegeta and looked up at him. Vegeta looked at GT Sun Wukong expressionlessly. Vegeta, it's fun to fight with you. GT Sun Wukong stretched out his hand to Vegeta. Humph, Kakarot, practice hard when you go back. Vegeta's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a proud smile. Yes, I really have to practice hard. GT Sun Wukong nodded seriously. Vegeta, let's cheer together, and I'll find you to continue fighting after I'm done practicing. Humph. Vegeta waved his hand lightly and knocked GT Sun Wukong's hand aside. Haha, Vegeta, you're still like this. GT Sun Wukong laughed. Many spectators at the scene were deeply moved by Vegeta's victory in this game. This time, Vegeta finally defeated Sun Wukong. Although it was Sun Wukong from another time and space. I'm afraid Vegeta would wake up laughing in his dreams. On the scene, only GT Vegeta felt a little uncomfortable. It would be great if this honor fell on me. I wonder how strong Kakarot is in this era? Okay, let's move on to the next match. Luo Tian announced with a smile. Kale from the 6th universe will compete against Broly from the 7th universe. Ah! The audience shouted excitedly. Kale's figure flashed and quickly appeared on the ring. GT Broly stepped onto the ring. At this time, many people had already reacted. The Broly who was competing with Kale was actually from another time and space. Kale's opponent is not simple, that's Broly. Krillin sighed. It's okay, Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan responded, although it's also Uncle Broly, there was no guidance from Uncle Luo Tian in that time and space, Broly would not be so strong to an outrageous degree. You seem to be right, Krillin nodded, but Gohan, have you noticed? That Broly looks different from the Broly in our time and space. It's really different, I saw it a long time ago. Son Gohan nodded. That's true. Videl responded from the side, I feel that the Broly who competed with Kale is a bit stupid. The word stupid is used very well. Krillin laughed. On the other side. Hey, Broly, you from another time and space are out. Bu laughed. Nothing, except me, all the me in other time and space are not me. Broly said lightly. Bu showed a question mark. Why don't I understand your words very well? Who do you think will win? Bu asked. The stronger side will win. Broly said. Bu didn't want to talk anymore. You said it, but it was the same as not saying anything. Luo Tian, that Broly feels very different from the Broly in our time and space. You know, I'm not talking about the difference in strength. Bardos said in Luo Tian's ear. That's right, maybe two different versions of Broly. Luo Tian smiled. Different versions? Bardos was slightly stunned. Let me give you a very simple example. It's like when you were born, you suddenly wanted to be a man, and then changed your gender. Luo Tian gave an example, therefore, two of you were born, one is a woman, and the other is neither male nor female. Bados, you are really good at giving examples. Bardos didn't want to talk anymore, and Luo Tian's examples made sense. On the stage, Kale and GT Broly looked at each other. It is worth mentioning that GT Broly belongs to the old version of Broly. And Luo Tian's Broly, the god of destruction, belongs to the new version of Broly. Comparing the two Brolys, the new version of Broly belongs to the kinder type, and has a naive character like Sun Wukong. If it weren't for Luo Tian's help, the new version of Broly would lose his mind after becoming a Super Saiyan. Boss's Broly is a powerful warrior with a combat power of 10,000 at birth, and was born on the same day, month, and year as Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was frightened by Broly's powerful energy and cried loudly. Broly was annoyed by Sun Wukong's crying. The two influenced and hurt each other. After learning about Broly's powerful fighting ability, King Vegeta strangled him in the cradle and threw him into the trash can. When planet Vegeta exploded, Broly put on a shield to protect his body and drifted in the universe. Later, Broly survived by chance. Later, Broly found trouble with Vegeta, started fighting with Sun Wukong and others, and turned into the legendary Super Saiyan. However, the boss's Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan strength is only about the height of Super Saiyan 3. The game begins. Luo Tian announced loudly. Ha! Without any hesitation, Kair immediately burst into a yellow-green light and started the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. GT Broly was obviously stunned and looked at the little girl in front of him with some surprise. The same transformation as mine. It's amazing, this girl, is she a girl? GT Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Vegeta beside him. Vegeta nodded with a dark face. Is this girl also a legendary Super Saiyan? GT Sun Wukong asked again. Isn't that transformation obvious enough? Vegeta said unhappily. Yes, it is indeed a legendary Super Saiyan. GT Sun Wukong was full of emotion, and asked in confusion, isn't it said that only one legendary Super Saiyan can be born in 1000 years? How can there be two? Chapter 358 Omni King, a competition between two universes? Satara? I haven't heard of it. GT Sun Wukong shook his head and waved to GT Vegeta in the distance. GT Vegeta rolled his eyes and walked forward with a dark face. Vegeta, have you heard of the planet Shadara? GT Sun Wukong asked. Humph, nothing to say. GT Vegeta snorted, we Saiyans first lived on the planet Shadara. Later, due to a civil strife, the planet Shadara suffered a devastating blow. As a last resort, we moved to the planet Zivil and wiped out the people of Zivil on a full moon night. So that's how it is. The Prince of Zivil, baby, ran away, right? That's why there was that guy in our era. GT Sun Wukong suddenly realized. In other words, there are Saiyans in the 6th universe too? GT Vegeta asked. The Saiyans of the 6th universe did not move away from the planet Shadara and have always lived on that planet. Vegeta nodded. Is this woman also a legendary Super Saiyan? GT Vegeta looked at Kale on the ring and pondered. Yes, but she is still far behind Broly of our era. Vegeta replied. Seeing Kale become the legendary Super Saiyan, GT Broly did not hesitate at all, and a yellow-green light immediately burst out from his body. Powerful energy surged crazily from GT Broly's body. When he looked again, GT Broly's eyes suddenly became dull. Oh no, Broly is going berserk. GT Sun Wukong felt a headache, how can we fight like this? However, just when GT Sun Wukong thought so, GT Broly's eyes suddenly regained their color and became bright. Hehe, not bad, right? I spent a lot of effort to make him regain his sanity after transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. King Kai smiled proudly on the side. How did you do it, Lord King Kai? Whis turned his head and asked. Of course, I used the dragon to make a wish through the dragon, so that he could regain his sanity after the transformation. King Kai smiled even more happily and proudly. It is indeed a way. Whis nodded. Kale and GT Broly said no more and rushed towards each other. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon started a fierce fight on the ring, both of which were the type of punches and flesh. In comparison, the fight between Kale and GT Broly seemed more intuitive and explosive than the fight between Vegeta and GT Son Goku. The sound of each punch and kick was simply deafening. The two punched and kicked each other, and for a while they were tied. It seemed difficult to tell the winner for the time being. However, as the fight continued, GT Broly's advantage gradually emerged. Did you notice? Broly's energy is constantly increasing. GT Son Goku said with some surprise. Humph, that's nothing. The legendary Super Saiyan should be like this. GT Vegeta nodded, looking unsurprised. Kale is a little persistent. Can't hold it anymore. Sun Wukong looked at the two sides fighting in the ring thoughtfully. Don't worry, Kyer hasn't shown his true strength yet. Vegeta smiled lightly. Oh my, Broly, who came from another time and space, can continuously increase his energy during the battle. Bardos also gave an evaluation. Let's see how high he can increase it. Luo Tian smiled, there will always be a limit. Yes, if it continues to increase, it is possible that the body cannot withstand the invasion of huge energy and cause self-explosion. Bardos nodded. Luo Tian agrees with Bardos's statement. In fact, this is also the reason why the boss Broly went berserk. After all, the energy has increased too much, and the brain cannot keep up with the output of powerful energy, so it loses control. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later. Ah! Broly on the ring screamed, and the yellow-green light on his body became more intense. Pa! Then, GT Broly's pupils suddenly turned white, and he had lost his mind. No! Broly has lost his mind! GT Sun Wukong exclaimed. Beerus's face darkened and he glanced at King Kai. Kai scratched his head and muttered in confusion, didn't Shenlong keep him sane? Why did he lose his mind again? Shenlong is really unreliable. Idiot, as his energy continues to increase, his body can't bear the pressure brought by the energy, so of course he will lose his mind. Beerus said unhappily, I thought I would definitely win this time. Kai quickly distanced himself from Beerus to prevent him from doing anything to him. Ah! GT Broly's shouts were endless, the energy on his body bloomed wildly, and the powerful aura spread around him. Kale saw it, but his face was relatively calm. Swish! GT Broly rushed towards Kale quickly. Kale did not confront GT Broly head-on, but dodged GT Broly's punches and kicks. Then, Kale jumped to the side, jumped up again, and kicked. Bang! Kale kicked GT Broly directly. Looking at GT Broly again, his body just trembled slightly, and then he stood there as if nothing had happened. However, GT Broly's eyes became even more empty. Ah! GT Broly let out a series of strange cries, stretched out his big hand and grabbed Kala's ankle. At the same time, GT Broly's other hand grabbed Kala's other ankle. Everyone at the scene was shocked. This is the rhythm of tearing Kale in half. Bu couldn't help but look at the Great Destroyer Broly. Great Destroyer Broly, this guy is very similar to me. Do you all have the hobby of cutting people in half? Oh no! Kale is in danger. Son Gohan was the most nervous, and immediately jumped up from the stands and was about to go up to help. Bang! Bang! However, Kala's reaction was also very fast. Energy was ejected from his hands and hit GT Broly's head directly. Ouch! GT Broly let out a painful wail, and his hands couldn't help but loosen. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kale immediately broke free from GT Broly's restraints and landed steadily. Pa! Kale jumped back and put some distance between himself and GT Broly. Kala's chest rose and fell violently, and he broke into a cold sweat. Just now, he was almost torn in half by him. How dangerous! It seems that I have to decide the winner as soon as possible. I can't delay any longer. Kale gritted his teeth, and the energy in his body surged wildly. Sizzle sizzle! The next moment, Kala's body burst into a more intense yellow-green light, and lightning flashed all over his body. The legendary Super Saiyan 2. Start! Son Gohan, who had just taken off, saw that Kale had successfully escaped, and his heart was relieved. Son Gohan returned to his previous position and continued to eat melons. Gohan, you are so nice to Kale. Videl smiled. Oh nothing son. Gohan scratched his head embarrassedly. Bang! Kale quickly attacked, and an uppercut went over and hit GT Broly's chin on the spot. Ouch! GT Broly screamed, and his body was hit in the air. Bang! Kale kicked again, directly on GT Broly's chest. GT Broly's chest was deeply sunken, and the whole person flew backwards. Pa! GT Broly flew out of the ring and was eliminated. Ha! I won! Kale patted his chest and grinned. However, after landing, GT Broly immediately jumped up from the ground, glanced around, and soon noticed Kale on the ring. Swish! GT Broly rushed towards Kale. Come again? Kale was stunned and took a fighting stance. GT Broly punched hard. Pa! However, before Kale could make a move, someone stood in front of Kale, raised his hand lightly, and caught the fist that GT Broly was attacking. It was Broly, the god of destruction, who made the move. Enough, you have lost your mind. Broly said, and powerful energy instantly covered GT Broly's body. GT Broly shuddered at that time, and his white eyes immediately became bright again. GT Broly shook his head and looked at himself in another time and space opposite in surprise. Broly said no more, stepped forward and patted GT Broly on the shoulder, turned around and left the ring. GT Broly was a little stunned, scratched his head, and fell off the ring. In the fourth game, Kale from the 6th universe won. Luo Tian announced loudly while floating in the sky. Did you see that? Vegeta GT Sun Wukong was surprised. Broly in this time and space caught the punch of Broly in our time and space so easily. Not only that, he also made Broly in our time and space regain his sanity. GT Vegeta pondered. It's normal. Broly in our time and space is very strong. Even Lord Beerus is not his opponent. Sun Wukong lowered his voice and whispered to the two. GT Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta's faces changed slightly. They never thought that Broly in this time and space would be so strong. That Beerus was already terrifying. As a result, that Broly was stronger than him. Luo Tian is stronger than Broly. Sun Wukong added. GT Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta's faces changed color again, and they looked at Luo Tian in the distance with more horror. Ha ha ha, I really learned something. After a short silence, GT Sun Wukong laughed. In the distance, Beerus's face was as black as a coal ball. We lost again. Beerus gritted his teeth, indignant in his heart. Damn it, how could this happen? Even if we win one game, it will be fine. Lord Beerus's requirements are getting lower and lower. Whis said with a smile. Whis, you still have time to talk nonsense here? Beerus was immediately furious. When the Earth was transferred to the 6th universe, why didn't you stop it? Oh my, the weather is really good today. Whis looked up at the sky and changed the subject. Beerus was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. There is only one last game left. Beerus wanted to cry but had no tears, and yelled at GT Vegeta, boy, you fight well. Defeat your old opponent like you did in another time and space. Of course, I won't lose to Kakarot. GT Vegeta snorted. Next, let's have the last match. Luo Tian announced loudly, Sun Wukong from the 6th universe will fight against Vegeta from the 7th universe. As he spoke, Luo Tian waved the scepter in his hand. Suddenly, the ring that had just been smashed was instantly restored to its original appearance. Several players from GT Time and Space were shocked. The ring that was smashed into that state can be restored in an instant? It's amazing. GT Vegeta slowly flew onto the ring, hugged his arms, and his face was a bit solemn. Sun Wukong stepped onto the ring unhurriedly and greeted GT Vegeta. GT Vegeta ignored him. The game begins. Luo Tian announced. Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta immediately took a fighting stance. Vegeta, warm up first? Sun Wukong suggested with a smile. Humph, I think so too. GT Vegeta snorted, which was considered as tacit agreement. Neither of them transformed, but simply exchanged simple points in their normal state. The Temple of the Omni King. The High Priest stared at the crystal ball with his scepter. Accompanied by 2 guards, the Omni King ran and jumped on the temple, happy like a child. After playing for a while, the Omni King suddenly came to the High Priest. Hey, High Priest, what are you looking at? The Omni King asked. The 6th universe and the 7th universe are having a power competition between humans. It's quite interesting, so I watched it for a while. The High Priest smiled, temporarily retracted his gaze, and said respectfully to the Omni King. There's another competition, why didn't you tell me earlier? The Omni King was a little unhappy. Do you want to go and see it now, Lord Omni King? The last game has already started. The High Priest smiled. It's the competition held by Luo Tian again, right? The Omni King understood. Yes, that's right. The High Priest nodded. Go and see. The Omni King did not object. Shua. In just a moment, the King of all disappeared from the spot. The High Priest had no intention of following him, but turned his head to look at the 2 guards. The 2 guards looked tense, and their expressions were a little unnatural. Are you not going, my 2 guards? The High Priest said with a smile. Can we not go? The 2 guards asked in unison. Are you afraid of Luo Tian, my 2 guards? The High Priest smiled slightly. The 2 guards immediately lowered their heads. He lowered his head, and the meaning in his expression couldn't be more obvious. If you don't want to go, then don't go. After all, it's embarrassing to go. The High Priest waved his hand. The 2 guards breathed a sigh of relief. A short silence. High Priest, aren't you going? Asked the left guard. I can see it from here. The High Priest smiled. The left guard didn't know how to respond for a moment. That the High Priest came out this time because the angel power has almost recovered, right? The right guard immediately changed the subject. Chapter 359 High Priest, let Luo Tian hold on for a while. There hasn't been any major situation in the demon world recently? The left guard took over and asked. I looked carefully, and there is nothing for the time being. The High Priest nodded. Don't worry, the 2 guards, if the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Now Luo Tian wants to be this tall god, I believe he will hold on for a while. The 2 guards on the left and right were speechless. It's true, but it always feels weird. Are we letting a human who has practiced for less than 100 years take charge of this matter? Although Luo Tian's current strength has greatly improved, there is still a big gap compared to the demon realm. The High Priest sighed slightly. I hope that the demon realm will take action only after Luo Tian grows up. The great demon god may not wait that long. The left guard said in a deep voice. Yes, yes. The High Priest nodded thoughtfully. The 10th universe, the realm of the King of the Worlds. In the room, there was a crystal ball on Zamaisu's table. The picture in the crystal ball was exactly about the match between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Damn Saiyans! Zamaiso clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of hatred. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and the King of the Worlds, Kvas, walked in from outside. Zamaiso was startled, and in a panic, he immediately blocked the picture. Zamas, what are you looking at? Kvas said to Zamas with a smile, and stretched his neck to look into the crystal ball. The screen has been switched at? Why is your face so red? Are you peeping at girls taking a bath? As he said that, Kvas gently waved at the crystal ball. Suddenly, the screen of the crystal ball switched to the screen that Zamas had just used. Zama's eyes widened. Is there such a thing? It's a game. Kvas came closer to take a look, and glanced at Zamas, and asked curiously, Zamas, it's just a human game, why do you feel like a thief with a guilty conscience? No Zama's was hit on the point, and hurriedly smiled awkwardly. It seems to be a game between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. I haven't seen such a game for a long time. Gvaz looked carefully again and couldn't help sighing. Zama's didn't answer. You can watch it slowly. Watching the game, cultivating your sentiments, and improving your state of mind and strength is also a good choice. Gvaz smiled and patted Zamesu on the shoulder, turned and left the room. Zamesu breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Zamesu looked at the picture in the crystal ball again. Zamesu had long noticed Sun Wukong and Vegeta in another time and space, and his eyes kept flickering. Yes, why should I look for abuse in our time and space? I can change to another time and space. That guy named Luo Tian is too perverted. No matter how hard I try, I can never be his opponent. I want to find a time and space without Luo Tian. Should I look for the GT time and space in the game? Zama's thought about it seriously and shook his head gently. The Saiyans in that time and space are also very powerful. I'll look around again. Zama's turned off the picture of the crystal ball and came to Gvaz's room. Zama's, have you finished watching the game? What did you gain? Gvaz asked with a smile. Master Gvaz, I gained a lot from their game. Zama's sighed. It's a good thing to gain something. Only by learning more and accumulating experience can you become an outstanding Kaishin. Gvaz laughed and looked at Zama's, his disciple, with great satisfaction. Yes, teacher. Zama's bowed and respectfully stepped forward to pour tea for Gvaz. Is there anything I can help you with? Gvaz took a sip of tea and asked. Teacher, I found that the players from the 7th universe seem to come from another time and space. Zama's pondered. That's right. It may be the helpers invited by the Kaishin of the 7th universe from other time and space. Gvaz nodded seriously, it should be a parallel time and space. I guess they will have to be sent back after the game. Teacher, can I go to another time and space to take a look? Zama's asked. You want to go to another time and space? Of course, no problem. It's also good to go to another time and space to learn. Gvaz smiled. I heard that the Saiyan named Son Goku in the 6th universe often goes to another time and space to learn from the king of the Kai there. Son Goku? I remember him. Zamesu nodded thoughtfully. Is he in the competition now? Gvaz smiled. Yes. Zamesu replied. You want to go to another time and space? No problem, learn more and accumulate experience. Gvaz said, took out the box of rings, opened it, took out one of them and handed it to Zama. This is the space-time that Sun Wukong often goes to. You should go there to learn first. Yes. Zamesu saluted again and took the space-time ring with both hands. I have told you before about how to use the space-time ring. Gvaz took another sip of tea and said with a smile. Thank you for your cultivation, teacher. Zamesu nodded and thanked him. I will go to the space-time of Sun Wukong to have a look. Go ahead. Gvaz waved his hand cheerfully. Zamesu bowed to Gvaz again, then left the room and teleported to a starry sky. Then, Zamesu slowly turned the space-time ring in his hand. Shua. The next moment, Zamesu disappeared from the spot. The 18th universe. The scene of the match between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta have been fighting on the ring for about a minute. The two of them fell slowly from the air. Let's stop the warm-up exercise here. GT Vegeta snorted, his eyes full of endless fighting spirit. Okay, Vegeta. Sun Wukong nodded. Hurry up and transform into Super Saiyan 4. GT Vegeta snorted, his expression a little solemn. The Super Saiyan 4 you mentioned I can't transform. Sun Wukong shook his head. You really can't transform? GT Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. That transformation requires a tail, right? Look, I don't even have a tail, how can I become like that? Sun Wukong laughed. Humph, that's great, since you can't transform, I won't be polite to you. GT Vegeta snorted coldly, shook his body, and immediately transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Immediately afterwards, GT Vegeta took an offensive posture. Although I won't become Super Saiyan 4, I will become Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong said, without any hesitation. The flames on his body burned, and he immediately started the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Seeing Sun Wukong's transformation, GT Vegeta was slightly surprised. Super Saiyan God? GT Vegeta felt a little unfamiliar with this name. Yes, this is Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong nodded seriously. Humph, interesting. GT Vegeta snorted coldly, no longer talking nonsense, and rushed towards Sun Wukong quickly. Bang bang bang! The two started a fierce battle on the ring again. For a while, Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta fought evenly. The two fought back and forth, and fought thousands of rounds in an instant. Seeing this situation, Vegeta under the ring couldn't help shaking violently. Kakarot's strength has become stronger again. In the past, his Super Saiyan God was at most comparable to my golden giant ape. Now his Super Saiyan God is comparable to my Super Saiyan 4 in another time and space. Then can his Super Saiyan Blue easily crush my Super Saiyan 4 in another time and space? Vegeta felt even more upset. Hey! Sun Wukong slapped forward and hit GT Vegeta's chest. GT Vegeta stepped back several steps, tapped his toes on the ring, rushed to the front of Sun Wukong, and punched him hard in the face. Sun Wukong dodged slightly and evaded GT Vegeta's attack lightly, and gently pushed his knee upward. Bang! Sun Wukong's knee hit GT Vegeta's abdomen. GT Vegeta's face turned pale and he spit out a large mouthful of acid water. Hey! Sun Wukong threw another punch and knocked GT Vegeta to the ground. However, GT Vegeta stood up with a somersault, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face became particularly cold. Damn it! I won't lose to you. Kakarot. GT Vegeta gritted his teeth, and the energy in his body surged wildly again. This time, GT Vegeta almost burst out all his energy. Swish! GT Vegeta increased his speed to the extreme, appeared in front of Sun Wukong in an instant, and hit him with a powerful punch. Sun Wukong bent his body downward and dodged GT Vegeta's attack again. Pa! Sun Wukong grabbed GT Vegeta's arm, drove his body, and slammed it onto the ring. Then, Sun Wukong grabbed GT Vegeta's arm and threw him outside the ring. However, after falling out of the ring, GT Vegeta quickly hung his body in the air. GT Vegeta was not eliminated because his feet did not touch the ground. GT Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong on the ring with some fear, and his face became more and more ugly. Vegeta under the ring was trembling with anger. In that other time and space, I would never be a match for Kakarot. Kakarot, that bastard, can't even use Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta, I won't be polite with you, I want to end the battle as soon as possible. Sun Wukong said, and a blue flame suddenly burned on his body. Pop! The next moment, Sun Wukong's the hair stood up high and turned blue. Seeing this new transformation of Sun Wukong, GT Vegeta was stunned again. Beerus on the side also widened his eyes and showed an incredible look. This guy called Sun Wukong, when he fought with me, he kept a transformation all the time. Beerus bared his teeth, feeling very unhappy. Whis didn't answer, but just nodded lightly. It seems that Vegeta on our side is going to lose. Beerus was so angry that his teeth itched. 5 games. We didn't win a single game in the universe. Just say it's infuriating. Blue? What kind of transformation is this? GT Vegeta's expression became heavier. This is called Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wukong replied. Humph, Super Saiyan Blue, you named it so casually. GT Vegeta was so angry that he shouted, "Do you think you can beat me just by dyeing your hair? Try it." Sun Wukong grinned. GT Vegeta said no more, swooped down from the air, and punched Sun Wukong with a powerful punch. Just as Sun Wukong was about to dodge, he heard GT Vegeta talking. "Kakarot, if you have the guts, fight me." "Ah, okay." Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment, nodded, raised his fist gently, and caught Vegeta's fist. The two fists collided with each other, bursting out more and more powerful energy. The energy aftermath spread to the surroundings, and the ring quickly disintegrated in an instant, shaking into many pieces. GT Vegeta was hit by Sun Wukong's fist and flew back tens of meters. Pa! GT Vegeta's body once again burst out with dazzling light, and immediately stopped in the air. Huff! Hi! GT Vegeta was panting heavily, and his face became a little hideous. The punch just now made GT Vegeta feel the opponent's terrible energy. Looking at Sun Wukong again, he was still standing there with a calm expression. Even the ring under his feet was safe and sound. This time, the two sides fought, and the winner was already decided. Humph, Super Saiyan Blue is just so-so. GT Vegeta had no intention of admitting defeat and smiled coldly. Then, I'll change my hairstyle again. Sun Wukong grinned, and the blue on his body disappeared in an instant. GT Vegeta was slightly stunned. There are other hairstyles? What on earth does this guy want to do? Pop! Sun Wukong's body suddenly burst into a stream of light as bright as stars. Ultimate freedom. Open. This what kind of change is this? GT Vegeta was stunned. Is this a transformation? GT Sun Wukong was also surprised and widened his eyes. No, this is not a transformation, this is a kind of divine control technique. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said hatefully. God's control skill? Is it the same as your God of Destruction's skill? GT Sun Wukong was stunned and turned to look at Vegeta. It's different. His is called Ultra Freedom, and mine is Ultra Self-Instinct. Vegeta snorted. Really? There's only one word difference. GT Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Vegeta didn't continue. God's control skill? GT Vegeta clenched his fists. So what? I'm going to attack, Vegeta. Sun Wukong grinned. Humph, come on. No matter what you become, you can't be my opponent. GT Vegeta still insisted. Sun Wukong calmly punched through the air. Bang! GT Vegeta, who was high in the sky, felt a strong wind pressure rushing towards him at that time. GT Vegeta was shocked and hurriedly crossed his arms to try to resist the strong wind pressure. Boom! Then, there was a loud noise. Chapter 360, The King of All comes again. GT Vegeta's face changed again and again. The next moment, Sun Wukong hit GT Vegeta's chest with the wind pressure from his fist. Ah! GT Vegeta screamed and flew backwards. Pa! GT Vegeta rolled several times in the air, fell to the ground, and kept rolling on the ground. When GT Vegeta stopped completely, he spit out a large mouthful of blood and felt that he was not well. I'm sorry Vegeta, I was a little too strong just now, are you okay? Sun Wukong scratched his head and said apologetically. GT Vegeta gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, his face becoming more and more ugly. I was actually hit by Kakarot in this time and space with a punch in the air? Why is the gap between us so big? This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Shua! Luo Tian quickly appeared above the ring, waved the scepter in his hand, and immediately restored the ring to its original appearance. In the last game, the 6th universe's Sun Wukong won again. Luo Tian said loudly, I declare that the 6th universe won the final victory in this competition. Ah! Bulma and other spectators cheered. Beerus' face turned into a black coal ball, which was extremely ugly. Frisia, who had just woken up, twitched his mouth after seeing such a scene. Sun Wukong has become so strong? I really underestimated him. He, Beerus, what do you think? Is our sixth universe stronger? Xiangpa laughed frivolously and danced with joy. Beerus' chest rose and fell with anger, and he wanted to go forward and beat Xiangpa severely. But Beerus finally held back. Facing an angel as powerful as Luo Tian, Beerus did not dare to go over and ask for abuse. He couldn't even beat Broly, let alone Luo Tian. Beerus, hey, Beerus. Xiangpa's voice suddenly became nervous. What are you doing? I'll give you the Super Dragon Ball. Beerus shouted unhappily, I don't need that kind of thing at all. No, I'm asking you to look over there, you idiot. Xiangpa immediately pointed his finger at the king of all who appeared on the platform at some point. Is it appropriate for Lord Xiangpa to point directly at Lord of all? Bardos asked with a smile. Xiangpa felt sick at that moment. Pa! Xiangpa slapped himself in the face immediately, and rushed forward quickly, kneeling in front of the Omni King. Beerus' pupils also shrank sharply, his face changed again and again, and he immediately rushed forward and knelt in front of the Omni King. Broly did not lose his manners and knelt down. Bu was so scared that he trembled and knelt behind Broly, as if he was afraid of being discovered by the Omni King. Why is this guy here again? I have completed the task as you said. Don't look for me again. I don't like you at all. The three angels Luo Tian, Bardos, and Whis bowed to the Omni King. What is that? GT Sun Wukong was a little stunned for a while, not knowing what was going on. Why did they all run over and kneel? Who is that strange-looking child? It's the Omni King. Sun Wukong explained immediately. Master Omni King? What does he do? GT Sun Wukong asked curiously, sounding familiar. Master Omni King is the greatest god in the 12 universes, and can easily wipe out a universe with a wave of his hand. Sun Wukong explained to himself in another time and space, scratched his head, and asked back, by the way, wasn't your universe wiped out by Master Omni King? Ah? He was the one who wiped it out? GT Sun Wukong exclaimed. GT Vegeta's face froze, looking extremely ugly. Oob and GT Broly trembled with fear. What a powerful god this must be. Think about the evil dragon again, it's so weak compared to this Omni King. But if you think about it carefully, the evil dragon is just an evil dragon. The Omni King is the greatest god in the universe. There is no comparison. Master Goku, it's not appropriate for us to kneel over there, right? Oob whispered to GT Sun Wukong. You're right. GT Sun Wukong nodded, go and beg for mercy, maybe we can restore our universe. GT Vegeta said nothing, but agreed with GT Sun Wukong's statement. Several people from GT Time and Space came forward and knelt in front of the King of all. Should we go and kneel? Sun Wukong scratched his head, thinking that he had knelt in another time and space, but it would be inappropriate to kneel there. Let's go too. Piccolo said in a deep voice. The next moment, Sun Wukong and other contestants also knelt in front of the King of all. Soon, the scene was full of kneeling. Welcome to the King of all. Xiangpa said a little uneasy. Does the King of all have any instructions for coming here today? Beerus asked nervously. Because you organized this game without authorization today, I came to remind you. The King of all looked at Xiangpa and Beerus expressionlessly. This I'm really sorry, Lord Omni. Xiangpa apologized immediately. Lord Omni, this is all Luo Tian's idea. Beerus immediately threw the blame away. Xiangpa glanced at Beerus. You are really bold. Luo Tian smiled and didn't answer. But after watching your game, I felt it was quite interesting. The Omni suddenly smiled. Beerus, you didn't say that just now. I saw a similar game on Earth before, and that time was relatively dangerous. The Omni continued, through these two games, I even want to hold a similar game in the entire universe. Yes. Beerus and Xiongpa immediately kowtowed. Is it really possible? A game in the entire universe? Sun Wukong became more excited and immediately stood up and asked. You guy! Don't talk to Lord Omni without permission. Xiongpa was anxious and shouted with a dark face. Yes, hold it, find a time. The king of all looked at Sun Wukong and nodded. That's a deal. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand excitedly. Changpa was trembling with fear, and really wanted to destroy Sun Wukong in one go. Beerus' face turned extremely pale, and he broke out in a lot of cold sweat. Where did this idiot come from? You actually still want to shake hands with the All-King? The All-King was slightly stunned, walked forward and stretched out his hand. The two held hands together. Well, it's settled. The All-King nodded. Xiao Chuan. Just then, someone rushed over here, staring at the All-King with tears in his eyes. The All-King was slightly stunned, looked up at Satan, and asked, Who are you? Satan's expression froze instantly. I am Satan. Satan wanted to cry. I can't remember, I'm leaving. The All-King waved to everyone present. Satan was petrified on the spot. By the way, All-King, are Xiao Zhou and Xiao Yu not here? Luo Tian asked with a smile. No, I'm leaving. The All-King hurriedly ran away. Swish! In just a moment, the All-King disappeared on the spot. Many people at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. The All-King finally left. This guy is too scary. Beerus also sighed and broke out in a cold sweat. However, just when Beerus just breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly thought of something. I seem to have passed the blame to Luo Tian just now. This is going to be bad. I'm sorry, Lord Luo Tian. Beerus' eyes rolled quickly, and he quickly stepped forward to kneel and apologize. It's also so straightforward when passing the blame. Luo Tian smiled lightly, his eyes narrowed. Swish! Broly flashed in front of Beerus and directly activated the legendary Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Bang! Broly kicked Beerus and kicked him high into the air. Ouch! Beerus was in the air and let out a heart-wrenching scream. And in the next half an hour, Beerus was beaten up by Broly. I can't believe Broly has become so powerful. King Kai couldn't help but sigh. Stop sighing there, and take the players from GT back quickly. The old King Kai scolded unhappily. Okay. King Kai nodded immediately, and asked curiously, Grandfather, if both of us die, Lord Beerus will disappear, right? That's what I mean. The old King Kai replied. What if Lord Beerus dies accidentally, what will happen to the two of us? Disappear together? King Kai suddenly had an idea. Nonsense, of course it's like that. The old King Kai shouted angrily, what are you thinking about all day long? Why don't you think positively? I know. King Kai hurriedly ran away, and gathered the 4 players from GT together, intending to take them back. Can I come over to play when I have time? GT Sun Wukong asked reluctantly, to be honest, I also want to participate in the martial arts tournament of the universe that the Lord of the Omni mentioned. That depends on Lord Kaishin. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. If there is such a competition, I will go to find you. Kaishin agreed. Then it's settled. GT Sun Wukong stretched out his hand to Kaishin. I'll send you back now. Kaishin said. The me in another time and space, let's have a good fight next time. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Okay, I will practice well after I go back. Knowing that there are so many people stronger than me, I am even more excited. GT Sun Wukong replied. Humph, cockroach, I won't lose to you so easily next time. GT Vegeta said indignantly. Many people present were speechless for a while when they heard GT Vegeta's words. Listen to what you said? You won't lose to Goku so easily. You mean you still lose? I will never lose to you next time. GT Vegeta knew he was wrong and spoke quickly. Let's go, I'll take you back now. King Kai said, and took the 4 players from GT Time and Space to perform instant teleportation, and disappeared in a flash. Broly continued to beat Beerus. It lasted for another 10 minutes. Beerus's shouts became weaker and weaker, and he fainted directly. I have to say, Lord Beerus is still the best. Bardoss sighed. Kampa was trembling with fear. How terrifying! Bang! Beerus fell from the air and hit the ring below, which immediately broke the entire ring into pieces and collapsed. Broly slowly fell down, appeared beside Beerus, and slapped him hard on the face. Beerus was slapped awake, opened his eyes, and immediately knelt in front of Luo Tian. Lord Luo Tian, I won't dare to do it again. Beerus begged for mercy. Forget it, I'm much better now. If it was in the past, I would have replaced the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Luo Tian sighed. The corners of Beerus' mouth kept twitching. He was really scared. He knelt there obediently, not daring to breathe. The main thing is that we are too short of gods of destruction now, otherwise you will die. Bu also pointed at Beerus and shouted with a cold face. Luo Tian glared at Bu unhappily. Broly also glared at Bu. Suck teammate. What truth are you talking about? But Bu has been with Luo Tian and Broly for too long, so he didn't punish him. We can go now. Luo Tian waved at Beerus. Thank you, Lord Luo Tian, for not killing me. Beerus kowtowed. Beerus really wanted to slap himself several times. Did I have a brain twitch just now? Why did I blame him? It would be fine if he blamed him, but Lord All-King didn't do anything to this guy at all, then we should go back. Whis stepped forward and nodded, saying politely to Luo Tian. Frieza walked forward cautiously and hid beside Whis, not daring to go over and say hello to Beerus. Beerus was beaten into such a cowardly state, I'd better stay away from him. Beerus kowtowed again. Pa! The scepter in Whis's hand tapped lightly on the ground, and the scepter burst into a star-like bright light, quickly covering Beerus and Frieza. Swish! Whis took Beerus and Frieza into the void of the realm of nothingness and flew quickly towards the direction of the 7th universe. After flying to the 7th universe, Beerus looked behind him and found that no one was catching up, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the moment he breathed a sigh of relief, his wound was affected, and the corners of Beerus' mouth twitched in pain. Whis, heal me quickly. Beerus grinned. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis said, and the scepter in his hand burst into healing light, which quickly covered Beerus' body. In less than 5 or 6 seconds, Beerus's injuries were finally fully recovered. Then, Beerus glared at Frieza with some anger. Frieza was trembling with fear. Why do you want to bring this guy with you? Beerus asked Whis unhappily. Oh my, are you going to leave Frieza here? Whis was stunned and asked. Chapter 361 Meeting number 18 Again Frieza was so scared that his soul flew away. With a strong desire to survive, Frieza's brain worked very fast. Lord Beerus, as long as I have more time to practice well, I can really defeat Son Goku and the others. Frieza said hurriedly, didn't the Lord of the Omni say that he would hold a martial arts tournament across the universe in a while? When that time comes, I, Frieza, will definitely make them look good. Beerus was stunned, and suddenly thought of the martial arts tournament in the whole universe that the Omni King said. It seems that this is really the case. If a similar tournament is really held, I can't pull people from GT Time and Space again, right? Even if I pull people from there, at least we have to have a few contestants here. Otherwise, if the Omni King sees that our universe is full of people from another time and space, he might wipe out our universe in anger. I don't know if the Omni King has discovered that our universe has pulled people from other time and space this time. It seems not, or if he found it, he just pretended not to see it. In short, it's better to be careful about this kind of thing. Beerus thought about it seriously and felt that there was no need to destroy Frisia now, and he would still be very useful. Lord Beerus, if I can't defeat Son Goku and others in the martial arts tournament in the whole universe, it won't be too late for you to destroy me then. Frisia hastily suggested, raising his right hand to make a promise. You said it, I won't be so soft-hearted then. Beerus snorted, retracted his hand, and the destructive energy he released, squinted his eyes and looked at Frisia and asked, by the way, can you defeat Son Goku and the others next time? Why should I believe you? Yes, there must be no problem. Frisia nodded vigorously, this time I was in a hurry and didn't stabilize the golden mode well. Beerus nodded, his expression eased a little. Lord Beerus, can you send me to the special space where I practiced before? I want to practice in it for 10 years. Frisia gritted his teeth and said, this time I will definitely press Son Goku and the others to the ground and rub them hard. 10 years? You are really cruel to yourself. Beerus was slightly stunned, and looked at Frisia with some surprise, and there was a little more praise in his eyes, and he ordered to Whis, let him revive. Give him enough time to practice. Okay, Master Beerus. Whis said, and the crystal ball on the scepter shot out an angel power, which quickly covered Frisia's body. Pop! In just a moment, the halo on Frisia's head disappeared immediately. Frisia was stunned for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that Frisia was resurrected. It's great. Thank you Master Beerus, thank you Master Whis. Frisia hurriedly thanked. I hope you won't let me down. Beerus nodded expressionlessly, and then ordered to Whis, send him to that different dimension as this guy said. Okay, Master Beerus. Whis nodded, drew an arc in the starry sky, and flew quickly towards the direction of the other dimensional space. The competition between the two universes came to an end for the time being. Luo Tian returned to Earth with everyone in the 6th universe and returned to normal life. Xiangpa and Bardos returned to the God of Destruction world. In the following period of time, Luo Tian accompanied Bulma to go shopping, watch movies, and live some ordinary people's lives. Luo Tian also wanted to continue to hone his heart through these ordinary people's lives, so that his own strength can be improved to a higher level. It is worth mentioning that in recent times, Luo Tian's level has been stuck at level 80, and the improvement is a bit slow. But fortunately, the decimal point after level 80 is still increasing. It's just that the growth is very slow. As for the great goddess and the little witch, these two beauties love and hate each other, and are still imprisoned in Luo Tian's body. The two beautiful women tear each other apart from time to time, which makes Luo Tian feast his eyes. Broly, Xiao Ai and Bu played on Earth for a while, and then formed a team to go to the outer space to play. This day, as usual, Luo Tian accompanied Bulma to go shopping in the mall. It's hard to imagine that you, a supreme god, can still accompany me to go shopping here? Bulma felt that she was so happy during this period, especially when she was with Luo Tian, there was no outsider to disturb her, just like she was in love with him. I have been practicing all the time, and it's time to relax occasionally. Luo Tian smiled and nodded. After accompanying Bulma to go shopping for a while, Luo Tian walked out of the mall with Bulma carrying a lot of bags. Bulma seemed to realize something, and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Luo Tian's arm, and her body gently leaned on him. You can put these things in the different space. Bulma pointed to the several shopping bags in Luo Tian's hand. It's more ceremonial to hold it this way. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma was speechless. He walked forward for a distance. Just then, a voice sounded in a corner not far away, friends who pass by come and have a look, this is the latest strength tester developed by the world's first martial arts conference. There were many people watching the excitement outside the voice. Strength test machine? What does it look like? Bulma was slightly startled. During the world's #1 martial arts tournament, we, as spectators, have never seen it. Let's go and take a look. Luo Tian did not object and led Bulma through the crowd. In a corner, a young man with pigtails pointed to a metallic machine next to him and shouted to the audience, "Dear friends, what you see is a strength test machine. A machine dedicated to the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Do you know? Our hero Mr. Satan scored a high score of 137. When the people present heard the pigtail mentioned Mr. Satan, their eyes lit up and their spirits were lifted. Mr. Satan actually scored a high score of 137. It's a pity that for some reason, there was no live broadcast or rebroadcast of that game. It is said that the machine on the scene had a malfunction." The pigtailed young man continued. "Why are you talking so much? Are you selling this machine?" Someone couldn't help asking. No, no, no. I'm giving you benefits here." The pigtailed youth smiled and called out, "Dear audience, you can all come forward to test your strength value. As long as the strength is over 50. I will give you a bonus of 100,000. As soon as this was said, many people present were eager to try. Mr. Satan scored 137. Can't we even get 50? Girls are given special treatment. As long as the score is over 30, you can also get a bonus of 100,000. The pigtailed youth announced again. There were also many women at the scene who joined in the fun, and they were all excited to hear the pigtailed youth's words. Of course, I will simply charge you a small registration fee, only 10,000. The pigtailed youth immediately added. Luo Tian quickly understood. This pigtailed youth wanted to collect money in this way. The registration fee is 10,000, which is not a lot in this Dragon Ball world. A high score of over 50 can get a bonus of 100,000. It is quite attractive. Mainly because he is the #1 martial arts champion in the world, Mr. Satan, he is still very popular. What if you exceed Mr. Satan's score? Just then, a nice girl's voice sounded, but there was a bit of indifference in the voice. Luo Tian suddenly felt that the voice was a little familiar. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful girl with short golden hair. It's number 18. Bulma was slightly stunned and immediately recognized the girl's identity. Luo Tian nodded. Speaking of which, I haven't seen her for a long time. Bulma pondered. Yes. Luo Tian simply said 2 words. Do you want to go over and say hello? She doesn't seem to have noticed us. Bulma didn't think much about it. Yes, you look no different from ordinary earthlings now, so it's normal that you can't recognize it without careful identification. In Bulma's view, number 18 is just a robot. Although Luo Tian is more popular with girls, the other party is just a robot, so it doesn't matter even if she likes him. I can't be jealous of a silicone doll, right? Bulma figured this out and felt relieved. Don't worry, let's see first. Luo Tian said. This girl said it very well. The pigtailed girl clapped her hands excitedly and said with a smile, if the power value reaches more than 100, without exceeding Mr. Satan, I will give you a bonus of 1 million. If is it more than 137? Number 18 asked coldly. If you surpass Mr. Satan, I will give you a bonus of 2 million. Xiaobianzi quickly gave the answer. Only 2 million for surpassing Mr. Satan? You are too stingy. Some viewers were unhappy. That's right, at least 5 million, right? Another audience suggested. How can 5 million be enough? At least 10 million. Some viewers said even higher. Xiaobianzi, okay, 10 million is 10 million, and the registration fee must be more than 100,000. Xiaobianzi gritted his teeth, smiled strangely, and said to the audience, if you are confident to challenge Mr. Satan's strength value, the registration fee starts at 100,000. I'll go first. A strong man stepped forward and handed Xiaobianzi 10,000 yuan. Xiaobianzi was speechless for a moment when he took the 10,000 yuan. Hey, didn't we agree on 100,000 yuan? Xiaobianzi asked. I didn't say I wanted to challenge Mr. Satan, I just wanted to test my strength. The strong man grinned. Okay, then you try it, 100,000 yuan per punch. Xiaobianzi looked cunning. Then one punch will do. The strong man did not object, gathered his energy and punched the strength tester. Bang! The strength tester made a slight sound and trembled slightly. Click! Suddenly, several numbers appeared on the screen of the strength tester. 49. The audience cheered and cheered for the strong man. He actually scored 49. Not bad, not bad. The braided man took a deep breath and quickly raised his thumb. What a pity, I was almost able to get 100,000 yuan, do you want to try again? Strong man hesitated for a moment, a little jealous. Just now, I felt that I didn't use all my strength. Try again, I will definitely be able to score 50 points. Strong man nodded seriously. Pay the money first. The braided man stretched out his hand. Strong man immediately took out 10,000 yuan and handed it to the braided man. The braided man happily put the money away, pressed the reset button on the machine, and asked the strong man to try again. This time, the strong man took a long time to prepare, clenched his right fist tightly, and gathered all his strength on his fist. The audience also cheered for the strong man. Bang! The strong man attacked quickly and punched the strength tester hard. The numbers showed. It was still 49 points. But there was an extra decimal point at the end. 49.5 points. The strong man? The strong man never thought that there was a decimal point at the end of this thing. You can't even see such a simple scam. Bulma said to Luo Tian with a smile. Many people like to take advantage of small bargains. It is obviously the martial arts conference machine that the pigtail imitated. The numbers on it are adjusted by remote control. Luo Tian had already discovered the trick here. So, even if it is number 18, it can't score more than 100. Bulma nodded seriously. Let's take a look first. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Ah! The audience cheered one after another. Anyway, they were just watching the fun. What a pity, there is still 0.5 points left. The braided man chuckled, then expressed regret, and asked, do you want to continue? Try harder, it's only 0.5 points, I believe you can definitely score 50 points. And get a bonus of 100,000 yuan. The strong man gritted his teeth, nodded vigorously, and took out another 10,000 yuan and handed it over. Bang! After this punch, the strength tester showed a score of 49.86. There was another decimal point. The audience at the scene shouted again with regret. The strong man was a little confused, his eyes widened, glared at the braided man, and grabbed his collar. Are you kidding me? My friend, where did you get this from? The braided man asked calmly. How did I kid you? How did you get this decimal point? The strong man said angrily. This machine originally has 2 decimal points at the back. I'm really sorry, I forgot to say it just now. Xiaobianzi explained, it was just a coincidence. The numbers you typed out the first 2 times were 49.00 and 49.50. According to the mathematical counting method, zeros after the decimal point should be omitted, right? Fuck you. The strong man was furious. Does this count as math? Don't be angry, my friend, you have scored a high score of 49.86. Go over there to eat something and replenish your energy. You will definitely be able to score a high score of 50 and win a bonus of 100,000. The braided kid complimented him. The strong man pushed the braided kid away, knowing that if he continued to play, his score would not increase much, so he simply turned around and returned to the team to be a spectator. When he left, the strong man kicked the machine again, and he was in pain. Chapter 362 Zamaso kills the king of the worlds. The audience looked at each other, and no one stepped forward to try. After all, the strong man looked tall and strong, and only scored 49 points. Number 18 stepped forward, took out 100,000 yuan in cash and handed it to Xiaobianzi. Xiaobianzi was stunned for a moment, took a look at the 100,000 yuan in cash, and asked, "Miss, do you want to fight 10 punches?" "1 punch, surpass that Mr. Satan, it's 10 million, right?" Number 18 asked coldly. "Of course, no problem." Xiaobianzi nodded and agreed readily. "Don't even mention exceeding 147. No matter how good you are, under the control of my remote control, your score can't even reach 100. No, not even 50. But I still don't play too much. No, let this beautiful lady's score go a little, adjust it to more than 50, and then return the 100,000 yuan to her. Maybe she will be grateful to me and spend a good night with me tonight. Come on, sister." The audience cheered for number 18. Number 18 punched lightly, fearing that he would break the machine if he punched too hard. Bang! Even so, the strength tester shook violently for several times and almost fell apart. Soon, the value on it was displayed. 50.01. Seeing number 18 hit this value, the audience cheered one after another. However, many people had some doubts in their hearts. Can such a delicate little girl score higher than the strong man just now? Is she a shill? The strong man's face also became extremely ugly. This little sister scored higher than me? Are you not here to make fun of me? There must be something wrong. Great, great, you are really great, you have exceeded 50 points, although only 0.01 more. The pigtail said excitedly, and handed 100,000 yuan to number 18, according to the agreement, this is your bonus. Number 18 took the 100,000 yuan and stuffed it into his wallet. His face became gloomy and he went forward to check the machine. For number 18, such a small machine can be blown up with one punch. Why did I only score so little with the strength I used just now? This is absolutely impossible. There is something strange about this machine. Number 18 and the strong man who had not left said in unison. After speaking, number 18 glanced at the strong man. The strong man strode forward, pointed at the pigtail and shouted, "Boy, there is something wrong with your machine." "My friend, then tell me what is wrong with my machine?" The pigtail asked with a smile. "How could I have such a high score than this little girl?" The strong man said with a cold face. "Maybe you are really not as strong as this little sister." The pigtail replied calmly. "Ya, what did you say?" The strong man became even angrier. "Who are you insulting?" "Humph, he is right." Number 18 suddenly spoke. The strong man was speechless for a while. "No, little sister, aren't we two in the same group? Why are you talking to that guy?" Luo Tian watched silently on the side, ignoring it for the time being, mainly to see how number 18 would deal with these things in the end. "Look, this little sister said so." The pigtail smiled proudly. "What I want to say is that the power of my punch just now is at least 100 times higher than his. Why is it only displayed as 50.01? Number 18 snorted coldly. The strong man wiped his sweat quietly on the side. "The power of your punch is 100 times higher than mine? The little girls nowadays are really amazing, they brag without thinking. How is this possible?" The pigtail laughed. "Miss, you are such a joker. Then I'll hit you again." Number 18 said lightly, and walked towards the strength tester. "One punch for 10,000 or," the pigtail said hurriedly. Bang! However, before the pigtail finished speaking, number 18 hit the strength tester with a heavy punch. This time, number 18 used more force, and this punch directly broke the strength tester apart. Hwalala, the strength tester was broken into dozens of parts, scattered on the ground, making a crisp sound. The people at the scene were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and they were completely dumbfounded. The strong man was so scared that he trembled, and his face turned green. "What did you say just now?" Number 18 looked back at the pigtail. The braid was so frightened that his soul flew away. A warm current flowed to his legs, and he peed himself directly. I'm talking to you. No 18's handsome face was cold. No, I didn't say anything. The braid was a little stuttering. Look, I broke the strength tester, you should at least compensate me more than 10 million, right? Number 18 asked lightly. Ah? I compensate you? The braid was a little bit unresponsive. You broke my machine, shouldn't you compensate me? How did you get it wrong? Number 18 grabbed a piece of machine parts calmly and squeezed it gently. Crack! The machine parts were squeezed into a metal lump by number 18. The braid was so scared that she hugged the strong man at that time. 10 million is not much, right? Number 18 smiled. Not much, not much, not much at all. How could the braid dare to resist, and quickly took out his mobile phone to transfer to No 18 account. Number 18 received 10 million very quickly, and smiled like a flower at that time. Next time there is such an event, remember to tell me. Number 18 said to the pigtail, and turned to leave. The crowd automatically made way for number 18. The pigtail wanted to cry. Next time there is such an event, the devil will tell you. I lost a lot today. I didn't make any money, and the machine was broken. And I lost another 10 million. Number 18, long time no see. Luo Tian followed slowly and greeted her. Number 18 slowly stopped, looked back at Luo Tian, and then looked at Bulma. You're you Luo Tian? Number 18 looked up and down at Luo Tian with a pair of icy eyes and asked. It's me. Luo Tian nodded. Are you very short of money now? Humph, it's none of your business. Number 18 snorted. I wanted to give you a mountain of gold, but since you don't let me manage it, forget it. Goodbye. Luo Tian smiled and said to Bulma beside him, let's go. Yeah. Bulma nodded. Luo Tian took Bulma away. Number 18 took a deep look at Luo Tian's back, pouted unhappily, and whispered to himself, who cares about your mountain of gold? It's as real as the current 10 million. As he said, number 18 happily opened his mobile phone and looked at the balance inside. This 10 million is enough for me to squander for a while. It's great. However, when number 18 looked at the balance inside, a beautiful face suddenly changed color. I don't know when the balance has become zero. It was clearly more than 11 million before. Why is there even number 1 million? Number 18 immediately returned to the pigtail girl and showed her phone to him coldly. The pigtail girl looked confused. Where's the money? Number 18 asked coldly. Miss, I have transferred the money to you. Has your money been stolen? The pigtail girl wanted to die, and quickly took out her phone to show the transfer record to number 18. Number 18 looked at it carefully for a moment, and found that the pigtail girl had transferred 10 million to her. What about my money? Then, number 18 suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh. It must have been Luo Tian who did it. You bastard! Only you can transfer my money away. Swoosh! Number 18 soared into the sky and flew quickly towards the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. When Luo Tian came back with Bulma, number 18 had been waiting here for a long time. Where's my money? Number 18 asked Luo Tian with his phone. You lost your money, why did you come to me? Go to the bank. Luo Tian said with a smile. Who else could it be except you? Number 18 shouted angrily. Don't tell me, it was really me. Luo Tian smiled, but did not deny it. You know 18's face flushed with anger, rushed forward, opened her mouth and bit Luo Tian's arm fiercely. Luo Tian felt no pain. After number 18 finished biting, Luo Tian rubbed her saliva on Bulma's body. Bulma, you're going too far. Number 18, it's easy to get money. I don't feel comfortable in my arms and legs recently. Give me a massage, and I can consider returning the 11 million to you. Luo Tian said to number 18 with a smile. No 18's chest rose and fell with anger. Luo Tian looked over seriously, as if he was admiring the beautiful scenery. In this way, Luo Tian lived a plain life in Bulma's house. When I'm bored, I occasionally tease number 18, which is quite interesting. A few months have passed before I know it. In the future, Trunks space-time. Zamasu has been in this space-time for 3 months. After 3 months of exploration, Zamasu found that Luo Tian did not exist in this space-time. And the Saiyans here are of average strength. Zamasu believes that with his current strength, he can easily destroy them. Zamasu's eyes are cold, revealing endless murderous intent. I want to stay in this space-time. From now on, I am the supreme god of this space-time. What I have to do now is first find a way to destroy all the gods of destruction. Only in this way can I be safer. Immediately, Zamasu visited one universe after another, and killed the Kaishin of these universes one by one through sneak attacks. Zamasu was already very powerful, and since it was a sneak attack, it was really no problem for him to destroy several universes King of the Kai. With the death of the King of the Kai, the corresponding god of destruction disappeared with him. Now there are only the 7th universe, the 6th universe, and the 10th universe left. Zamasu made a choice with a fierce look. Let's go to the 7th universe first. Swish! Zamasu used instant teleportation again and appeared next to the king of the 7th universe in an instant. You, who are you? King Kai was stunned, his eyes widened in surprise. Jetbit on the side was also stunned for a moment, not understanding the other party's identity. Humph, there is no need to sneak attack against you two. Zamasu smiled contemptuously and appeared in front of Jarrett in an instant. Swish! As Zamasu moved forward, a purple hand knife suddenly appeared and swung horizontally. Before Jebbit even had time to react, his head was directly separated from his neck and rolled away. Boom! Zamasu raised his hand and ejected a stream of energy from his hand, blowing Jebbit's headless body to pieces. Jebbit was left with only a head rolling on the lawn, leaving a pool of bright red blood. It all happened so fast that the King of the Kai was still a little confused and had no idea what was going on. When the King of the Kai came to his senses, he found that Jebbit's head had slowly stopped. Jebbit's eyes widened, not completely dead, and he looked at Zamasu in disbelief. Next is you, the King of the 7th universe. Zamasu sneered. Jebbit! The King of the Kai was horrified, exclaimed, and ran towards the direction of Jebbit's head. Take care of yourself first. Zamasu smiled contemptuously, rushed forward quickly, and pierced the heart of the Kaishin with his knife. The Kaishin was immediately immobilized, and his body was still in a running posture. However, the blood on the Kaishin's chest flowed down his clothes and fell on the green grass. Humph, die! Zamasu sprayed energy from his hands, and immediately blew the body of the Kaishin to pieces. Lord Kaishin Jebbit's eyes widened, his eyes full of unwillingness. Humph! Zamasu stepped forward, crushed Jebbit's head with one foot, and said to himself, the 7th universe is over, and there are only the 6th and 10th universes left. However, just when Zamasu was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and stopped. There is another one, I almost forgot about that guy. Zamasu looked around and looked at a high cliff in the distance. Swish! Zamasu flashed and appeared on the high cliff. A sword was stuck in the center of the high cliff. Zamasu pulled out the sword with force and pointed his hand at the hilt of the sword. Boom! The sword was blasted into slag by Zamasu's energy. Poor old Kai was killed by Zamasu before he could get out of the sword. Only the last 2 universes are left. Zamasu looked grim and immediately used teleportation. Swish! Zamasu instantly appeared in the Kai realm of the 6th universe and saw the Kai Fuwa who appeared on the opposite side. Fuwa was stunned at first, and immediately looked at Zamasu, and asked with a smile, You are a trainee Kai? Which universe are you from? The 10th universe, trainee Kai Zamasu. Zamasu said lightly. Oh, it turns out to be the trainee Kai of the 10th universe. Fuwa smiled kindly, but suddenly found that the other party's eyes were a little strange, and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Zamasu, what's wrong? Chapter 363 Dragon of God, it's you again. Fuwa was shocked. At this critical moment, Fuwa reacted very quickly, and immediately jumped back and pulled a distance from Zamasu. At the same time, Fuwa glared at Zamasu, and an invisible divine power quickly covered the other party's body. Zamasu smiled contemptuously, swung a knife, and directly split the invisible energy in half. Seeing that his attack could not cause much damage to Zamasu, Fuwa did not entangle with Zamasu, and made a quick decision to immediately perform teleportation, wanting to quickly escape from here. However, Zamasu was faster and rushed up quickly. At the moment when Fuwa just performed teleportation and his figure was already illusory. Puff! Zamazu's hand knife stabbed directly into Fuwa's heart. Fuwa let out a painful wail. Want to run? Not so easy. Zamasu sneered, I know all the actions of the Kai King God. Fuwa felt that his vitality was rapidly dissipating, and his face became paler and paler. At this moment, Fuwa seemed to feel less pain. It seemed like he was about to be relieved. Why did you do this? Fuwa asked weakly. I just don't like you guys. Zamasu snorted, let me control this time and space personally, I want to manage this time and space in my own way, you guys are only meddling in other people's business. I am my disciple will never let you go. Fuwa gritted his teeth and said. Your disciple? Who is it? Zamasu was stunned. Son Goku. Fuwa said 3 words. Sun Wukong? Zamasu nodded thoughtfully. But I won't let you succeed easily. A sneer appeared on Fuwa's fat face, and he took a step forward. Puff! The hand knife was deeply inserted into Fuwa's body. However, Fuwa's mouth corners slightly raised, gritted his teeth and hugged Zamasu. Zamasu's pupils shrank, and his face changed again and again. The next moment, Fuwa's body changed. It became hot and expanded rapidly. Boom! Fuwa's body exploded, detonating his own body. Zamasu let out a pig-killing scream, and his skin and flesh were torn apart by the explosion. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Zamasu fell to the ground in a mess, already seriously injured. This bastard! Zamasu was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and he was in pain, he actually chose to self-destruct. This can't go on. How can I get hurt against such a Kai King God? It won't work. I feel like I will die if I delay like this. Zamasu gritted his teeth and immediately performed instant movement, appearing in the Kai King God realm of the 10th universe. Puff! As soon as Zamasu came here, he vomited blood in large mouthfuls and felt weak. After seeing Zamasu appear, Zamasu in this time and space was stunned for a moment, looking at the other self in confusion. Hurry up and save me! Zamasu hurriedly said. You're you the me from another time and space? Zamasu of this time and space quickly reacted. Yes, eyes. Zamasu nodded with difficulty. Zamasu of this time and space did not hesitate at all and immediately stepped forward to treat Zamasu. Zamasu of this time and space is also an apprentice Kaishin. Apprentice Kaishin has the ability to heal. Therefore, in less than a minute, Zamasu of this time and space completely healed the injuries of his other self. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Kiwaz is not here, but drinking tea in the hall of Kaishin. What's going on? Zamasu of this time and space asked his other self. Zamasu did not hide anything and told Zamasu of this time and space all his plans. Zamasu of this time and space widened his eyes and showed endless shock. How big a move are you planning to make? How about it, my brother? Zamasu smiled, let's rule this space and time together. Do what we want to do. Zamasu in this space and time hesitated for a moment, raised his mouth slightly, nodded with a smile, and immediately agreed, "Of course, no problem." "Great, I believe that with your help, the two of us will soon be able to realize our wishes." Zamasu clenched his fists excitedly. "Just now you mean that except for our 10th universe, all the Kais in other universes are dead, right?" Zamasu in this space and time asked with a grin. "Yes, as you know, when the Kais die, the corresponding god of destruction will disappear immediately, and the angels will fall asleep." Zamasu nodded slightly. "The terrible god of destruction has disappeared, and the angels are already asleep. No one in this space and time can stop us from doing what we want to do. So, only the old guy Jivas is left. I have disliked him for a long time." Zamasu in this space and time snorted coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Take me to visit him," Zamasu suggested with a smile. Zamasu of this time and space nodded, and walked towards the hall with his other self. Soon, Zamasu of this time and space and another self appeared in the room where Gvaz was. Gvaz was still sipping tea, and was stunned when he saw Zamasu from another time and space appear. "Wow, is it Zamasu from another time and space?" Gvaz greeted with a smile. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I do have something very important to say." Zamasu nodded solemnly. "What happened?" Gvaz asked with concern. "It's bad. I heard that many Kaishin of the universe died inexplicably, so I came to report to the teacher." "Please be careful," Zamasu said, and immediately knelt down. "Is there such a thing? Do you know who did it?" Gvaz's face became solemn, and he looked at Zamasu in disbelief. "It's not clear yet," Zamasu replied. Zamasu in this time and space was stunned for a moment. "I in another time and space can really fool people. I believe everything you said. Also, your acting is too good, right? Zamasu, you get up first." Gvaz went forward to help Zamasu. Zamasu got up with the help of Gvaz, and suddenly stabbed with his hand knife. Puff! Zamasu's hand knife directly pierced Gvaz's chest, and the purple flame passed through his back. Gvaz felt his chest cool at that time, and his vitality was rapidly dissipating. This Zamasu Gvaz looked stunned, and he was a little confused about the situation. "You old thing, I've wanted to kill you with my own hands for a long time." Zamasu snorted coldly, "Go to hell." As he spoke, Zamasu's hand knife penetrated deeply into Kvas's body. Kvas wailed in pain. "Why? Why did you do this?" Kvas's expression was full of sadness, especially when he saw Zamasu in this time and space standing there indifferently. He felt his own failure and sadness. "What did I do wrong? 2ve had enough of you. You're not worthy of being my teacher." Zamasu chuckled and slowly pulled the knife out of Kvas's body. Kvas fell softly to the ground, his body twitching constantly, and blood spurted from his mouth. "So did you kill all the Kaishin in the universe?" Kvas asked in horror as a flash of inspiration came into his mind. "You reacted quickly, worthy of being my teacher." Zamasu smiled. "You Zamasu, if I didn't do well enough, you can tell me," Kvas said weakly. "Don't do stupid things anymore, stop it in time." "Humph, now that things have come to this, do you think it's necessary to stop?" Zamasu snorted coldly. "Since you are my teacher, I will let you suffer less for a while." As he spoke, Zamasu raised his hands high and pierced through Jivas's head. So far, all the Kaishin in this time and space have been wiped out by Zamasu. "Come on, my brother, the next step is to collect 7 Super Dragon Balls and make wishes come true." Zamasu stretched out his hand to his own time and space. "Okay." Zamasu of this time and space nodded solemnly. The two first went to the palace of the sage Zuno and asked him about the whereabouts of the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Under the coercion and inducement of the two Zamas, Zuno dared not disobey and had to honestly tell the location of the Super Dragon Balls. Then, the two Zamas searched for the Dragon Balls together. Both of them can use instant teleportation, so it is easy to collect the 7 Super Dragon Balls. "What wish do you want?" Zamasu of this time and space asked curiously. First, I want you to become immortal. Zamasu pondered. Immortality? Zamasu in this time and space was slightly stunned. When I killed these universe king gods, I found that although our strength was strong, it was far from enough. You also saw that I was injured. So one of us must be immortal. Your healing skills are much better than mine. With your immortality, plus your excellent healing skills, I can fight forever. Zamasu said with a smile. Don't you want immortality? Zamasu in this time and space was stunned. I plan to exchange bodies with a Saiyan. Zamasu pondered. Exchange bodies with Saiyans? Why? Zamasu in this time and space was stunned. They are just humans, what's the use of a human body? Have you heard of a Saiyan named Luo Tian? In the 7th universe? Zamasu asked. Zamasu in this time and space shook his head. In my time and space, this Saiyan named Luo Tian, through his own practice, actually became a true god, and he was very powerful. Zamasu was deeply moved, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes while speaking. So, do you want to exchange bodies with this guy named Luo Tian? Zamasu in this time and space asked. No, I want to exchange bodies with the guy named Sun Wukong. Zamasu shook his head. Why not exchange bodies with the guy named Luo Tian? Zamasu in this time and space was puzzled. Because he doesn't exist in this time and space. Zamasu said in a deep voice, if he really exists, I won't choose to realize my wish in this time and space. Is he really that strong? Zamasu in this time and space couldn't imagine. In short, it's best not to let him know. If he knows, the consequences will be disastrous. Zamasu said in a low voice, and added, the Saiyan named Son Goku has also learned Ultra Instinct, which means he can also become an angel through practice. As long as I occupy his body, I think I will definitely reach the strongest state at a very fast speed. I am originally a god, and when a god is in a human body, he may be able to exert greater power. Then let's act quickly. Zamasu of this time and space urged. The two summoned the Dragon of God and first gave Zamasu of this time and space a wish for immortality. The Dragon of God fulfilled the wish, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls immediately dissipated and flew into the space of the 6th and 7th universes. Great! I can already feel that my body can reach the realm of immortality. Zamasu of this time and space felt his body and said excitedly. Zamasu nodded excitedly. But the Dragon Ball flew away and turned into stone. Zamasu of this time and space was stunned. When will I make a wish next time? 1 year later. Zamasu replied. Does it take that long? Zamasu of this time and space asked in surprise. It doesn't matter. Don't we have a time and space ring? Zamasu smiled, raised his hand, and showed the time and space ring in his hand. Zamasu of this time and space suddenly realized. We just need to adjust the time to 1 year later, and we can collect Dragon Balls again and realize our wishes. Zamasu smiled. The two immediately traveled through time and space, appeared 1 year later, and found the sage Zuno and checked the location of the Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls were successfully gathered again. The two summoned the Dragon of God. Dragon of God, let me exchange bodies with that guy named Son Goku. Zamasu expressed his wish. The Son Goku you are talking about is the Saiyan who died of a heart attack in the 7th universe? The body of the power of God is as big as a galaxy, and the sound came from all over the universe. Died of a heart attack? Zamasu was stunned for a moment. He is dead now. Is it? Zamasu of this time and space asked. The dead have no body, so your wish is wrong. God's power said. Then let him revive. Zamasu felt a headache and immediately changed his wish. Okay. God's dragon's golden eyes flashed with light. Your wish has come true, goodbye. After saying that, God's dragon turned into 7 streams of light and quickly disappeared. It seems that we have to go another year later. Zamasu smiled, there will be no problem this time. Zamasu in this time and space, the two immediately set off and went to a year later again, and collected the 7 Dragon Balls in the same way. Zamasu summoned the Dragon of God and wished to exchange bodies with Son Goku. Chapter 364 Body Exchange. Zamasu was shocked, but still said his wish without changing his expression. First let the man named Son Goku revive, and waited for another year before exchanging bodies with him. You have great patience. The Dragon of God said with a smile, but soon reacted suddenly, no, you used the time and space ring. For you, it just happened a few hours ago. Can this wish be fulfilled? Zamasu asked hurriedly, a little panicked. Yes. The Dragon of God replied, but if you change time and space without authorization, time and space will be destroyed sooner or later, so take care of yourself. Time and space destruction? Both Zamas were stunned. Your wish has come true, goodbye. The Dragon of God said, with a golden light flashing in his eyes. The next moment, the golden light on the Dragon of God dissipated, turned into 7 streams of light, and quickly disappeared. Just when the Dragon of God just disappeared, Zamasu suddenly looked around, scratched his head, and muttered to himself in confusion, where is this? Is it the universe? Hey? What's wrong with my body? Zamasu of this time and space smiled slightly, and suddenly felt that the voice of another self was a little bit wrong. Who are you? Zamasu asked, looking at himself in this time and space. Are you Son Goku? Zamasu of this time and space suddenly realized and asked tentatively. Yes, I am Goku, do you know me? Son Goku nodded quickly. Really exchanged bodies? Zamasu in this time and space smiled slightly, and his hand knife immediately emerged and stabbed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was about to dodge, but he felt that his body was very strange. Puff! Zamasu in this time and space pierced Sun Wukong's body with a hand knife. Then, Zamasu in this time and space successfully killed Sun Wukong. Afterwards, Zamasu in this time and space looked around for the whereabouts of another self. The man named Sun Wukong should be on Earth, so I'll go to the Earth in the 7th universe. Zamasu in this time and space laughed grimly, and disappeared from the spot with a move. 7th universe, Earth. Just now, Sun Wukong was having a simple exchange with Piccolo in the temple. But then, Sun Wukong's body suddenly shook violently. Piccolo stopped attacking for a while, was slightly stunned, looked at Sun Wukong with some strangeness, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Sun Wukong did not speak. In fact, Sun Wukong and Zamasu have exchanged bodies now. You were resurrected inexplicably a year ago after a year of hard training, you have made rapid progress. It has been a year, and you should have adapted to the current environment. Piccolo pondered. Zamasu slowly stood up and silently felt his new body. He did feel a great energy rushing out of his body. Then, Zamasu looked at Piccolo on the opposite side. Start killing this person first. Snap! The hand knife in Zamasu's hand emerged, and he stabbed Piccolo without hesitation. Piccolo was stunned, looking at the hand knife condensed by Sun Wukong with some strangeness, and was a little confused for a while. It always feels that at this moment, Sun Wukong seems to have changed a lot. And his eyes look completely different from before. Shua! Piccolo dodged Zamasu's knife attack. Zamasu gritted his teeth and stabbed Piccolo fiercely. Piccolo dodged easily. After several rounds of fighting, bang! Piccolo slapped Zamasu on the back. Zamasu staggered and almost fell to the ground. You are not Son Goku, who are you? Piccolo's face turned gloomy. Not bad, name Kian. Zamasu smiled coldly. Who are you? What did you do to Son Goku? Piccolo asked in a deep voice, and quickly jumped back to keep a distance from Zamasu. Bang! Then, Piccolo's arm suddenly stretched several times longer and punched Zamasu in the face. Zamasu was knocked to the ground by a punch, and felt that he was not well. Tell me, who are you? Pico shouted angrily, and rushed towards Zamasu. Bang! Pico threw an uppercut, knocking Zamasu, who had just stood up, into the air. Zamasu was furious. Piccolo kicked Zamasu to the ground again. Zamasu spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face pale. Magic light cannon. Pico put his index finger and middle finger together, and a spiral flame flew quickly towards Zamasu. Zamasu was shocked and tried his best to dodge. However, Zamasu was still not used to this new body, and was hit accidentally. The magic light cannon pierced Zamasu's thigh on the spot, leaving a red hole in his leg and penetrating the temple ground below. Zamasu let out a heart-wrenching scream, howling in pain. Such a violent sound immediately alarmed the nearby gods Dandy and Mr. Popo. The two ran over quickly. Uncle Piccolo, Mr. Gaku, what are you doing? Dandy was a little confused. Didn't we agree to just spar? Dandy, that guy is not Son Gaku. Piccolo frowned. Not Gaku? Dandy was stunned, and took a deep look at Zamasu, and felt that he was a little different from Son Gaku. Tell me, who are you? Piccolo stepped beside Zamasu and asked with a cold face. Swish! At this moment, Zamasu of this time and space moved instantly and quickly appeared behind Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo! Be careful behind! Dandy exclaimed. However, everything was too late. Puff! Zamasu of this time and space thrust his hand knife forward and directly penetrated Piccolo's back. The hand knife came out from Piccolo's chest. Piccolo's body trembled violently, and his face changed again and again. Boom! Zamasu of this time and space released energy and immediately killed Piccolo cleanly. What's going on? Is it so hard to beat a Namekian? Zamasu in this time and space asked curiously. I'm not used to my new body yet. Zamasu gritted his teeth. Zamasu in this time and space had no hesitation and immediately stepped forward to treat Zamasu. Soon, Zamasu's injuries were completely healed. Uncle Piccolo! Dandy's face changed again and again. God, run! Go call Trunks! Mr. Popo made a prompt decision and stepped forward to hug Zamasu in this time and space. This Gaku has been blackened. Boom! The flame in Zamasu's hand flashed, and directly blew Mr. Popo to pieces. Zamasu also quickly appeared in front of Dandy and kicked him to the ground. Dandy is not a fighting Namekian, so he has no fighting ability. God of the earth, such a small god, there is nothing to be proud of in killing you. Zamasu raised his hand knife high and killed Dandy completely. Just now, that black egg called you the blackened Sun Wukong. I think it's better to call you Black Wukong in the future. Zamasu of this time and space smiled and joked. This name is okay. Zamasu nodded, then call me Black Wukong in the future. How is it? When can I adapt to this new body? Zamasu of this time and space asked. Don't worry, this body still needs more training. Black Wukong pondered, there are still many warriors on the earth. Eliminate them one by one, and the training of this body will basically be completed. Who will you find to train next? Zamasu asked. Start with the simple ones first. Black Wukong smiled. No need to find someone alone, someone is approaching this side, it should be that the battle here just now alarmed the people below. Zamasu grinned. Who could it be? Black Gaku suddenly became interested and glanced down. It's a bald guy. Zamasu snorted. According to this Sun Wukong's memory, his name is Krillin, and he is Sun Wukong's best friend. Black Gaku smiled, don't interfere this time. If I can't even beat the people on this earth, it would be too embarrassing. Okay. Zamasu nodded. Krillin flew above the temple and saw Zamasu and Black Gaku at a glance. However, Piccolo and the others had been blown to pieces, so Krillin naturally didn't find them. Gaku, what happened here? I just passed by nearby and heard a huge noise in the sky, so I came to see. Krillin asked in a strange way, and silently looked at Zamasu. Is this your friend? Krillin, let's have a good fight. Black Goku smiled. Fight? Don't be kidding, how can I beat you? Krillin waved his hand quickly. It's okay, take it slow. Black Goku took a fighting stance. Goku, why do I feel like you're weird today? Krillin scratched his head. You talk too much nonsense. Black Goku snorted coldly, stepped forward quickly, and punched Krillin on the head. Krillin was beaten back several steps and almost fell to the ground. Goku, you guy, I'm not ready yet. Krillin rubbed his head and grinned. Hurry up and fight back. Black Goku rushed up again. Bang bang bang. Although Krillin didn't want to fight, he saw that Sun Wukong was so serious, so he had to compete with him. As the battle continued, Black Goku adapted to his body better and better, gradually turning from disadvantage to advantage. Okay, Goku. Krillin made a feint and he immediately distanced himself from Black Goku. No more fighting, no more fighting. I can't possibly be your opponent. Even if you want to fight, go find Vegeta. How can you bully me? Since you don't want to fight anymore, then go die. Black Goku laughed grimly, and his hand knife appeared. 1 minute later, Krillin was killed by Black Goku. Some time passed like this. Black Goku kept honing himself and killed one warrior after another who were resurrected in this time and space. Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, Le Ping, and others died one after another. Black Goku's strength has greatly improved in several battles, and he has completely adapted to this new body. At this moment, Vegeta, Trunks and Son Gohan are joining forces to fight Black Goku fiercely. However, as the battle continued, Black Goku showed his powerful strength. Although Vegeta and the other three have become Super Saiyans, they are still no match for Black Goku. It is worth mentioning that Zamasu had already found a place to hide. Vegeta and the others did not find Zamasu. Dad, what happened to you? Why did you become like this? Son Gohan asked loudly. Brother Gohan, he is not Mr. Goku. Trunks said hurriedly. Yes, he is indeed not Kakarot. Vegeta said with a cold face, although Kakarot is annoying, he will never do such a thing. Humph. Black Goku sneered, you are just like this. The three of you joined forces and just tied with me. Vegeta was so angry that his whole body trembled. Next, I will get serious. You must be careful. Black Goku said, and the hand knife immediately emerged. Swish! Black Goku was extremely fast. He moved over in an instant and appeared behind Son Gohan in the blink of an eye. Brother Gohan, be careful! Trunks exclaimed. Puff! Before Gohan could react, Black Goku stabbed him in the back. Gohan subconsciously dodged to the side, but unfortunately he was hit and his shoulder was pierced by the knife. Gohan screamed. Then, Black Goku sprayed energy from his hand and quickly acted on Gohan. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. When the smoke dissipated, Gohan was already blown to death on the spot. Brother Gohan! Trunks was shocked and angry, waving the long sword in his hand and slashing at Black Goku. Looking at Trunks who was coming at a high speed, Black Goku glared fiercely, and a ball of invisible divine power quickly covered his body. Bang! Trunks flew backwards at that time. At the moment when he was about to land, Vegeta quickly stepped forward and helped Trunks up. Dad! Trunks said hurriedly. This guy is not simple. Vegeta looked heavy. Brother Gohan was beaten to death by him. Trunks' eyes were red with anger. Trunks, take good care of Mom. Vegeta said suddenly. Trunks was slightly stunned. Snap! After saying that, Vegeta slapped Trunks on the back of his neck. Trunks' consciousness instantly became blurred. Vegeta carried Trunks and put him in a safe place far away. Black Goku snorted, with a scornful smile on his face. Come on, Black Kakarot. I will kill you today no matter what. Vegeta shouted, and golden light surged wildly on his body. Sizzle sizzle, a series of golden arcs quickly wrapped around Vegeta's body. Super Saiyan 2. Humph. Black Goku smiled lightly, and golden light also shone on his body, and he turned into a Super Saiyan. The next moment, lightning flashed on Black Goku's body. Vegeta's face became particularly solemn. Then, Vegeta gritted his teeth and started a fierce battle with Black Goku. After several rounds of competition, Vegeta was beaten black and swollen by Black Goku's combination punches. Bang! Chapter 365. The warriors were wiped out. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. You shouldn't have knocked your son out just now. If you two join forces, there might be a 1% chance of winning. Black Goku sneered. Vegeta took a deep breath and snorted, this world has just returned to its original state. I have also been accustomed to a peaceful life. Your appearance has broken the tranquility of the past. I will never allow my world to become hell again. Boom. As he spoke, even greater energy emerged from Vegeta's body. What do you want to do? Black Goku was stunned. Disappear with me, Black Cockroach. Vegeta shouted, and the energy on his body became more intense, and quickly covered the direction of Black Goku. Black Goku's face changed again and again. Go to hell! Vegeta shouted. Black Goku's pupils shrank, and endless fear emerged in his eyes. At this moment, Black Goku clearly felt that if he was really hit, he would definitely be blown to pieces. At this critical moment, swish! Zamasu quickly appeared at the scene and released a protective shield, covering himself and Black Goku inside. What? Vegeta's face changed, you have an accomplice? But then, Vegeta's mouth corners slightly raised, and sneered, great die with your accomplice. Boom! More and more huge energy emerged from Vegeta's body, quickly swallowing up the scene. The powerful energy directly broke through Zamasu's protective shield. Zamasu's body blocked Black Goku, and his body broke into pieces. The energy spread to Black Goku's body, blowing Black Goku's skin and flesh apart. However, Zamasu helped Black Goku block most of the damage. When everything calmed down, there was a huge crater at the scene. Vegeta was suspended right above the crater, and the moisture on his body had completely evaporated. Vegeta looked at Zamasu, who had disappeared, and Black Goku, who was covered in bruises with dull eyes. Pa! Vegeta fell from the air and broke into pieces. A gust of wind blew, and Vegeta's body scattered with the wind and disappeared without a trace. Pa! Zamasu's body condensed together again, restored to its original appearance, and immediately treated Black Goku with healing magic. Black Goku's injuries recovered quickly, and his face was extremely ugly. Damn! A little Vegeta almost beat me to death. Black Goku was indignant. It seems that you still need to hone your skills. Zamasu said in a deep voice. Don't kill that Trunks first, practice with him. Black Goku nodded. It can only be like this. Zamasu did not object. About an hour passed. Trunks slowly opened his eyes, immediately got up from the ground, and rubbed his neck. Dad knocked me out. Fight against that Black Goku by yourself? Trunks said in a deep voice. Then, Trunks released the induction. Just with this induction, Trunks's face instantly became extremely ugly. It disappeared. Dad's breath disappeared. Trunks' body shook violently. Ah! Trunks' body suddenly surged with huge energy, and the vast breath spread wildly. Sizzle sizzle, golden arcs wrapped around Trunks' body, and his hair stood up even more. At the same time, Trunks' body was covered with a layer of blue light. And outside these blue lights, golden flames flickered. This is Trunks was stunned for a moment, feeling as if he had started a new transformation. But then, 2 lines of hot tears rolled down from Trunks' eyes. Trunks looked for Black Goku everywhere. However, Black Goku had hidden his aura, and Trunks could not find his location no matter what. Several days passed like this. Black Goku suddenly launched a devastating attack on the cities on Earth, cruelly killing the humans on the planet. Even the West City where Bulma was destroyed by Black Goku. The whole city turned into a pile of ruins, as if it was the end of the world. Trunks rushed up quickly and landed near Black Goku. "I finally found you. This time I will not forgive you no matter what I say." Trunks' eyes were bloodshot. "Really? It seems that your energy has increased a lot." Black Goku smiled contemptuously. Trunks immediately activated the latest state and started a fierce battle with Black Goku. For a while, the two of them were evenly matched. The fierce battle lasted about half an hour. Because of insufficient energy output, Trunks was knocked to the ground by Black Goku, and the light on his body suddenly dissipated. "Trunks, you did a good job." Black Goku smiled and walked towards Trunks. Trunks got up from the ground with gritted teeth, his face became extremely solemn. "Prepare to die." Black Goku snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and aimed at Trunks' body. However, at this moment, swish! A shell whistled from a distance. Boom! The shell exploded beside Black Goku, raising a large cloud of dust. Black Goku's eyes were cold, and his breath burst out, blowing away the dust. However, when Black Goku looked at Trunks' position again, he found that the other party had disappeared. "Humph, I'll kill you next time." Black Goku raised the corner of his mouth, and had no intention of tracking Trunks, and ran to another place to kill people. And in a sewer next to him, Trunks was helped to sit down by a beautiful girl. "Are you okay?" the girl asked. "Thank you, I'm fine, thank you so much." Trunks thanked him quickly. "You're welcome. It's that bastard who's killing people everywhere, right? He's really a devil?" the girl asked, gritting her teeth. "Yes, that's him. His name is Black Goku." Trunks nodded and said the other person's name. "Black Goku? I remember there was a man named Sun Wukong." The girl was stunned and said strangely. "He is not Sun Wukong. I don't know what happened to him. He suddenly became like this. But he is definitely not the Mr. Goku I know." Trunks said in a deep voice. The girl looked at Trunks deeply, and after a moment of silence, she asked, "What's your name?" Trunks said his name. "I'm Xiao Wu." The girl also told Trunks her name, Dancing Wu. Trunks nodded slightly, looked around, and asked, "Do you live here?" "Yes, it's relatively safe here." Xiao Wu replied, and asked, "Do you have any family?" Trunks nodded. "Let your family go to the basement as soon as possible. I feel that guy is more terrible than the android," Xiao Wu said in a deep voice. Trunks did not object. In the following period of time, Black Goku once again started killing humans on the planet. In just a few months, there were very few people surviving on Earth. One day, Bulma and Emily were caught by Black Goku when they went to clean the dust on the solar panels, and they were ruthlessly killed. "Trunks, live," Emily said weakly to Trunks when she was dying. Trunks was heartbroken and went up to fight hard, but he was no match for Black Goku at all. Trunks was more and more frightened as he fought. Why does his strength improve greatly every time he sees this guy? Trunks knew that he was no match for him at all, so he had to faint a few times and quickly escape. Black Goku chased him calmly. Trunks quickly moved in the abandoned city and fled everywhere. Boom! Just then, a beam of energy whistled towards Trunks and hit a building next to him directly. The building exploded, sending Trunks flying backwards, his body piercing through a wall and falling into the room. Just as Trunks stood up, several energy bombs appeared in the sky, whistling towards him. Trunks quickly stood up and ran outside. Then, Trunks gathered energy in his hands and blasted Black Goku in the air. But Black Goku quickly dodged. The energy hit a huge oil tank. The gasoline in the tank flowed down. Trunks looked around vigilantly. Pop! Suddenly, the gasoline was ignited, and a huge mushroom cloud instantly burned up. Not good. Trunks was horrified and hurried to avoid it. When everything calmed down, the area that had just exploded had become a pile of ruins. Fortunately, Trunks dodged quickly and appeared on a high mountain in the suburbs. As dusk fell, Trunks walked carefully in the ruined streets, entered the basement, and knocked on the door of the room. "Xiao Wu, it's me," Trunks whispered. The door opened, and Xiao Wu showed a pretty face. "Trunks, I'm so glad you're okay." Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. "There was a big explosion outside this afternoon, I was almost worried to death." As she said that, Xiao Wu closed the door and handed Trunks a pot of water. Trunks gulped down the water and couldn't help but lower his head. "How are Aunt Bulma and Aunt Emily?" Xiao Wu asked with concern. They were discovered when they went to clean the solar panels." Trunks held the bottle tightly, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. How could this happen? Xiao Wu's face was also extremely ugly. I don't have a mother anymore." Trunks burst into tears. Xiao Wu stepped forward and gently hugged Trunks, comforting him. There was another silence. "By the way, I found a good thing, you should eat it quickly," Xiao Wu said, taking out a canned food, opened it and handed it to Trunks. Trunks was slightly stunned. "Isn't this dog food? A few months ago, no one ate this kind of thing. Now it has become a rare delicacy," Xiao Wu said with a smile. "Thank you." Trunks hurriedly ate it, and said while eating, "Thanks to Aunt Bulma, the energy of the time machine has been stored enough." "Really? That's great." Xiao Wu was very excited. "But it's only enough for a single trip, there is no way to go back and forth," Trunks added. Xiao Wu was silent immediately. Trunks only ate half of the dog food and handed the remaining half to Xiao Wu. "No need to give it to me, you can eat it all." Xiao Wu waved her hand. "Don't say anything, eat it quickly, we have to find a way to survive no matter what, this is the agreement between me and my mother." Trunks put the canned food in Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu swallowed her saliva, no longer polite, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Trunks walked to the window, looked at the light well outside through the broken glass, and said in a deep voice, "We will set off as soon as it gets dark and return to 17 years ago." 17 years ago? Xiao Wu was stunned. "Yes, to another time and space, a time with Lord Luo Tian. No, Mr. Wukong." Trunks looked back and forced out a smile. "Lord Luo Tian? Who is he?" Xiao Wu had never heard of this person. "He is a very remarkable god," Trunks replied. "Really?" Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully. "I used the time machine before, and I went back once, and brought Mr. Wukong back to this time and space, and destroyed the androids by the way," Trunks explained simply. "Ah? Was the android destroyed by Mr. Wukong?" Xiao Wu was stunned. Trunks nodded again. "But, Black Wukong and Mr. Wukong you mentioned are not the same person, right?" Xiao Wu asked again. Trunks shook his head, but soon said firmly, "No, it is definitely not one person, Mr. Wukong will never do such a thing." After the android incident was over, we maintained peace for a while until that guy showed up. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and said, "Sadly, we still don't know where he came from. That guy seems to be able to sense my breath. I was hiding before, but he can know my location accurately," Trunks said in a deep voice. As he said that, Trunks handed the prepared rifle to Xiao Wu. "We don't have much time. We have to go back anyway. Please help, Lord Luo Tian," Trunks said solemnly. Xiao Wu nodded seriously. The sky gradually darkened. Trunks took Xiao Wu out of the house and walked in the spacious sewer. After walking for a while, Trunks looked up at Gilligai above. "It's here." Trunks stopped. Then, Trunks quietly opened the gully cover, poked his head out, and saw the dilapidated house of the Universal Capsule Group not far away. The two carefully came to the entrance of the house. Just as Trunks was about to go up to open the door, a voice sounded behind him. "You are back as expected." It was Black Goku who spoke. At this time, Black Goku was suspended in the sky, staring coldly at Trunks and Xiao Wu. "Damn it!" Trunks condensed energy with his right hand and sprayed it towards Black Goku. The energy hit the nearby buildings and made a roar. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Trunks hurriedly pulled Xiao Wu away quickly and entered the room of the Universal Capsule Group. However, as Trunks was running, he suddenly felt a figure appear on the broken ceiling above. Chapter 366 Go back to find Lord Luotian. "You really learned how to sense the air," Trunks said in a deep voice. Swish! Black Goku smiled contemptuously and released several energy bombs directly at the position of Trunks and Xiao Wu. Trunks fled quickly with Xiao Wu in his arms. Energy bombs exploded beside the two. Trunks and Xiao Wu fell to the ground. "Xiao Wu, go quickly, the time machine is inside," Trunks said in a low voice. "What are you talking about?" Xiao Wu looked at Trunks in surprise. "I will try my best to hold him back," Trunks said, stood up and drew out his long sword, turned into a golden light, and rushed towards Black Goku. "Trunks!" Xiao Wu exclaimed. As soon as Trunks rushed up, he was kicked in the face by Black Goku. Bang! Trunks fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart. During this period, Trunks had difficulty even solving the basic food problem, and his energy had not yet recovered to its peak state, so he could not be a match for Black Goku. Trunks gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Trunks, you are really lucky. You have not been killed by me until now." Black Goku smiled and landed in front of Trunks, "But today is the day you die, and there will be no more miracles." As he said, Black Goku stepped towards Trunks. Bang bang bang! Just then, Xiao Wu shot at Black Goku on a high platform. All the bullets hit Black Goku. However, these bullets naturally did not cause any harm to Black Goku. "Xiao Wu, stop it!" Trunks shouted. "You are the one who must survive. Run away now!" Xiao Wu shouted loudly and kept firing. A large cloud of dust rose at the scene. Swoosh! Black Goku waved his hand, and an energy bomb whizzed towards Xiao Wu's direction. Boom! A huge explosion occurred at Xiao Wu's location. She screamed, fell from the air, and fell into the ruins. "Xiao Wu!" Trunks was shocked and rushed up in a hurry. He pushed away the rocks and saw Xiao Wu lying inside. However, Xiao Wu's breath had disappeared. Trunks hugged Xiao Wu's body tightly, feeling endless sorrow, and his body shook more violently. However, what Trunks didn't know was that a weak healing light was released from his hand invisibly and injected into Xiao Wu's body. Xiao Wu Trunks was in grief, his pupils turned white. "It's your turn next, Trunks," Black Goku said coldly, slowly approaching. "Xiao Wu!" Trunks screamed hysterically. At this moment, Trunks was extremely desperate. "They are all dead, they are all dead. My friends died one by one, even Xiao Wu died in front of me. I can't accept it. It's your turn next." Black Goku looked at Trunks with a smile, and appeared behind Trunks. Trunks slowly stood up, already furious to the extreme. "I will kill you with my own hands, Trunks." Black Goku showed an evil smile. You killed the people I care about one after another. I will never forgive you." Trunks roared, and golden light emerged from his body. And inside this layer of golden light, there was a ball of blue light. Ah! Trunks screamed loudly and swung his hands forward violently. A powerful energy broke through the air and whizzed towards Black Goku. Black Goku crossed his arms to block his head and resisted the energy released by Trunks. The powerful energy pushed Black Goku's body backwards. Black Goku's feet rubbed the ground, leaving 2 long marks on the ground. Trunks shouted again and raised his energy to the extreme. Boom! Black Goku waved his arms and quickly dispersed the energy released by Trunks. Swish! At this moment, Trunks suddenly fell from the sky, holding a long sword in both hands, and slashed at Black Goku. Black Goku just slightly turned his body and easily dodged Trunks' long sword. Trunks bounced lightly on the ground and kicked again, hitting Black Goku's chest on the spot. Then, Trunks punched and kicked Black Goku. Look at Black Goku again, with a smile on his face, still normal, not turning into a Super Saiyan. After several rounds of fighting, Black Goku caught Trunks' fist and sprayed an energy bomb on him. Trunks was hit and flew backwards, and the long sword in his hand stabbed into the ground fiercely, slowing down. The next moment, Trunks picked up a piece of asphalt stuck in the ground with his long sword and threw it at Black Goku. Looking at that messy dirty thing, Black Goku sneered and appeared behind Trunks in an instant. Bang! Black Goku hit Trunks' back of the head with a heavy elbow. Trunks almost fainted and the long sword in his hand fell. Do you think you can defeat me with your ability? Black Goku smiled contemptuously, picked up the long sword that Trunks dropped on the ground, and raised it high. Trunks was still lying on the ground, feeling as if his whole body was numb. Okay, I'll send you off with your favorite sword. Black Goku sneered. Trunks' eyes were full of reluctance, but he was helpless, and his body shook violently. It's over. You humans will disappear, and all hope will be cut off. Black Goku looked at Trunks with a smile. A series of images suddenly flashed through Trunks' mind. No matter what happens, you must survive, Trunks. This was the voice of his mother Emily. Trunks, go back to Luo Tian, isn't he omnipotent? This was the voice of Aunt Bulma. You are the one who must survive. This was the voice of Xiao Wu. Trunks gritted his teeth, knowing that if he gave up now, everything would be over. Go to hell! Black Goku laughed wildly, and the long sword in his hand stabbed towards Trunks' back. Trunks swung the scabbard on his body and hit Black Goku's hand at that time. Black Goku was caught off guard and the long sword in his hand was knocked out. Trunks kept releasing energy bombs with both hands, all of which acted on the ground below, making the ground below full of smoke. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Trunks immediately took off into the air, grabbed the long sword in the air, and quickly fled far away. Black Goku's aura emerged, blowing away the smoke. Then, Black Goku frowned, and suddenly he was a little confused about what Trunks wanted to do. Where can you run to? Black Goku sneered, I can sense your breath, you will be killed by me sooner or later, hiding and living in disgrace? Bang! Just then, Black Goku suddenly saw a strange machine crashing through the wall and rushing out of a building. What is it? Black Goku was slightly stunned. A spaceship? Don't you know? Even if you escape to the universe, I can catch up. Trunks controlled the time machine to take off into the air. I said, I won't let you go. Black Goku gathered energy in his hands, intending to knock Trunks down. Trunks immediately pressed the start button of the time machine. Swish! In just a moment, Trunks' time machine disappeared from the spot. Black Goku widened his eyes, his face changed again and again. What is that? It doesn't look like a spaceship. Could it be a time machine? This is bad. Swish! Zamasu also appeared in front of Black Goku in an instant. What's wrong with you? Zamasu asked. That machine just now seemed to be a time machine. Black Goku said in a deep voice. It's unlikely. The technology on this planet is very backward. How could it be possible to make such a thing? Zamasu shook his head. I hope I'm overthinking it. If it's really a time machine, what I'm most worried about is that he will go to the time and space with Luo Tian, which is my time and space. Black Goku looked solemn. If it doesn't work, I have to give up this time and space. Zamasu was in a bad mood at the time. We have spent so much energy. Isn't it too casual to give up this time and space? Zamasu shook his head, feeling very unwilling. I think so too. I hope I'm overthinking it. Black Goku said in a deep voice. Speaking of the time machine, just in case, I think we should have a bigger move. Zamasu pondered. What do you mean? Black Goku asked. Don't we have a time-space ring? We can go to different time-spaces to find other us. The more people, the better. Even if the Luotian you mentioned comes, as long as we have enough people, even if Luotian is very strong, he will be exhausted by our human wave tactics. Zamasu smiled proudly, thinking that his idea was really good. It's useless. The time-space ring can only go to the future, not the past. Black Goku shook his head. If we go to the future, it can only be the future of our time and space, and this future does not exist. We can't come back, so it's unrealistic. Zamasu said no more. But then, Black Goku's eyes lit up. There is a way. We can travel through time and space at will through the time machine. Black Goku said excitedly. Time machine? Zamasu was stunned. I heard from that guy Kiwas that there is a planet in the 12th universe with a very advanced civilization. It has already created a time machine. We can do what we want to do through the time machine in the 12th universe. Black Goku suggested. Then I'll go to the 12th universe right away. Zamasu smiled. You stay and keep an eye on that guy Trunks. Main time and space. The 6th universe, Earth. The headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Luotian is basking in the sun by the artificial lake of Bulma's house. During this period, Luotian's life is still very comfortable. It is worth mentioning that after the game between the two universes, Ling Long stayed in the 18th universe, saying that she would continue to find ways to develop that universe. Luotian did not object. As for the Great Goddess and the Little Witch, they are still in Luotian's body. In addition to Luotian, there are also Sun Wukong and Vegeta sparring in the distance. Bardock did not return to his universe, but stood respectfully beside Luotian. Broly took Xiao Ai and Bu to travel in the universe. After all, there is nothing big for Luotian for the time being. If there is something, Broly will definitely come back at the first time and become the sharpest sword in Luotian's hand. In addition to these people, Goten and Trunks were also running around and playing happily. Calorie stood in a circle obediently. Bang, bang, bang. The sparring between Goku and Vegeta continued. While fighting, Goku suddenly froze and was stunned. Don't look around when fighting. Vegeta snorted and punched Goku in the face. Goku flew backwards. When he was about to fall to the ground, Goku immediately supported the ground with his hands and rolled over to stabilize his body. Vegeta swooped down from the air and rushed towards Goku again. Wait a minute, Vegeta! Goku shouted loudly. Vegeta stopped in the air immediately and said unhappily, You're not going to the bathroom again, are you? No, there's a problem. Goku shook his head and his expression became serious. What's wrong? Vegeta snorted. It was Trunks who suddenly contacted me. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Trunks? Vegeta was slightly startled. Just at this time, little Trunks passed by here, and heard Sun Wukong's words, and immediately showed a question mark. Uncle Wukong, why did you suddenly say me? Trunks stopped and asked with some surprise. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about another Trunks. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Trunks was even more confused. Besides me, is there anyone else called Trunks? He should be on Earth in the 7th universe, I'll go over and take a look. Sun Wukong said, and immediately used instant teleportation to disappear. Vegeta was silent, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Swish! In just a moment, Sun Wukong took Trunks' time machine from the 7th universe back to the 6th universe. Vegeta's uneasiness became stronger. Little Trunks even flew up and looked into the time machine. There's someone inside. He seems to have fainted. Little Trunks exclaimed. Goten also leaned over and looked inside. Looking at the little Trunks beside him, he suddenly felt that they looked quite similar. Calories suppressed their curiosity, but did not dare to come out of the circle. Trunks, does the person inside have the same hair color as you? Vegeta asked. Ah yes, Dad. Little Trunks nodded. I knew it would be like this. Sun Wukong pondered, anyway, let's treat him first. Vegeta immediately opened the hatch of the time machine and took Trunks out of it. Sun Wukong stepped forward to treat Trunks through healing. Chapter 367 The King of All invites. It should be that something happened in Trunks' time and space. Luo Tian pondered, and immediately looked carefully through the crystal ball on the scepter. Sure enough, Zamasu disappeared. It has been a long time since I paid attention to Zamasu. This guy went to another time and space to make trouble according to the plot. I should have killed him at that time. However, Luo Tian thought about it carefully, and Zamasu did not do anything wrong at that time. The main reason was that Zamasu behaved well. It was not right to kill a trainee Kai who had not committed any serious faults without authorization. Since it has happened now, let's go and solve the problem. It just happened to let Goku and Vegeta go for more experience. I'll go and see. Bardock bowed to Luo Tian and immediately went to watch the fun. After Sun Wukong's treatment, Trunks finally woke up. And the moment Trunks woke up, he saw the familiar face of Sun Wukong in front of him. Then, Trunks shifted his gaze to Bardock's face, with endless anger in his eyes. You bastard! Trunks punched Bardock. Bardock stretched out a finger calmly and blocked Trunks' attack with his finger. You damn thing! Trunks shouted angrily. Bardock, Trunks, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Trunks away. Trunks was stunned, looked back at Sun Wukong, then looked at Bardock, and immediately said, Mr. Wukong, this guy is Black Wukong. What Black Wukong? Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling confused. They are all dead. The people who Mr. Wukong resurrected in my time and space, all of them are dead except me. Trunks was heartbroken and burst into tears, even my mother and Aunt Bulma with Sun Wukong was stunned. Vegeta also widened his eyes. Who did it? Sun Wukong was stunned and asked quickly, is it the Black Wukong you mentioned? Trunks nodded vigorously and explained, that person looks exactly like Mr. Wukong, just like that guy. As he said, Trunks also pointed at Bardock. Trunks, he's my dad. Sun Wukong introduced. Trunks' expression froze, and his face was a little embarrassed. Then, Trunks looked carefully again and found that Black Goku didn't look very similar to Bardock. Trunks had to apologize in a hurry. Then, Trunks told everyone present everything that happened in his time and space. After that, Trunks seemed to think of something and hurriedly looked around for Luo Tian. Where is Lord Luo Tian? Trunks asked. The crowd automatically made way. Trunks looked at the lounge chair by the lake in the distance and found Luo Tian lying on the lounge chair, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Does that guy look exactly like me? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Yes. Trunks nodded. It's really a headache. Sun Wukong touched his chin and asked, but by the way, did you find the Super Dragon Ball last time to revive me in that time and space? No. Trunks shook his head. Super Dragon Balls are not easy to find, and I can't survive in space. I knew it was like this, but who is that guy who looks exactly like me? Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. Go ask Luo Tian. Vegeta suggested. Several people came to Luo Tian together. Luo Tian slowly stood up. Trunks was just about to tell Luo Tian what happened in his own time and space. Luo Tian waved his hand gently and said lightly, I already know it. It was done by a guy named Zamasu. Zamasu? Who is he? Sun Wukong was stunned. The trainee Kai from the 10th universe, who was once the North Kai of the 10th universe. Luo Tian explained, this person has a rather paranoid personality. He may want to kill all humans. Yes, he did say that. Trunks nodded vigorously. Then, as before, I will go to his time and space with Trunks and defeat that guy. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said eagerly. Really? That's great. Trunks was a little excited, and lowered his head and said in a deep voice, but that guy is very strong, I think it's a bit difficult, he is much stronger than the former Cell. It doesn't matter, I've become stronger too. Sun Wukong smiled. Zamasu is very likely to kill all the Kais in Trunks' time and space. Luo Tian added another sentence. Ah? He killed all the Kaishin? Sun Wukong was stunned. Bardock was even more shocked. If all the Kaishin die, the corresponding god of destruction will also disappear. Luo Tian explained, that's why Zamasu can do whatever he wants in that time and space. Is Lord Fuwa also dead? Sun Wukong thought of something, and his face changed again and again. That's about right. Luo Tian nodded. This damn guy. I can't let him go. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, I'll go to Trunks' time and space right now and defeat that guy. As he said that, Sun Wukong was about to set off immediately through the time and space ring. Wait a minute, Kakarot, I'll go too. Vegeta immediately put his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Mr. Goku. I'll go too. I want to avenge my dead friends. Trunks said hurriedly. Well, okay, let's go together. Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta and Trunks and did not object. Kakarot. Bardock spoke. Dad, are you going too? If you go, we don't have to fight. Sun Wukong scratched his head. The god of destruction is not allowed to travel through time and space. Bardock shook his head slowly and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Be careful when you go. If that guy really killed all the Kaishin, it means he is a very despicable guy. Got it, Dad. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. You go, I'll take some time to go over and take a look. Luo Tian pondered. Ah? You want to go too, Luo Tian? Sun Wukong was a little anxious and grinned, okay, let's end the battle as soon as possible. If Luo Tian goes, we won't have anyone to fight. Luo Tian smiled and said nothing more. However, just when Sun Wukong was about to leave, the scepter in Luo Tian's hand suddenly vibrated, and he immediately looked over. Wait a moment. Luo Tian greeted Sun Wukong, and then immediately answered the phone. Oh, it's the High Priest. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Bardock on the side was startled and almost knelt down. Hello, High Priest, long time no see. Luo Tian greeted with a smile. Luo Tian, the Lord of the Omni wants to see Mr. Wukong, you should come to the Lord of the Omni's temple immediately. The High Priest said in an unquestionable tone. Are Xiao Zhou and Xiao Yu here? Luo Tian immediately became interested. High Priest, the High Priest turned his head and glanced in the direction of the two guards on the left and right. The two guards were slightly stunned, not understanding what the High Priest meant by looking at them. All are here. The High Priest replied. Okay, we'll go right away. Luo Tian agreed. The call ended. Hey? Lord Omni? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Bardock's face changed again and again, and he had no idea what Lord Omni meant by looking for Kakarot. Why did Lord Omni look for me? Is it because of the martial arts tournament in the universe? Sun Wukong became a little excited. I don't know about this, maybe he just wants to play with you. Luo Tian smiled. Tell him I'm busy, we'll play when we have time. Sun Wukong suddenly lost interest. Bardock quickly stepped forward and grabbed Sun Wukong's neck. Dad, what are you doing? Sun Wukong was a little confused. Lord All-King asked you to go, so you should go right away. Why are you talking so much? You are just like your mother. Bardock shouted angrily. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Sun Wukong was a little reluctant. Go quickly. Be polite when you meet Lord All-King. Bardock reminded. Luo Tian, where is Lord All-King's temple? I have never been there. Sun Wukong looked around. Luo Tian pointed to a direction. Sun Wukong immediately looked in the direction Luo Tian pointed. After a few seconds. Found it. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Luo Tian put his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Bardock hesitated for a moment, fearing that his son would speak too casually, and hurriedly put his hand on Sun Wukong's other shoulder. Ah! Dad, you go too. Sun Wukong was stunned. I'll go visit the Omni King, too. Bardock nodded. Trunks, Vegeta, wait for me then. Sun Wukong said to Trunks and Vegeta. Vegeta didn't say anything. Trunks, however, looked confused. Shua. Sun Wukong immediately took Luo Tian and Bardock to teleport, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the disappearing figures of the three, Trunks asked in surprise, Dad, who is the Omni King they are talking about? Remember the kid who appeared on the hill in Cell's game? Vegeta explained. Trunks thought about it seriously and nodded thoughtfully. That's him. He is the greatest god in the universe. He can easily wipe out a universe or even all universes with a wave of his hand. Vegeta said with cold sweat on his face. Erase all universes? Trunks's expression changed again and again. About a year ago, we in the 7th universe there was a contest. Vegeta continued, the 7th universe called some players from another time and space to participate in the competition. Really? Those players, does Dad know them all? Trunks asked. It's Kakarot and me from another time and space, as well as Broly and the reincarnation of Majin Buu. Vegeta told Trunks everything he knew. Trunks listened to it in silence for a long time, and then asked curiously, but what does this have to do with the Grand King? As far as I know, the universe of that time and space is used by the Grand King to practice. After erasing all the universes, the disappearance of the universe has a delay, so that such a time and space is left. Vegeta explained. Ah? Is there such a thing? Trunks was stunned, and asked with some concern, then, will the fathers of that time and space disappear? They will disappear in about a few hundred years. The lifespan of us Saiyans is not much different from that of Earthlings. Vegeta replied. It will disappear after a few hundred years, that's better. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. The Temple of the Omni King. Swish. Sun Wukong used instant teleportation and took Luo Tian and Bardock to the door of the Temple of the Omni King in an instant. Luo Tian looked up and saw the High Priest who appeared opposite. Then Luo Tian stepped forward and saluted the High Priest. Bardock also bowed immediately. Welcome. The High Priest put his hands behind his back and smiled. Long time no see, High Priest. Luo Tian said with a smile. The High Priest nodded and looked at Sun Wukong again. You are Mr. Wukong, right? Hi, I'm Wukong. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Bardock's face darkened, and he immediately pressed Sun Wukong's head and asked him to salute the High Priest. I'm really sorry, High Priest. Bardock bowed and stepped forward to apologize. My son is rude. I hope the High Priest will forgive me. Don't worry about these details. The High Priest smiled and turned around and said, Please follow me, the Lord of the Omni is waiting for Mr. Wukong. Then, the High Priest led the way in front. Luo Tian and others followed behind. Luo Tian, he looks quite ordinary, but he gives people a strong feeling. Sun Wukong said to Luo Tian. Did you see it? He is stronger than me. Luo Tian smiled. Ah? Stronger than you? Sun Wukong was stunned and showed a look of shock. You only know it now? Bardock said unhappily, the High Priest is the most powerful god in the universe. Really? Sun Wukong kept sighing, it seems that I have to practice harder. After moving forward for a while, Luo Tian soon saw the king of all sitting on the throne, and the left and right guards standing on both sides of him. When the two guards noticed the queen, their lips couldn't help but tremble, and they quickly shifted their gazes, not daring to look at him. Looking at each other is a provocation. We can't beat you even with our super fusion technique. Let's keep a low profile. The two lowered their eyes and looked at their toes. Welcome, you're finally here. The king of all looked at Sun Wukong and said excitedly. As he spoke, the king of all jumped up from the throne and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Luo Tian stepped forward and gave him a hug. I am now level 80, he can't erase me. The king of all's face turned black and he immediately broke free from Luo Tian's arms. The high priest held his forehead, feeling a little amused. Then, the king of all looked at Sun Wukong again excitedly. Ah, do you want to hug me and lift me up high? Sun Wukong scratched his head, stepped forward to pick up the king of all, and lifted him up high. The king of all's face darkened. The two guards glared at Sun Wukong. Luo Tian looked at the two guards with a smile. The two guards were startled and quickly shifted their gazes, not daring to glare at Sun Wukong again. Bardock was so scared that he almost fainted. Chapter 368 The God of Time and Space Destroyer begins to pay attention. Is it fun? Sun Wukong laughed and put the king of all down. The king of all was speechless. A moment of silence. Fun, I haven't played like this before. The king of all nodded, I didn't expect you to be so interesting. You are also very interesting. Sun Wukong grinned. Your name is Sun Wukong, right? The king of all asked. You can call me Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Okay, then you can also call me by my nickname. The king of all smiled and replied, what are you going to call me? Xiao Chuan? How about it? Sun Wukong thought for a while and asked. No problem, it's decided happily. The king of all was not angry. Because the king of all saw his innocence and clarity in Sun Wukong's eyes. By the way, Xiao Chuan, did you ask me to come here because of the martial arts conference in the universe? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Let's talk about that later. I want to have fun with you. The king of all shook his head and stared at Sun Wukong eagerly. Ah! I'm really sorry, I'm really busy now. I'll play with you after I finish my work. Sun Wukong explained quickly. Bardock was shaking with fear and wanted to slap his son to the ground. How can you talk like that? That's the Lord of all. The two guards were also furious, but because Luo Tian was at the scene, they didn't dare to insolent. Well, play with me after you're done, okay? The All-King nodded and said in a casual tone. But then again, I remember you and Mr. Satan seemed to have a good time together before. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I've had enough of him, the All-King replied. It seems there's also Bu. Sun Wukong seemed to be thinking. You're right, he's the best mount I've ever seen. The All-King nodded. Bardock, poor little god of destruction, is he going to be pulled back to be a mount again? Do you want Mr. Bu to come back to be a mount? The high priest asked on the side. The All-King was immediately tempted. In fact, it's entirely possible to let the Kai King of the 7th universe come over to be a mount. Luo Tian suggested again. The king of all fell into deep thought again, nodded, and ordered the two guards on the left and right, go and bring me the Kaishin of the 7th universe. Yes, Lord King of all. The two guards saluted immediately. I'll go with you, and we can learn from each other on the way. Luo Tian said with a smile. The two guards were trembling with fear. It's okay, the main thing is to see if your strength has improved recently. Luo Tian smiled. Go, go. The king of all waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. The two guards wanted to cry. Lord King of all, you can't let Luo Tian bully us. The two guards had no choice but to bow and fly outside immediately. Then, Lord King of all, Lord High Priest, I'll leave first. Luo Tian waved his hand. The King of all didn't say much. The High Priest nodded slightly, as a greeting. Then, Luo Tian quickly chased in the direction where the two guards were going. As the two guards were moving, they immediately performed the super fusion technique and merged into one person. Swoosh! The fusion guard turned into a stream of light, increasing its speed to the extreme, leaving a stream of light in the realm of nothingness. Soon, the fusion guard appeared in the seventh universe. The fusion guard looked back and found that there was no trace of Luo Tian behind him, and his heart was finally at ease. Great, he didn't catch up. The fusion guard said to himself, maybe he was attracted by some beauty on the way. Thinking of this, the fusion guard let out a long sigh. Where are the beauties on the way? Just then, Luo Tian's voice suddenly sounded in front of the fusion guard. The fusion guard's face changed again and again. I've been waiting for you here for a long time, little hee hee. Luo Tian grinned. The fusion guard, fuck little hee hee. Hurry up and spar with each other. Luo Tian called out. That Luo Tian, if you want to hit me, just say it directly, no need to find so many excuses. The combined guards responded quickly. Luo Tian was a little confused for a moment. Have the guards now become so cowardly? The Temple of the Omni King. The High Priest took the scepter and looked at it carefully, then smiled and sighed. Poor guards. Luo Tian was already scared out of his temper. But Sun Wukong and the Omni King held hands together. Both of them laughed innocently. Actually, you feel quite bored here. Take some time to go to Earth to play. Sun Wukong suggested. Okay, wait until my mount comes, and I'll take some time to go to Earth to find you. The Omni King nodded. Then, the Omni King suddenly thought of something and immediately took out a strange button. The button was round, like a child's toy. One side was a blue button, and the other side was a red button. This is for you. The All-King handed the button to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took the button and looked at it carefully, and asked curiously, what is this? Just press this blue button, and I will appear beside you immediately. Press the red button and you will appear in the temple. The All-King said to Sun Wukong. Got it, thank you. Sun Wukong packed up the things the All-King gave him. Then can I go back now? Remember to come and play with me. The All-King looked expectant. No problem, I will also think of a way to see if I can find a better playmate for you recently. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said. Okay, okay. The All-King responded with some excitement. Dad, let's go. Sun Wukong said to Bardock. Bardock knelt down and saluted to the All-King and the High Priest again, and then followed Sun Wukong to leave the temple. After leaving the temple, Sun Wukong performed instant teleportation and returned to Earth with Bardock. Seeing that the sixth universe was safe and sound, Bardock also breathed a sigh of relief. Cockroach was really scared. I thought the King of all would wipe out the sixth universe. Can we set off now, Cockroach? Vegeta snorted and asked calmly. Okay, let's go. Sun Wukong nodded. Cockroach, do your best. Bardock patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. By the way, where's Luo Tian? Vegeta suddenly realized that Luo Tian didn't come back with him. I left for something, but I think I should be back. I'll be back soon. Sun Wukong grinned. Then let's go. Vegeta suggested. Okay. Sun Wukong replied. Vegeta and Trunks immediately put their hands on Sun Wukong's shoulders. It seems that putting hands on shoulders is not okay when traveling through time and space. Sun Wukong said, hold hands, otherwise it will be difficult to find you if you get lost in time and space. Vegeta grinned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Okay, Mr. Wukong. Trunks agreed readily. The three of them held hands together. Sun Wukong stretched his neck again and turned the time and space ring in his hand with his tongue. Vegeta was so disgusted that he almost vomited. Swish! The three disappeared in an instant. The seventh universe, the universe. Xiao He, you two are so boring. I just want to compete with you. How can it be considered bullying? Luo Tian sighed. The combined guard was speechless. You are so many levels higher than us, but you are still bullying us, right? Forget it, you can go. Luo Tian waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. The combined guard hurriedly thanked him, turned around and quickly fled away from the scene. After the combined guard left, Luo Tian smiled and looked inside his body. Pa! Luo Tian formed an incarnation inside his body and looked at the little witch. Ya, what are you doing? The little witch stepped back a few steps in fear. When you saw the high priest just now, you seemed very active. Luo Tian said with a smile, you want the high priest to find you and rescue you, right? The little witch was silent. High priestess, give her a good beating. Luo Tian ordered the great goddess. The great goddess wanted to give the little witch a good beating, and she didn't hesitate at all. The two beautiful women wrestled again. The temple of the king of all. The great priest seemed to be lost in thought, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Hey, what are you thinking about, great priest? The king of all asked. It feels like someone from the demon clan has come to our world, the great priest pondered, and it smells like the demon king god. The demon king god. He really dares to come here. The king of all frowned. It's not the demon king god himself. The great priest shook his head gently, but it feels like he has a special relationship with him, maybe his relatives. Who could it be? The king of all asked. It's hard to say. The great priest pondered. Where? The king of all asked again. It's very likely that he is sealed in Luo Tian's body. The high priest said. That kid again, he's really brave. He sealed the relatives of the demon king? The king of all's face tightened, and he couldn't help being a little surprised. He looked at the high priest and asked, do you want him to release the relatives of the demon king? No, let him do it slowly. The high priest smiled slightly, I believe the demon king doesn't know about this yet. Well, I don't care, it's a headache. I'm going to ride a horse later. The king of all nodded and became a hands-off boss. Okay, Lord King of all. The high priest smiled, now I just hope Luo Tian can grow up as soon as possible, so that he can be independent. Yet. The king of all nodded vigorously. A short silence. There's one more thing. The high priest pondered. What? The king of all was stunned. Zamasu, the trainee king of the 10th universe, went to another space-time and destroyed all the king of the universe in that space-time. The grand priest sighed slightly. So, all the gods of destruction also disappeared? The king of all reacted quickly. Yes, that's right. The grand priest nodded. At present, the Lord God of space destruction has begun to pay attention to that space-time. It seems that that space-time is about to disappear. The king of all came back to his senses. Yes. The grand priest replied, it has been a long time since a space-time disappeared. I originally thought that the first to disappear should be the GT space-time that competed with the 6th universe. GT space-time? The king of all scratched his head. It is the space-time where the universe that the king of all practiced to erase a long time ago is located. The grand priest explained with a smile. Oh? I remember, didn't the god of space destruction destroy that space-time? The king of all asked. No. The grand priest nodded. Never mind. The king of all shook his head, not seeming to be very interested in these things. After saying that, the king of all turned around and planned to run over to play, but suddenly found that the mount had not come yet. The king of all had to stop, and suddenly thought of something, turned his head and said to the grand priest, Hey, you just said the trainee Kaishin of the 10th universe? Yes, Lord King of all. The Grand Priest replied. What does the Saiyan of the 10th universe do? Let his disciples mess around? The King of all's face darkened. Yes, yes, what I am most worried about now is that his actions may implicate our time and space, causing the Lord of Time and Space Destruction to come and destroy our time and space. The Grand Priest sighed slightly. Call the Saiyan of the 10th universe over and let him become my mount as well. The King of all said with a dark face. Okay. The High Priest nodded in agreement, and immediately contacted the two guards through the scepter and conveyed the intention of the Omni King to them. Trunks time and space. The 7th universe, Earth. Shua. Sun Wukong pulled Vegeta and Trunks through the space-time ring, and then used instant teleportation to appear above the planet. The three looked around and saw the ruins of the city. Is this the future Earth? Damn bastard! Vegeta was very upset. It's so miserable. Sun Wukong also kept sighing. Then, Sun Wukong suddenly thought of something, and immediately patted his forehead and said to Vegeta and Trunks, I'll go to the Saiyan realm of the 6th universe first. Shua. After saying that, Sun Wukong disappeared immediately. Mr. Goku. Trunks was anxious. However, before Trunks finished speaking, Sun Wukong had disappeared. Trunks was speechless for a while, his mouth twitched, and he looked at his father Vegeta. Vegeta, what's that look in your eyes? Vegeta asked with a dark face, don't you trust me enough? No, Dad is overthinking. Trunks smiled awkwardly. Humph, there's no need for Kakarot to do anything. I can beat that guy named Zamasu to pieces myself. Vegeta snorted. Trunks was speechless. Dad, you said the same thing when you fought Cell. As a result, you were severely beaten by Cell. I hope it won't be so tragic this time. In a distant mountainous area. In a wooden courtyard. Black Goku was drinking tea. Just then, Black Goku sensed two auras that appeared at the scene. Black Goku immediately looked in that direction and saw Trunks and Vegeta who appeared at the scene. Black Goku looked carefully again and found that Luo Tian did not come over. Only the two of them came. At this point, Black Goku's hanging heart was put down. It's just Vegeta who came. It seems like he came from another time and space. This guy called Vegeta is nothing special. Just in time. Chapter 369 Return to Trunks Time and Space. Vegeta and Trunks sensed the breath of Black Goku at the same time. He moved, maybe he noticed us. Trunks' face changed slightly. Humph, come quickly. Vegeta snorted, with infinite fighting spirit on his face. Just then, Trunks' eyes suddenly lit up, and he found Xiao Wu lying on the ground not far away, and rushed over in a hurry. Great, Xiao Wu is still alive. Trunks went forward to check, and was immediately very excited. He turned his head and asked Vegeta, Dad, did you bring senzu beans? Vegeta landed beside Trunks, took out a senzu bean and handed it to him. Trunks bit the senzu bean and put it into Xiao Wu's mouth. Vegeta saw it but didn't say anything. After eating the senzu beans, Xiao Wu woke up immediately and opened her bright eyes. Trunks? Xiao Wu looked at Trunks in surprise and joy. Xiao Wu, that's great, it's really great. Trunks and Xiao Wu hugged each other tightly. Why are you here? Xiao Wu asked puzzledly, didn't you go back to the past? I've already gone back, and it was Mr. Goku who brought me and my dad back. Trunks explained. Really? So everything went well? Didn't Lord Luo Tian come? Xiao Wu asked again. Lord Luo Tian said that Mr. Goku and my dad are enough to solve this matter. Trunks smiled. Dad? Xiao Wu was stunned. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my dad. Trunks pointed to Vegeta behind him and introduced him to Xiao Wu. Hello, uncle. Xiao Wu hurriedly called him politely. Trunks, she is your girlfriend, right? Vegeta asked. Well, yes, Dad. Trunks nodded a little embarrassedly, his face flushed as he spoke. Xiao Wu also blushed and lowered her head. That guy is coming, Trunks, protect the girl you like. Vegeta said, and immediately took off into the air, whizzing towards the direction of Black Goku. Dad Trunks was a little surprised, but he didn't expect his father to say such a thing. Can your dad do it? Xiao Wu was a little worried. Don't worry, my dad has become very powerful, I think he should be able to defeat that guy called Black Goku. Trunks' eyes showed endless confidence. Yet. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. At this time, Black Goku was suspended in the sky, looking at Vegeta flying over from the opposite side, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and his eyes narrowed. Sure enough, he looks exactly like Kakarot. Vegeta immediately became interested. It would be worth the trip to beat up this guy. You are Zamasu, right? Vegeta snorted, pointing at Black Goku and yelling. Black Goku felt sick at that moment. What's going on? How did this guy know my identity so easily? You exchanged the Dragon Ball with Kakarot body, am I right? Vegeta snorted. Black Goku was not so calm, his face darkened, frowned, looked at Vegeta and asked, Why? Why do you know these details? It's nothing, Luo Tian told us. Vegeta smiled. Luo Tian. Black Goku's face changed again and again. That's right. Vegeta nodded, suddenly realized something, snorted, since you know Luo Tian, it can prove that you came here from our time and space. Black Goku didn't want to talk anymore. Vegeta in Luo Tian's time and space was quite smart. I didn't expect to know so many things so easily. I heard that Kakarot in this time and space died of a heart attack. How did you survive by exchanging bodies with him? Vegeta asked. Don't you know everything? Black Goku's face turned cold. Forget it, I'm not interested in your business anyway. Vegeta snorted, let me give you a good beating today, so that you can feel what true despair is. Before the battle, I have a question to ask you. Black Goku hurriedly said. You left a last word so early? Vegeta smiled proudly. Black Goku was not angry, but asked lightly, where is Luo Tian? Didn't he come? You can rest assured, he said he would come later. Vegeta snorted. Black Goku's face changed color again. I don't know how the other me handled the matter. If Luo Tian comes, I should be able to defeat him with so many people, right? No problem. I have become stronger too. But you may not see him. Vegeta snorted, let me give you a good beating first. Pa! Vegeta said, and transformed himself, directly starting the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. For a guy like you, this transformation is completely enough. Vegeta was about to point his thumb at his nose, and suddenly remembered what Kakarot had said. Vegeta didn't know how to do it at all, and quickly put his thumb away. Then, Vegeta turned into a golden light and whistled towards Black Goku. Black Goku was still normal and did not transform. The sixth universe, King of the Gods. Sun Wukong performed instant movement and came to the land of King of the Gods, and sure enough, he sensed that Fu Hua's breath had completely disappeared. Lord Fu Hua, Sun Wukong said in a low voice, I will find a way to defeat that guy and avenge you. As he said, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, and his body shook violently. Swish! Then, Sun Wukong used instant teleportation again and disappeared from the spot. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong appeared beside Trunks. Mr. Wukong! Trunks was surprised and happy. Black Wukong! Xiao Wu was startled. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid, this is Mr. Wukong. Trunks hurriedly comforted. Hello, first meeting. Xiao Wu said a little embarrassedly. I always feel that you seem a little familiar, where have I seen you? Sun Wukong looked Xiao Wu up and down. Xiao Wu was a little panicked. We did meet a long time ago. You were still young at that time. That guy Vegeta, he started fighting before I came back. Sun Wukong immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Vegeta. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was not recognized. If Trunks knew that I was older than his mother, I wonder what he would think. At this time, Vegeta had already started a fierce battle with Black Goku. After several rounds of fighting, Vegeta kicked fiercely. Black Goku crossed his arms and blocked the kick from Vegeta. Then, Black Goku's feet rubbed the ground, leaving 2 long traces on the ground, making a harsh sound. Hey, Vegeta, we haven't even finished talking yet, and you're the first to go. Sun Wukong flew over and said to Vegeta unhappily. Humph, it was you who ran around before the battle. Vegeta snorted, besides, when I saw your face, I couldn't help but want to go up and beat him up. I really can't do anything with you. Sun Wukong shook his head helplessly. Black Goku glanced in the direction of Sun Wukong, but there was nothing surprising. After all, Black Goku had long known that these two people were equivalent to a combination. It is normal for Sun Wukong to be around where Vegeta appears. You came at the right time. I feel a little bored fighting with Trunks every time. Black Goku sneered, golden light bloomed on his body, lightning wrapped around his body, and he also started the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. Oh? You turned into the same appearance as me. Vegeta's mouth curled up. He can also become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong sighed. Vegeta and Black Goku each took a fighting stance, ready to go. The next moment, the two rushed towards each other at the same time. After several rounds of confrontation, Vegeta kicked Black Goku high into the air. Black Goku rolled several somersaults in the air, adjusted his posture, gathered energy in his hands, and sprayed a large energy bomb at Vegeta. Vegeta slapped it and directly slapped the energy bomb away. Boom! The energy bomb landed in the distant city, creating a huge mushroom cloud on the land. Vegeta, stop messing around, do you want to destroy this planet? Sun Wukong said hurriedly. Stop talking nonsense, cockroach. Vegeta snorted, there are not many people left on this planet. That's true. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. After Vegeta slapped the energy bomb away, he quickly appeared in front of Black Goku and hit him on the chin with an uppercut. Black Goku was hit and hung in the air. Vegeta appeared again just above Black Goku and kicked him in the waist. Boom! Black Goku fell from the air and hit the ruins below heavily, raising a large cloud of dust. Swish! Soon Black Goku soared up from the ruins below and appeared in front of Vegeta. Humph! You are much stronger than Vegeta in this time and space. Black Goku sneered. You killed me in this time and space, so of course I have to avenge myself. Vegeta clenched his fists. But your death at this time is very tragic, do you want to listen? Black Goku said with a smile. Vegeta didn't say anything. He blew himself up to protect Trunks. I have to say that you are a great father in this time and space. Black Goku smiled lightly and gave Vegeta a thumbs up. Bah! You are such a despicable guy, you have no right to say that to me. Vegeta snorted coldly, but he was a little sad in his heart. I didn't expect that I in this time and space would choose to self-destruct. Are you learning from me? No, I haven't seen myself in this time and space. Maybe you thought of the same thing. Swoosh! Vegeta said no more and rushed over to fight Black Goku fiercely again. In the distance, Trunks and Xiao Wu also looked at the two people fighting in the sky with heavy expressions. But Trunks's face was not very good. Xiao Wu watched from afar with a telescope. After all, Xiao Wu can only be regarded as a woman who is slightly stronger than ordinary people, and her eyes can't see that far. Black Goku has become a Super Saiyan. Xiao Wu whispered. I haven't seen him transform for a long time. Trunks frowned. Does this mean that Black Goku has been forced into a corner? Xiao Wu asked. But he seems to have become stronger than when he fought with me. Trunks always has a bad feeling, it feels like he's stronger every time he fights. What's going on? But your father has an absolute advantage at the moment. Xiao Wu comforted, and Mr. Gaku hasn't made a move yet, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? I hope so, but I always feel a little uneasy. Trunks' expression became more and more solemn. Bang! Vegeta punched Black Gaku hard in the face, knocking him down from the air again. Boom! Black Gaku fell into the ruins of the city below. Suddenly, the scene was filled with smoke and dust, and there were roars. Ah! Vegeta gathered energy in both hands, and the energy in his hands was like free money, calling out to the people below. I haven't felt so happy for a long time, ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed loudly while releasing energy bombs. After throwing energy bombs for a while, Vegeta slowly fell to the ground, his face slightly stunned. Black Gaku slowly walked out of the smoke, and he had a purple-black protective shield on his body. Swish! The protective shield on Black Gaku disappeared. So that's how it is. Trunks is indeed impossible to be your opponent with his current strength. Vegeta snorted. As expected, he is Vegeta from Luotian's time and space. Black Goku's eyes were cold. You are not qualified to judge me. Vegeta chuckled and looked at Black Gaku with interest. Okay, it's almost done, it's time to deal with you. Hurry up and show your strongest state. Black Gaku was silent. Pa! Vegeta was not polite, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 immediately. When seeing Vegeta's transformation, Black Goku's face instantly became extremely ugly. What's wrong with you? Hurry up and change. Are you going to turn into blue or red? Or the same as me? Vegeta immediately became interested and squinted at Black Gaku. Black Gaku felt heartbroken at the time. Your expression, could it be that you won't change? Vegeta was stunned. Black Gaku was silent again. Oh? Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed, I'm dying of laughter. You really can't change. This is why you chose Kakarot, if you exchange bodies with me. Anyway, you can easily become Super Saiyan 4. Ha 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 ha, this is the first time I've seen an idiot like you. Black Wukong was a little confused. Why do you still want me to exchange bodies with you? I really don't know what your brain is thinking. Sun Wukong didn't know what to say for a while. What should I do? Since you can't change, I'm going to attack. Are you ready to die? Vegeta sneered and rushed towards Black Gaku quickly, punching him hard on the chest. Black Gaku screamed in pain. Chapter 370. Even if Luotian comes, I'm not afraid. Every cell and every energy in your body is created by Kakarot in every battle over a long period of time. Vegeta snorted, and you are just borrowing it after all. Bang! As he said that, Vegeta kicked Black Gaku and kicked him high into the air. Swish! Vegeta soared into the sky, rushed into the air, punched Black Gaku one punch after another, and hit him to a higher altitude. Black Gaku was beaten black and swollen at the time, unable to resist, and let Vegeta do whatever he wanted. Some Saiyan cells can only be used freely by guys like him, only simple idiots like him. Vegeta shouted, and appeared above Black Gaku, crossed his hands and clenched his fists, and hit him hard. Boom! Black Gaku fell from the air and hit the ground hard, leaving a crater on the ground. Black Gaku felt that he was not feeling well, and wailed in pain. But then, Black Gaku climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Golden light burst out from Black Goku's body, and lightning wrapped around him, rushing towards Vegeta who was rushing down. However, the difference between Black Gaku and Vegeta was too great, so Vegeta's punch hit him directly. Black Goku's body went straight through a building and fell into the ruins, looking more and more embarrassed. The next moment, Black Gaku stepped out of the ruins, his face grim, and shouted at Vegeta, this world dominated by humans is a mistake. Humans will always go to war and destroy planets. This world does not need humans, and human existence is ugly. I am the one who corrects this." As he spoke, Black Goku roared, his hand knife emerged, and rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta dodged Black Goku's hand knife lightly. "What bullshit are you talking about?" Vegeta snorted coldly and grabbed Black Goku's wrist. "I don't care what kind of god or king you are. Even if you are a king of the world, it's nothing. I'm still an intern god of destruction. Once upon a time, the king of the 7th universe was like a fool." While speaking, Vegeta increased the strength in his hand. "Let me go!" Black Goku screamed in pain. "As you wish." Vegeta waved his hand violently and threw Black Goku from the air. Black Goku quickly adjusted his body in the air, landed on his feet, and then supported his hands on the ground to cushion the huge impact. "Okay, I'll kill you now. Make you disappear from this world completely." Vegeta stretched out his hand and pointed it at Black Goku's body from above. "I defeated all the gods," Black Goku said with gritted teeth. "But you didn't defeat the god of destruction with your own strength, but killed King Kai, so that all the gods of destruction disappeared with him," Sun Wukong said lightly on the side. Black Goku turned his head and looked in the direction of Sun Wukong. "You are so despicable." Sun Wukong frowned. And when he thought of Fuwa being killed by Black Goku, Sun Wukong became more and more angry. "Anyway, I am already the last god of this time and space." Zamasu snorted and said lightly. "So what?" Vegeta took over the conversation, and the tail behind him swayed gently. "In this time and space, I am the rule." Black Goku roared and threw an energy bomb at Vegeta in the sky. Vegeta dodged easily. Black Goku kept firing energy bombs, all in the direction of Vegeta. Vegeta dodged all the energy bombs, slowly fell from the air, and appeared in front of Black Goku, saying coldly, "This time and space does not need a god who imposes twisted justice on others." "Shut up, you human!" Black Goku shouted, "I am a god. What are you Saiyans? How can a Saiyan cultivate into a real god? I don't accept it." "Oh? Are you talking about Luo Tian?" Vegeta was stunned, and soon understood. "Yes. I'm talking about him. I will always remember his humiliation of me." Black Goku clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of anger. "Really? How did he humiliate you? Tell me and make me happy." Vegeta immediately became interested. "You bastard!" Black Goku knew that Vegeta was laughing at him, so he rushed forward and attacked Vegeta fiercely. Vegeta easily dealt with it. Sun Wukong looked up and watched silently, without any intention of intervening. After all, at present, Vegeta has already occupied an absolute advantage. "Mr. Goku." Trunks walked forward with Xiao Wu. Sun Wukong looked back at him. "Mr. Goku, please listen to me," Trunks said with some concern. "Black Goku's Super Saiyan state is stronger than before." "Oh? So he is also practicing?" Sun Wukong pondered. "Anyway, there is a big gap between him and Vegeta, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Mr. Goku, I have a bad feeling. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible." Trunks' face darkened. "Okay, I got it." Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, and immediately shouted to Vegeta in the sky, "Hey, Vegeta, don't leave it for me, kill him quickly." "Humph, I didn't intend to leave it for you from the beginning." Vegeta smiled triumphantly. "You guy!" Sun Wukong was speechless. Vegeta quickly stepped forward and grabbed Black Goku's collar and lifted him up high. Then, Vegeta kicked Black Goku again and kicked him high into the sky. Destruction! Vegeta had nothing to be polite about, and a destructive energy whistled towards Black Goku. "You should be proud to die under my destruction." Vegeta chuckled, "It's a pity that your dream can't be realized." Swish! The destructive energy rushed towards Black Goku at a very fast speed. Black Goku's face changed again and again, and he was already powerless to dodge. Just when the destructive energy was about to hit Black Goku, Zamasu appeared behind him in an instant, grabbed his body and quickly flew to a distant office building. Vegeta was slightly stunned. The destructive energy flew to the starry sky and hit a planet in a distant area, smashing the planet into slag at that time. Who is it? Vegeta frowned. It was so dangerous just now. Zamasu was shocked. If you were a step later, you would have been destroyed. I didn't expect this guy to have learned to destroy. Zamasu put Zamasu down while speaking, and his hands were even on his body, covering him with healing light. But in this way, your body is closer to perfection, right? Zamasu said with a smile. Suddenly, the healing light quickly acted on Black Goku's body. Does he have an accomplice? Sun Wukong was a little surprised. I don't know, I've never heard of it. Trunks has never seen Zamasu. Xiao Wu was also a little surprised. I haven't heard that this guy has an accomplice. Black Kakarot has recovered. Vegeta's face changed color and frowned. Thank you. Black Goku got up from the ground. If you die, all our efforts will be in vain. Zamasu smiled. Human Zero plan requires the two of us to implement it together. Who is this guy? Is it that guy Zamasu? Vegeta frowned and looked at Zamasu, who appeared on the office building. Zamasu? Isn't Black Goku Zamasu? Why are there two of them? Sun Wukong was a little confused. That guy is the original Zamasu in this world. Vegeta explained. I understand. Black Goku is the Zamasu of your time and space, Mr. Goku, and that person should be the Zamasu of this time and space. I didn't expect them to cooperate. Trunks quickly understood. I still don't understand. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling very puzzled. Just treat them both as our enemies. Vegeta said unhappily. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded. Humph. No matter how many come, they are just a few more trash. Vegeta snorted. I will eliminate them one by one in a while. On the high platform of the office building. Why did Sun Wukong and Vegeta from another time and space come here? Are they really from Luo Tian's time and space? Zamasu asked. Yes, it should be Trunks who called them here. Black Wukong nodded. Has the guy named Luo Tian come? Zamasu asked again. They said they haven't come yet, but they said they will come in a while, so we have to hurry up. Black Wukong looked heavy, turned his head and asked, how are you doing what I asked you to do? No problem, it's done. Zamasu nodded. What conspiracy are you two up to? Vegeta said condescendingly, floating right above the two of them. Black Goku and Zamasu were both startled and immediately looked up at Vegeta in the sky. Humph, no matter what conspiracy you are up to, you will die here soon. Vegeta snorted and kicked Black Goku below. Black Goku quickly dodged Vegeta's attack. Vegeta chased up again and launched a fierce attack on Black Goku. However, what made Vegeta feel embarrassed and angry was that Black Goku's speed and strength were much higher than before. After several rounds of confrontation, Vegeta was actually at a disadvantage. Vegeta was shocked and angry. I am now in the form of Super Saiyan 4. This guy is only Super Saiyan 2. I know, I just consumed a lot of energy. But that's impossible. I am 2 levels higher than him in transformation. Vegeta became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He sped up and rushed towards Black Goku. Black Goku suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible divine power quickly covered Vegeta's body. Vegeta was unfortunately hit and was frozen at that moment. That guy Vegeta seems to be being beaten. Sun Wukong felt that something was wrong. Black Goku has become stronger again. Trunks said in a deep voice. You're right, Vegeta. Black Goku smiled. I thought that as long as I could get Sun Wukong's body, I could get his power immediately. But I tragically discovered that Sun Wukong in this time and space is very ordinary. What makes me most painful is that I can't even change ordinary Super Saiyans at will. While Black Goku was speaking, he still controlled Vegeta's body through divine power and fixed him in the air. Ha! Energy surged from Vegeta's body, immediately dispersing the opponent's divine power. So I was thinking, how can I awaken all the power in this body? Black Goku smiled, since Sun Wukong in another time and space has powerful strength, he in this time and space also has huge energy. But I am very lucky, I soon discovered the characteristics of Saiyans. Characteristics? Vegeta was stunned. That's right, reborn from near death. That's it. Black Goku grinned. Ya, what did you say? Vegeta was in a bad state. Hey! Black Goku came quickly and kicked Vegeta in the face, knocking Vegeta to the ground immediately. Vegeta screamed in pain, his face was extremely ugly. Sun Wukong quickly ran up and said with concern, Vegeta, I'll treat you. Get out. I have senzu beans. Vegeta said unhappily, and took out a senzu bean with difficulty and ate it. After eating the senzu beans, Vegeta's energy immediately recovered to its peak state, and he rushed towards Black Goku again. Bang bang bang! The two once again fought fiercely in the air. After several rounds of confrontation, both of them punched each other in the face. Vegeta was so angry that his teeth itched. Black Goku showed a smug smile. Bang! Black Goku threw an uppercut and hit Vegeta's chest directly. Vegeta's face twisted and he spit out a mouthful of acid. Bang! Black Goku hit Vegeta's head with his forehead. Vegeta fell from the air. How could this happen? Xiao Wu exclaimed. I think Dad and the others can't increase their energy by rebirth from the brink of death. Trunks said in a deep voice, because Dad and Mr. Goku have reached their limit. Xiao Wu was speechless. Pa! Black Goku landed opposite Vegeta and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth proudly. Vegeta became more and more angry and rubbed his head that was hurt by the collision. His face was extremely ugly. Not bad, Vegeta, your level is just right for me to increase your strength. Black Goku smiled more and more brilliantly. Zamasu flew over calmly, with healing flames in his hands blooming, quickly covering Black Goku's body. Oops! Sun Wukong exclaimed. Vegeta's face became even uglier. Black Goku's energy has been fully restored to its peak state, not only that, his strength has been greatly improved. Every time those injured cells are reborn, they will gradually be controlled by me. Black Goku smiled, the heart of God and the body of the Saiyan are gradually integrated. Chapter 371 Super Saiyan Rose Red Vegeta was stunned, not understanding what this guy wanted to do. Pa! Black Goku opened his eyes and showed an evil smile. I have reached a realm that you humans can finally not peek into. Black Goku laughed more and more wildly. What on earth does he want to do? Sun Wukong was very puzzled. Ah! Black Goku screamed, and a rose-red light suddenly emerged from his body. Snap! Black Goku's hair also turned rose-red in an instant. Hey? Pink? Sun Wukong was a little surprised. Vegeta was even more stunned. Oh, it's really surprising. Zamasu smiled, it seems that after God surpasses Super Saiyan, his hair color will turn rose-red. I decided to name this new transformation Super Saiyan Rose Red. Black Goku smiled more and more proudly. Vegeta, let's team up to deal with them. Sun Wukong found that the situation was a little wrong and quickly suggested to Vegeta. What a joke, you go find a way to deal with the other guy. Vegeta snorted, that guy can heal. Every time I defeat that black cockroach, he will come up to heal. It doesn't matter, I can heal too. Sun Wukong smiled. Vegeta, idiot. Black cockroach's energy will increase after recovery, but my energy didn't increase after recovery. What's the point of your treatment? Vegeta shouted angrily, besides, I have senzu beans. That's true. Sun Wukong nodded and pointed at Zamasu. Hey, your name is Zamasu, right? I'm here to fight you. Okay. Zamasu nodded. The two of them no longer hesitated and immediately flew to the top of a nearby tall building and took a fighting stance. Vegeta ate another senzu bean and raised his energy to the extreme. Both sides rushed towards their opponents. Sun Wukong directly activated the Super Saiyan Blue transformation and punched Zamasu. Zamasu dodged Sun Wukong's fist, a purple hand knife emerged, and slashed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged easily, grabbed Zamasu's hand, and smashed it to the ground below. Bang! Zamasu was hit hard by Sun Wukong and fell to the ground. You don't seem to be anything great. Sun Wukong shook his head, showing a look of disappointment. It's a waste of my transformation. Zamasu's face was a little gloomy. Then, Zamasu immediately controlled some nearby construction waste through divine power and suspended it. Swish, swish, swish. The construction waste flew towards Sun Wukong at a high speed. I can dodge this kind of thing with my eyes closed. Sun Wukong closed his eyes and dodged lightly through Ultra Instinct. Zamasu gritted his teeth, controlled another steel bar, and stabbed Sun Wukong fiercely. I will fight back occasionally. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and waved his hand in the air, hitting the steel bar back directly. Zamasu was stunned, and his face changed again and again. Puff! The steel bar pierced Zamasu's heart directly and passed through his back. Zamasu's face was extremely ugly. Trunks and Xiaowu were both shocked. It seems that this guy named Zamasu is nothing special. Pa! Sun Wukong returned to the form of a Super Saiyan to avoid consuming too much energy, and slowly fell to the opposite side of Zamasu. It's not too late now, hurry up and use the Dragon Balls of this world to restore the earth to its original appearance. Sun Wukong said to Zamasu. Zamasu laughed strangely, grabbed the steel bar inserted in his body, and pulled it out directly. Bang! Zamasu threw the steel bar aside, and the wound on his body healed instantly. The wound disappeared. Trunks exclaimed. Unfortunately, after the last wish was fulfilled, the Dragon Ball turned into stone and was destroyed by us. Zamasu chuckled. What happened to your body? Sun Wukong frowned and asked, also, what wish did you make? Compared to you, I am too weak, I know this very well. Zamasu said in a deep voice, but I can't give up my divine power for strength like the other me. So I made a wish to gain immortality. What? Sun Wukong was shocked. Trunks also widened his eyes and showed a look of astonishment. What is he talking about? Xiaowu didn't hear it very clearly. You are so despicable. You will do anything to achieve your goal. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Snap! Zamasu raised his hand lightly and performed a telekinesis. Shua! In just a moment, the bag of senzu beans on Vegeta's body immediately appeared in Zamasu's hand. Hey! That's senzu beans! Sun Wukong exclaimed, and said to Vegeta, Vegeta, that guy transferred your senzu beans away. Vegeta, who was fighting with Black Goku, immediately touched the senzu beans in his armor, and found that they had disappeared. Asshole! Vegeta was furious. Divine power, very convenient, right? Zamasu grinned, and divine power surged in his hand, trying to turn the senzu beans into slag. I can do it too. Sun Wukong also raised his hand lightly and immediately performed teleportation. Shua! In just a moment, Sun Wukong transferred the senzu beans to his own hands again. Zamasu was stunned. Look! Sun Wukong shook the bag of senzu beans in his hand. Zamasu's face became even uglier. Hey! Zamasu performed teleportation again. In just a moment, the bag of senzu beans in Sun Wukong's hand disappeared again. Come again! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and used his divine power. In the blink of an eye, the bag of senzu beans returned to Sun Wukong's hands. Shua shua shua. The two kept taking the senzu beans remotely. The bag of senzu beans fell into Sun Wukong's hands for a while, and then into Zameso's hands. Trunks and Xiaowu looked at each other, speechless. Cockroach, you bastard! Stop playing there, okay? Vegeta couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Sun Wukong. Yeah, you're right. Sun Wukong nodded. With just this nod, Zameso had transferred the bag of senzu beans to his hands and burst out with divine power. Pop! The bag of senzu beans and the senzu beans were destroyed by Zameso. Vegeta, it's all your fault. You made me lose my focus. Sun Wukong was distressed. Vegeta was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. Can you blame me for this? It was obviously your own carelessness. But it doesn't matter, I know healing techniques. Sun Wukong grinned and didn't care at all. Hey! Zameso waved his hands in the air, and a ball of invisible divine power quickly covered Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong was caught off guard and was fixed on the spot. It was difficult for him to move. Bang! Zameso kicked and knocked Sun Wukong to the ground. Humph! Even if you can use divine power, you are not a real god after all. Zameso snorted coldly, gods have their own way of fighting. You, a human, will never be able to fight like me. You are so despicable. Sun Wukong got up from the ground. At this time, Vegeta was also being beaten by Black Goku. Bang! Black Goku hit Vegeta's stomach directly with an uppercut. Vegeta spit out a large mouthful of acid water and felt that he was not feeling well. Then, Black Goku kicked Vegeta again and knocked him to the ground. Vegeta climbed up in a mess. Hehe, my endless power has finally completely merged with my body. Black Goku kept laughing wildly. It doesn't matter if you are from Luotian's time and space. Even if Luotian comes here in person, I can beat him down. Now my strength is far beyond Broly back then. Bang! Black Goku kicked Vegeta again, kicking Vegeta up a level. Vegeta's body drew a parabola in the air, and fell to the ground all of a sudden, his head tilted and he fainted directly. Dad! Trunks was shocked and rushed forward to check Vegeta's injuries. Isn't this Trunks? Black Goku smiled. Mr. Goku! Let's go back first. If we continue to hold on, we will only die here. Find a way to deal with them first. Trunks hurriedly called out to Sun Wukong. Go back? Sun Wukong was stunned and didn't want to go back. Swish! Zameso glanced at the two of them, dodged, and appeared next to Black Goku in an instant. Hey, the other me, you don't need Trunks anymore, right? Kill him. Zameso suggested. You're right. Black Goku nodded, showing an evil smile, looking at Trunks and said, Trunks, you have improved my strength a lot, I should thank you. Damn, so it's not that I'm lucky, you deliberately let me go, right? Trunks gnashed his teeth in hatred. No wonder I think my luck is always so good, it turns out that they are deliberately letting me go. That guy named Black Goku just wants to continuously improve his strength through me. How shameless! It can be said that I cultivated this guy named Black Goku. The resentment in Trunks' eyes became even stronger. Mr. Goku, Xiao Wu, close your eyes quickly. Trunks shouted loudly. Ah? Why? What are you going to do? Sun Wukong was stunned. Sun Fist. Trunks put his hands to his cheeks, and a dazzling light immediately burst out from his head. Black Goku's pupils turned white at that time, and he could not see anything. Zameso also saw a white field in front of his eyes, as if he was hit by a flash bomb, and his eyes were temporarily blinded. When the two of them recovered their vision, they found that Sun Wukong, Trunks, and others had disappeared. At this time, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and others had already appeared in the Kaishin realm of the 6th universe. Sun Wukong had nothing to hesitate and immediately treated Vegeta. Where is this? Xiao Wu looked around. Trunks' eyes sparkled, and he pondered, this seems to be the Kaishan realm. Yes, this is the Kaishan realm of the 6th universe. Sun Wukong nodded. Soon, Vegeta's injuries were completely recovered and he woke up immediately. Dad, are you okay? Trunks asked with concern, and stepped forward to pull Vegeta up. Damn it! I can't let that guy go. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his body shaking violently. Vegeta, your energy has not been improved, you should not be his opponent, let me deal with that guy, Sun Wukong advised, although that guy looks exactly like me, it feels like fighting with myself, but there is really no other way. No, I must deal with that guy myself. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. It's okay that I can't beat Kakarot. I can't even beat a black Kakarot. The only time I won was fighting the Kakarot called GT. Okay, Sun Wukong had to agree, and turned his head to look at Trunks. You can actually use the Sun Fist. Yes, Mr. Tian Xinyan taught me. Trunks nodded. But then again, I haven't seen Tian Xinyan for a long time. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Mr. Tian Xinyan, Mr. Krillin, and Mr. Yamshai of our era were all killed by Black Goku. Trunks clenched his fists, and his forehead bulged slightly. Krillin too. Sun Wukong's face was heavy, and his eyes were full of anger. I didn't expect Black Goku to hide such a powerful energy. Trunks looked ugly, and he has an immortal companion, which is completely beyond my expectations. I'm so sorry. No, let's wait for Lord Luotian to come here. But how to deal with that immortal guy who can heal? Xiao Wu asked. Lord Luotian should have a way, right? Trunks asked. No need for Luotian to take action, I thought of a good way. Sun Wukong scratched his head and suddenly had an idea. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong and didn't speak. What way? Mr. Goku? Trunks asked. Long before I was born, a very powerful guy appeared on Earth. Sun Wukong explained, at that time, only Grandpa came and his master on Earth had the ability to fight him. But Grandpa and the others could not win no matter what. The man that Mr. Goku was talking about, couldn't it be Mr. Piccolo? Trunks wiped his sweat. Hey? You know? Sun Wukong was stunned and laughed again. I heard that Mr. Piccolo wanted to rule the whole world before. Trunks nodded. Xiao Wu on the side was nervous. It was Mr. Pilaf, me and Ash who released Piccolo back then. However, the Piccolo that Mr. Goku was talking about should be the period before he was sealed. To be precise, that was Piccolo's father. Sun Wukong explained. How did he defeat him later? Trunks asked. Grandpa Kame's master used the magic seal wave to seal Piccolo's father in the rice cooker. Sun Wukong explained. Chapter 372 Destruction can destroy the immortal body. I think Master Kame should use the Meifaha, and I will use that move to seal Zamasu. Sun Wukong scratched his head and told his plan. The sealing method is good. Should we go back to your time and space? Trunks asked. Let's go back first. Has Master Kame in this time and space been killed by them? Sun Wukong asked. Yes. Trunks nodded. Even Master Kame was killed by them. They are so hateful. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. 7th Universe, Earth. Black Goku and Zamasu floated in the sky, looking for the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and others. Have you sensed their location? Zamasu asked. I can't sense their existence at all. Black Goku frowned, and they can hide their energy to zero. Have they returned to Luotian's time and space? Zamasu said in a deep voice. Next time, they are likely to bring Luotian here. Black Goku gritted his teeth. Isn't that just right? Just eliminate that guy named Luotian together. This will save a lot of trouble. Zamasu grinned. You're right. Black Goku nodded. Main time and space. Universe 6, Earth. Headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. Swish. Goku activated the time and space ring and performed instant teleportation, bringing Vegeta, Trunks and Xiaowu back in an instant. Little Trunks, who was playing with Goku and Calorie, immediately noticed that several people had appeared and ran to find his mother. "Mom, Uncle Goku is back," Little Trunks said. Emily and Bulma ran out of the room and saw the people who appeared. When they found out that they were safe and sound, the people present breathed a sigh of relief. "Kakarot, did you destroy Zamasu?" Bardock asked. No. Sun Wukong shook his head and recounted what happened in Trunks' time and space. Immortality? That guy named Zamasu also realized such a wish? Bardock frowned, but as long as you use destruction, destroying an immortal body will definitely not be a big problem. As he said, Bardock looked at Vegeta, and his eyes meant, "Why don't you use destruction?" Vegeta trembled. "I wanted to use destruction. The problem is that I can't beat Black Kakarot at all. The guy who competed with the immortal body was Kakarot. Dad, I want to seal him up." Sun Wukong scratched his head and suddenly found that Luo Tian was not at the scene, and asked hurriedly, "Where is Luo Tian? Hasn't he come back yet?" "Yes." Bardock nodded. "Okay, I'll go learn the magic seal now," Sun Wukong suggested. Using destruction can destroy the immortal body, seriously injure his soul, and make his body never reassemble again. Bardock persuaded. "This is mainly because the guy named Black Goku is fighting with Vegeta. I have to deal with that Zamasu." Sun Wukong laughed. "Dad, leave it to Vegeta, I believe he will be fine." Vegeta was silent. "Vegeta, is it okay to leave Black Goku to you?" Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at Vegeta. Vegeta stood up from his seat and clenched his fists tightly. "Humph, of course it's okay, I'm going to beat the shit out of that guy." Vegeta snorted coldly, immediately took off into the air, flew into the sky, and soon disappeared without a trace. Vegeta soared high in the sky, the anger in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. "Damn Black Kakarot! What is Super Saiyan Rose Red? I must kill that guy with my own hands." Swoosh! Vegeta turned into a dazzling light and flew quickly towards the temple. "Pa!" Vegeta landed on the ground of the temple. "Isn't this Vegeta?" Piccolo smiled and glanced at Vegeta, and asked lightly, "What's the matter?" "I want to practice in that strange room," Vegeta said, and walked towards the other dimension with ease. "What happened?" Piccolo didn't pay attention to what happened before, so he didn't know. "Humph!" Vegeta didn't mean to explain, and walked away quickly. Piccolo looked at Vegeta's back, and felt that he seemed very miserable. Just then, the god Dandy came from a distance. "Uncle Piccolo!" Dandy called. "Dandy, do you know what happened in the lower world?" Piccolo asked. "I don't know the details, I just know that Trunks from another time and space came to our era." Dandy replied, "And he was still seriously injured when he came for the first time, and he brought back a girlfriend this time." "Piccolo, they are all at Miss Bulma's house, and Goku is there too, so he should know the details." Dandy guessed, "But I think there should be something wrong with Trunks' time and space. I'll go and see," Picker said, and immediately took off into the air, flying towards the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. At this time, it was late at night, and Sun Wukong performed instant movement and appeared directly in Krillin's room. The room was filled with an extremely special atmosphere, and even a little bit of engine oil. Sun Wukong came forward and took a serious look. "Krillin, are you eating?" Sun Wukong couldn't help but greeted him. Krillin and number 21 were fighting. Who would have thought that Sun Wukong would suddenly appear? Krillin was so scared that he trembled violently. Number 21 was also ashamed and angry. "I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. Didn't you see what we were doing? It's okay for you to break in." You actually greeted us? Wukong. You guy. Krillin was anxious and quickly covered No 21's body with a quilt. What is Krillin eating? Don't you think it smells? Forget it, I won't bother you, you continue. I'm here to see Master Roshi. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately used teleportation and disappeared. Krillin and number 21 were in a mess in the room. Shua. Sun Wukong came to Master Roshi's room. Master Roshi was watching a good little movie. Sun Wukong stretched his neck and followed to watch. Hey? Master Roshi, it would be great if you could just watch Krillin's performance. Sun Wukong couldn't help it and asked. Master Roshi was startled and jumped up from the ground, and turned his head mechanically to look at Sun Wukong. When did you come? Master Roshi's face darkened. I've been here for a while, I see you're so engrossed in watching that you didn't bother Grandpa. Sun Wukong chuckled. Master Roshi, Grandpa, I'm here to learn Meifuba, can you teach me? Sun Wukong's expression became serious. Meifuba? Master Kame was stunned, why do you learn that thing? Sun Wukong had to tell Master Kame everything that happened in Trunks' time and space. So that's how it is. It's true that using Meifuba is a very good choice. I can teach you. Master Kame nodded and suddenly grinned, but, what do you mean by watching Krillin's performance just now? It's similar to what you saw. Sun Wukong pointed to the TV. I've seen it before, and the performance is not bad. Master Kame nodded, and couldn't help sighing, only Krillin has no nose and can't smell the smell of engine oil, I can't stand it. Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong showed a question mark, not knowing what Master Kame meant. Engine oil? Sun Wukong scratched his head, didn't they say that number 21 was transformed by humans? That's true, but some things were replaced with engine oil. Master Kame pondered, I don't know why Dr. Gero replaced some things on number 21 with engine oil, maybe it's because Dr. Gero himself is a robot? Sun Wukong guessed. Master Kame's eyes lit up at that time, and he felt that Sun Wukong was really smart, and he gave him a thumbs up at that time. But you are really good, waking me up from my sweet dream so late, so that I can teach you Meifuba. Master Kame sighed. Grandpa didn't sleep? Sun Wukong said with a smile. That's called spiritual sleep, you are still too young, learn more from Luo Tian when you have nothing to do. Master Kame taught. Although I don't understand it very well, I basically understand the meaning. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Okay, for something like Meifuba, I can only give you a simple demonstration. Master Kame looked heavy, if I use it seriously, I will die on the spot. Okay, Grandpa. Sun Wukong did not object. Then, Master Kame took Sun Wukong outside and taught him how to use the Meifuba. Sun Wukong learned quickly and practiced with a jar. Pop! A spiral flame hit the outside of the jar, and the powerful impact overturned the jar to the ground. The spiral flame also left a small pit on the ground. Oh, it missed again. Sun Wukong pouted. You are wrong. If you can't hit it, there is no way to seal it. Master Kame said with his hands behind his back. Don't mention it, this move is really difficult. Sun Wukong said with some distress. Who told you to only use some rough moves normally? Master Kame said with a smile, didn't you study with the Kaishin of the 6th universe for a long time? Your state of mind has not been tempered, right? This is different, okay? Sun Wukong said with a smile, and suggested, in this case, Grandpa, come with me to seal that guy named Zamasu. Don't be ridiculous, I have to consume a lot of physical strength to seal that kind of guy, maybe I can't seal him, and I will kill myself. Master Kame said unhappily. So this move is so dangerous. Sun Wukong sighed, and stepped forward to straighten the jar that fell on the ground, turned his head and asked Master Kame behind him, by the way, Grandpa, after sealing him with the magic seal wave, just cover the lid with paper and tie it with a rope, right? You also need to stick a talisman. Master Kame said, I'll draw it for you. With that, Master Rashi walked straight towards the room, ready to draw the talisman. Wukong, don't limit yourself to training. Take me to the nightclub when you have nothing to do. Master Rashi turned back and said to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, don't you know how to teleport? I want to taste the exotic customs. Master Rashi smiled. Sun Wukong was speechless and continued to practice Mei Fuba. After a night of hard training, Sun Wukong finally practiced Mei Fuba to the extreme. Now, Sun Wukong's Mei Fuba will no longer be crooked. Master Rashi also fell asleep on the bed. Great, it's finally done. Sun Wukong was very excited. Krillin walked out with red eyes and glared at Sun Wukong. Krillin, good morning. Sun Wukong smiled and said hello, and then asked, what were you eating last night? Krillin felt unwell at that time. I have something important to do, so I'll leave first. Sun Wukong waved at Krillin and immediately used instant movement to disappear. Krillin was messy again in the sea breeze. Goku, this guy. How did you talk? Temple. At the door of the hut of spirit and time. Vegeta walked out of the room, with smoke coming out of his body, and his armor had broken. However, his spirit looked very good, and the confidence in his eyes was a little stronger. Seeing Vegeta in this state, Dandy was a little surprised. Mr. Popo widened his eyes. Wait, that bastard! Vegeta snorted, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and immediately took off into the air, flying quickly towards the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. When Vegeta appeared in the courtyard of the Universal Capsule Group headquarters, he found that besides Trunks and Xiao Wu, there were 3 more people besides Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was chatting with the 3 people. The 3 people were Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Kale. You guys are going too? Sun Wukong scratched his head. After something like this happened, of course we have to go and see it. Piccolo nodded. Yes, Dad, Kale and I also want to go and see it, and hone ourselves by the way. Son Gohan also said. It's great that brother Gohan can go. Trunks also said excitedly. Okay, let's go together, now we just have to wait for Vegeta. Sun Wukong did not object. He's back. Piccolo looked up at the sky. Swoosh! Vegeta fell from the sky and landed beside Sun Wukong and others. Vegeta, let's go. Sun Wukong suggested. Hey, so many people team up to go? It's really lively. Vegeta snorted, but let me make it clear first, let me deal with that dark cockroach, and no one else is allowed to interfere. This sentence is mainly directed at Kale. After all, Kale is the legendary Super Saiyan. We have no problem. Sun Wuhan nodded and agreed readily. Kale nodded at the side without objection. Of course. Piccolo smiled, we just went to watch the fun. Has Luo Tian not come back yet? Sun Wukong found that Luo Tian was not there. No. Bardock replied. Then let's not wait, let's go first. Son Goku said. Chapter 373 Super Saiyan 4 Super Saiyan God Son Goku twisted the space-time ring and appeared in Trunks' space-time with Vegeta and others in an instant. Is this the Earth in Trunks' space-time? It feels like there is no human on this planet. Son Gohan was shocked and angry, gritting his teeth and shouting, that bastard named Zamasu. Gohan, don't worry, this is the Earth of the 6th universe. Piccolo persuaded Son Gohan. Son Gohan also came back to his senses immediately and scratched his head embarrassedly. It is said that this planet was destroyed because of a war between humans. Piccolo looked around and saw endless death. The air was even more filled with the smell of radiation. The entire planet was barren, and all replaced by nuclear radiation. Such a planet, Xiongpa-sama didn't come to destroy it. Piccolo sighed. Sir Fuwa said that the earth is the area is relatively hidden. If you don't look for it specifically, it is difficult to find its existence. Sun Wukong explained. Kakarot, stop talking nonsense, take us to the earth of the 7th universe. Vegeta snorted. Shua. Sun Wukong said no more and immediately took everyone from the earth of the 6th universe to the earth of the 7th universe. Black Goku and Zamasu also sensed the breath of Sun Wukong and others at the first time, and flew here quickly. Just after seeing such a large family appearing on the scene, Black Goku and Zama suddenly felt speechless. Brought a lot of helpers. Black Goku sneered, do you think you can win with more people? Hey, more people? No matter how many people there are, can we have more people? Zamasu smiled contemptuously. Sun Wukong and others immediately showed a look of confusion. They have a lot of people? Aren't there only 2 of them? What do you mean? Pico asked. It means literally. Zamasu smiled, but didn't explain too much. Okay, stop talking nonsense, I'll defeat that guy called Black Kakarot. Vegeta's face showed endless fighting spirit. Are you okay alone? Sun Wukong asked. Of course. Vegeta snorted, you go and seal the immortal Zamasu. Got it, let's do it. Sun Wukong nodded. We'll watch the fun here. Piccolo smiled. Then, Vegeta nodded at Black Goku. Black Goku smiled, his eyes full of mockery. The next moment, the 2 flew away and came to their own battlefield. Vegeta, after a day, what can you do? Black Goku smiled and said, have you thought of a way to deal with me? You actually have the courage to challenge me. Have you forgotten how I beat you up before? Humph, you have such an annoying face, what qualifications do you have to say anything about me? Vegeta snorted coldly. You look quite arrogant, have you developed a new transformation? Black Goku sneered. You'll know soon. Vegeta snorted. Let me see it quickly. Black Goku suddenly became interested. Boom. Black Goku had nothing to be polite about, his body glowed with pink light, his hair stood up high, and he turned into Super Saiyan Rose Red. Ha! Vegeta also shouted loudly, and his body changed rapidly. In just a moment, Vegeta activated the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. It's no different from before. Black Goku smiled lightly. Watch carefully. Vegeta snorted, and suddenly flames burned on his body. Pop! When he looked again, Vegeta's hair turned fiery red. Oh! The hair turned red. Black Goku's face was a little solemn. Are you ready? Vegeta smiled proudly. Are you the Super Saiyan God? Black Goku was stunned and asked. That's about it. Vegeta smiled, but this is not a simple Super Saiyan God, but a Super Saiyan God superimposed on the basis of Super Saiyan 4. Superposition? Don't be kidding. How can these 2 transformations be superimposed together? Black Goku didn't believe it. Kakarot in another time and space can do it, so of course I can do it too. Vegeta snorted, besides, I am a real trainee god of destruction. That Kakarot is not a god, but he can cultivate the breath of a god. It's too easy for me, a real trainee god of destruction, to achieve this level now. Black Goku was silent, with a bad feeling in his heart. Ha ha ha, Black Kakarot, you're done. Vegeta sneered. You are not allowed to laugh contemptuously. Black Goku was furious, and the energy in his hand sprayed out, calling out to Vegeta. Vegeta slightly turned his body and easily dodged Black Goku's attack. Boom! The energy hit the ruins of the city behind Vegeta, making a huge roar. Vegeta's smile became more intense and contemptuous. Don't laugh anymore. Black Goku waved his hand again and released an energy bomb, hitting Vegeta. Vegeta jumped lightly, dodged the attack of the energy bomb, and landed opposite Black Goku. Then, Vegeta rushed towards Black Goku quickly and swung a powerful punch at him. Black Goku hurriedly raised his hand to catch Vegeta's fist. When he felt the strength and speed of Vegeta's attack, Black Goku's face changed again and again. Your speed has become so fast, and your strength has also become much stronger. What did you do? Black Goku was shocked. What did I do? I'll tell you right away. Vegeta grinned and gave Black Goku a fierce output. Black Goku was beaten back step by step, and he was already unable to resist. Why did your strength become so strong? Black Goku felt more and more terrified. Bang! Vegeta kicked Black Goku hard, sending him flying backwards. Black Goku's body hit the ground, bounced off the ground, and penetrated a building. However, Black Goku quickly adjusted his body in the air, landed steadily, supported himself with his hands, and slid backwards on the ground. Boom! Black Goku Kong's body hit a building again, causing it to collapse. The next moment, Black Goku flew to the opposite side of Vegeta with a cold face, looking extremely ugly. I will never lose to a guy like you. Black Goku gnashed his teeth in hatred. Pink old card. Are you unwilling? Vegeta smiled triumphantly. Hurry up and admit defeat. You want me to admit defeat? Are you kidding? Black Goku snorted coldly. Then I will beat you until you admit defeat this time. Vegeta took a fighting stance. The two once again engaged in a fierce battle in the air. In the distance, Son Goku, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Kale, Trunks, and Xiao Wu were all watching the battle. Dad has become much stronger. Trunks said excitedly with emotion. Did this guy Vegeta go to another dimension? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Piccolo beside him. Yes. Piccolo nodded. His current transformation is very similar to me in another time and space. Sun Wukong pondered. Mr. Goku, what kind of transformation is this? Trunks asked curiously. What is it called? Sun Wukong couldn't remember clearly. It should be the Super Saiyan God superimposed on the basis of Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo explained, it's not the same as you in another time and space. Vegeta is now in a superimposed form, and you in that time and space just have the breath of God, and the energy of Super Saiyan 4 is raised to the extreme performance. So, that is to say, if Uncle Vegeta and the father in another time and space compete again, Sun Wuhan understood and said casually. That's right, Vegeta will win. Piccolo nodded. Just as Sun Wuhan was about to continue, Kaier pulled him away. What's wrong, Kale? Son Gohan asked. Brother Gohan, it seems that only the two of us have made little progress. If this continues, I will be surpassed by your father and others sooner or later. Kale's face became serious. You are right, Kale, it seems that we have to work hard too. We must practice hard when we go back. Son Gohan's expression became more and more solemn. Kale nodded vigorously. As expected of you, Dad. Great. Trunks was even more excited. Come on, Uncle. Xiao Wu also waved her pink fist and cheered. Okay, it's time for me to act too. Son Goku said, took out a universal capsule and threw it out casually. Bang! The capsule immediately turned into a jar. There was a plum character written on the jar. What is this, Mr. Goku? Trunks asked a little puzzled. Gohan and Kale also came forward curiously. Piccolo glanced at it and said nothing. I'm going to use this to seal up that guy named Zamasu. Sun Wukong stepped forward to tidy up the jar and explained. What does this plum mean? Sun Wuhan asked. Because this is what Grandpa uses to store pork with preserved vegetables, Sun Wukong explained. Sun Wuhan, Trunks, Xiao Wu, boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. Black Goku screamed and fell from a distance, landing near Sun Wukong and others. Sun Wukong and others looked at him. Vegeta slowly walked out of the smoke, still with an endless smile on his face. Black Goku gritted his teeth and rushed up again to fight Vegeta fiercely. Vegeta easily dealt with it and beat Black Goku up. Damn it! Black Goku wiped the blood from his face, and his face became more and more ugly. How's it going, pink old card? Vegeta smiled triumphantly. I'll destroy you in a while, leaving you no chance to admit defeat. As he was talking, a figure came whistling from a distance and kicked Vegeta. Vegeta rolled on the ground and landed steadily. It was Zamasu who made the move. Let's work together to deal with that guy, Zamasu suggested. Black Goku was silent, mainly because he felt a little unwilling. Can't I even beat Vegeta? It's okay that I can't beat Luo Tian. I can't beat Broly. Now I can't beat Vegeta again? I'll go seal that guy. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed forward with the jar in his arms, appearing near Zamasu. Seeing Sun Wukong suddenly appear, Zamasu swept in his direction. Zamasu, you are also a former trainee Kaishin, right? Sun Wukong said coldly, Glory Warriors duels must be singled out, this is the basic principle, you should not hinder them. Zamasu snorted coldly and walked towards Sun Wukong, asking contemptuously, do you still want to fight with me? I'll play with you. Sun Wukong grinned. Black Wukong frowned and looked at the jar next to Sun Wukong. What is that? What is it for? Swish! Just then, several energy bombs flew towards Black Goku. Black Goku immediately dodged in panic. You still have time to look at them? Vegeta sneered. Damn it! Black Goku bared his teeth. Bang bang bang! The two of them started a fierce battle in the air again. You still don't understand? Zamasu looked at Son Goku with a sneer on his face. You have to understand, I am immortal, what can you do to me? Even if you are immortal, you will be finished if you encounter this move of mine. Son Goku said, and blue flames immediately emerged from his body, and he turned on the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Zamasu was slightly startled. Take it. Mayfaha. Son Goku stretched out his hand and aimed at Zamasu's body in the air. Zamasu suddenly had a bad premonition. Pico, I know this move well. Ha! Green spiral energy emerged from Sun Wukong's hands and quickly covered Zamasu's body. Zamasu screamed at that time, and his whole body spun rapidly with the spiral energy. The spiral energy whistled towards the direction of the jar. Zamasu struggled desperately but to no avail. Sun Wukong pressed down with his big hand, and the spiral energy quickly fell into the jar. Success! Sun Wukong was surprised and happy, and quickly stepped forward, covered the lid of the jar, and said to Trunks, Trunks, come up and help. Yes. Trunks nodded repeatedly and flew up quickly. The two of them sealed the mouth of the jar with a rope. Is this all right? Dad. Sun Wuhan stepped forward to ask. Finally, stick a talisman on it. Sun Wukong said with a smile. As he said, Sun Wukong took out a piece of paper from his pocket and stuck it on the jar. However, when he saw the picture on the paper, Sun Wukong was immediately stunned. This is Sun Wukong was speechless. Why is there a beautiful woman on it? Trunks was stunned. This seems to be a discount coupon for Master Kame's nightclub. Sun Wuhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Gohan, what is a nightclub? Kair asked on the side. This let's talk about it later. Sun Wuhan's face tightened. Let me do it. Piccolo stepped forward. I can draw talismans, but I have almost forgotten it. I am not very familiar with it, so it will take at least a minute. Chapter 374 The Order of the King of All. Does it take a minute? Uncle Piccolo? Sun Wuhan asked. Yes. Piccolo said, and conjured a piece of paper, and quickly wrote and drew on it with his hands, but he always felt that the drawing was a little wrong. I'm afraid it's too late. Sun Wukong said hurriedly. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the jar broke on the spot and exploded quickly. The next moment, Zamasu crawled out of the room in a panic, gasping for air, his face turned pale in an instant. Zamasu was so frightened that his heart trembled and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Oops, even the jar is broken. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Pico had to stop drawing the talisman. It was no use. Kakarot, that bastard, messed up again. Vegeta was furious. What a stupid teammate. What was that move just now? It was so scary. I felt like I was sealed in a dark place. Zamasu was still frightened, and he got up from the ground. He looked at Sun Wukong angrily and shouted, I must beat you to death, and none of you can go back to the previous time and space. There's no way. It seems that I am not suitable for that kind of move. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly, and the flames on his body burned, starting the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. How did Mr. Goku become a Super Saiyan God? Trunks was stunned. Mayfaha consumed a lot of my physical strength. If I become Super Saiyan Blue now, I'm afraid I won't be able to last long. Sun Wukong explained simply, but this transformation is enough to deal with this guy. How about I do it? Piccolo suggested. No, I still like to fight alone. Sun Wukong shook his head. Asshole! Who are you looking down on? Zamasu was furious, and he waved his hand violently. A ball of invisible divine power quickly covered Sun Wukong's body. Oh? Use this trick again? Sun Wukong grinned, and his figure disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Zamasu. Zamasu's face changed again and again. The only thing you can do is this immobilization technique, right? Sun Wukong smiled and kicked Zamasu in the waist, knocking him to the ground immediately, a typical dog eating shit. Zamasu ate a big mouthful of mud, felt endless humiliation, and screamed in pain. But soon, Zamasu's body returned to its original state and stood up calmly. It's useless, I won't get hurt, and even if I get hurt, I will recover immediately. Zamasu smiled triumphantly. Bang! Sun Wukong hit Zamasu in the stomach with an uppercut, which distorted his face and made him unable to laugh anymore. Zamasu wailed in pain, his face was extremely ugly. Bang bang bang! Sun Wukong punched Zamasu one punch after another, and immediately beat him so hard that he couldn't fight back and screamed. However, Zamasu's body moved slightly and returned to its original appearance. I told you it's useless. How many times do you need to understand? Zamasu smiled, but a drop of cold sweat quietly slipped down. Whether it's useful or not, I'll beat you until you admit defeat. Sun Wukong looked indifferent. On the other side, Vegeta beat Black Goku for a while. Black Goku was beaten so hard that he couldn't fight back and screamed. How is it possible? Why did I lose to you? Black Goku said unwillingly. How can you beat Broly? Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. You can't even beat me, and you still want to beat Broly. I really don't know what you're thinking, your brain is definitely filled with water. Yeah, what did you say? Broly is stronger than you? Black Goku was stunned. Although I don't want to admit it, it's true. Vegeta chuckled and asked curiously, by the way, even if you don't steal my body, you should at least exchange bodies with Broly. Why choose that guy Kakarot? Humph, what do you know? Sun Wukong is a person who can comprehend the power of angels. Black Goku gritted his teeth and said. Is it because of this? Vegeta snorted and asked again, then why don't you exchange bodies with Luo Tian? Black Goku was silent. Stupefied for 3 seconds. Because Luo Tian doesn't exist in this time and space. Black Goku answered truthfully. You chose the wrong body. You should at least exchange bodies with Broly to reach a higher level. Vegeta sneered. Black Goku was silent. At that time, Black Goku's choice was very simple. Mainly because Sun Wukong could use Ultra Instinct, he must have the potential to cultivate into an angel. As long as he cultivated into an angel, he would have very powerful strength. Just like Luo Tian. The problem is that what makes Black Goku feel tragic is that no matter how hard he tries, he becomes more and more crooked. In the end, he turned pink. There is no connection with angels. You idiot, do you really think that Ultra Instinct is so easy to master? Vegeta shook his head and laughed contemptuously. You have to empty your mind for that kind of thing. I can't do it, and you can't do it even more. Black Goku was speechless and felt endlessly heartbroken. I'll give you a good beating. I'm not satisfied yet. Vegeta said, and stepped forward to grab Zamasu and beat him up. Now, Zamasu is powerless to resist and can only let Vegeta do whatever he wants. It seems that the winner is going to be decided over there. Sun Wukong turned his head and looked in the direction of Vegeta, and said to Zamasu with a smile. Zamasu's face changed again and again. If that guy loses, you will be alone. Sun Wukong said with a smile, do you still plan to continue to do bad things by yourself? You should know that you can't do anything when you are left alone. Also, do you want to be ordered around by another self like this? Don't you feel annoyed? Zamasu was immediately angry and shouted at Sun Wukong, shut up. Human! You have no right to say that to me. We are born gods, what are you humans? To be honest, with your combat power alone, which is weaker than Trunks, it is almost impossible to kill all the humans in the universe. Sun Wukong continued. Trunks, Mr. Goku, why do you treat me as a teaching material? Our plan is perfect and will never fail. Zamasu shouted loudly. Dad is conducting a mental attack on Zamasu. Son Gohan sighed. I have to say that your father's mental attack is very powerful and will hurt many people invisibly. Piccolo also nodded with emotion. Son Gohan turned his head and looked at Piccolo, not quite understanding what he meant. It is true that Zamasu's spirit has been greatly hurt. Trunks nodded in response. Hey! Zamasu was angry and raised his hand suddenly. Suddenly, the ground where Son Goku was located burst out with extremely huge energy. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a flame rose from the depths of the earth. However, Son Goku was faster, and he disappeared from the spot in a flash and appeared behind Zamasu. Zamasu was stunned, and his face changed again and again. Bang! Sun Wukong kicked Zamasu and sent him flying. Zamasu fell to the ground and rolled to the side of Black Goku. Damn it! How could this happen? No, something must have gone wrong. Zamasu was unwilling to accept it. Black Goku gritted his teeth and shouted at Zamasu, stand up, why did you become immortal? Zamasu's forehead veins bulged, and he stepped forward and grabbed Black Goku's collar, glaring at him and said angrily, I've never heard of things turning out like this. Shouldn't we be able to manipulate the entire universe as we please when we join forces? Black Goku didn't speak. If you are not the strongest, this plan will be meaningless. Zamasu said in a deep voice. Vegeta was not in a hurry on the side, watching the two like eating melons. Internal strife among the two. Has the internal strife started? Sun Wukong stepped forward and said to Vegeta. It's over. Vegeta snorted and aimed at the two people's bodies in the air. You can choose for yourself, do you want to be killed by me? Or let you two fight each other? As he said, Vegeta had already condensed purple-red destructive energy in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Zamasu's face sank, and he looked even uglier. Snap! Black Goku grabbed Zamasu's hand and said with a smile, my brother, calm down. Zamasu frowned. Calm down. You have been beaten into such a cowardly state, and you still want me to calm down. Have you forgotten that we still have the last trick? Black Goku smiled. Zamasu's eyes lit up at that time, and he widened his eyes with some surprise, his eyes full of expectation. Then, I will destroy you like this. Vegeta snorted and was about to release destructive energy at the two. However, at this moment, Black Goku suddenly took off the Potara earring on his ear and changed it to the other ear. Not good. Vegeta, attack quickly. Sun Wukong was shocked. What? Vegeta was stunned. Swish. Sun Wukong saw that something was wrong, and without any hesitation, he immediately threw an energy bomb at the two. But everything was too late. Swish. Black Goku and Zamesu's bodies quickly moved together. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the energy released by Sun Wukong exploded around the two. A large cloud of dust and smoke rose at the scene. After the smoke gradually dissipated, a brand new character appeared in front of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. What's going on? Kakarot. Vegeta asked in confusion, what's wrong with this guy? He is the Potara earring we used when we fought Bu, Sun Wukong said with a wry smile. What? There is such a thing, it turns out to be the same fusion as Vegeta. Vegeta bared his teeth. The man who appeared opposite Goku and Vegeta had green skin, high white hair, wore the clothes of King God, and wore 2 Potara earrings on his ears. Yes, you should feel honored to see me like this. To the stupid human. Fused Zamesu smiled, now I am the most powerful god in the universe. No one else. Neither Goku nor Vegeta spoke. Come on, stupid human. Fused Zamesu grinned wildly, disobeying God will cost you a price. What happened to Zamesu and Black Goku? It seems like they have become one person. Trunks was puzzled. That's the Potara earring fusion. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Potara earrings? What are they used for? Trunks was stunned and looked back at Piccolo. To put it simply, it's a special earring for the King of Kings. Piccolo explained, as long as you wear one of these earrings on your left ear and the other on your right ear, you can complete the fusion as soon as possible and become a very powerful warrior. When we were fighting Bu, Goku and Vegeta also fused once, but unfortunately, they separated very quickly. Hey? They separated very quickly, what do you mean? Is there a time limit? Trunks was stunned. Their energy is too strong, and the earrings can't support the energy of their fusion. Piccolo replied. So, will Zamesu's fusion also separate quickly? Son Gohan interjected. It shouldn't. Piccolo shook his head. Goku and Vegeta repel each other, but these two Zamas originally belonged to the same person. I think they should be able to fuse for a longer time. Main time and space. Universe 7, King of Kings Realm. Shua. The 2 guards on the left and right appeared in the sky above the Kaishin realm at a very fast speed, and looked down at the Kaishin Shin. Greetings, guards. The old Kaishin hurried forward to bow and saluted, and pressed the back of Shin's head and pressed him to the ground. Jebit was startled and knelt down to salute. I don't know what the 2 guards are here for, the old Kaishin asked timidly. By the order of the Lord of All, take the Kaishin of the 7th universe back to be the mount of the Lord of All. The left guard said in an imperative tone. Shin? Shin first showed a confused look, and then scratched his head in confusion, looking confused. You idiot, why are you still standing here? Hurry up and thank me. The old Kaishin shouted angrily. Yes, thank you for the gift, Lord Omni King. Xin immediately bowed. Hurry up. The old Kai kicked Xin's butt. Xin hurriedly flew to the 2 guards. Now, we still have to go to the 10th universe. The right guard ordered, you use teleportation to take us there. Ah, okay. Xin nodded quickly, but asked a little puzzled, why are we going to the 10th universe? 2 guards. It's nothing to tell you. The left guard replied, Zamesu, the disciple taught by the 10th universe's Kai King was, made trouble in another time and space and killed all the Kai Kings in that time and space, so he must go to Lord Omni King to be punished. Is there such a thing? Xin was surprised, and felt more balanced at that time. At least there is a Kai to accompany me. The Kai of the 10th universe is really stupid. Chapter 375 Wipe out the 10th universe? Let's go quickly. The left guard urged. Yes. Xian immediately responded respectfully. The old Kai was trembling with fear. I won't be implicated, right? Fortunately, this guy is not my disciple. Otherwise, I will be unlucky. Kai. Sin immediately took the two guards to perform instant teleportation, and in an instant, they appeared in the Kai realm of the 10th universe. However, when the two guards on the left and right appeared in the Kai realm of the 10th universe, their expressions froze and their faces were extremely ugly. In the palace of the Kai realm, there was a familiar person who was playing chess with the Kai god Qiwas. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, it's been a long time since we last met. It's great that you can come and play chess with me. Jivas laughed while moving the chess pieces, and put the chess pieces in his hand forward heavily. Checkmate. Don't checkmate. Luo Tian sighed. Jivas was stunned, not knowing what Luo Tian meant by this sentence, and asked in confusion, it is indeed a checkmate. Look who's coming first. Luo Tian pointed behind Jivas. Jivas looked back and immediately saw the two guards on the left and right. It's the left and right guards, what are they doing here? Jivas was a little confused. Jivas, you're in big trouble. Luo Tian took a deep breath. What's the big deal? Jivas didn't know what was going on, but he still stood up nervously, saluted the two guards, and said respectfully, greetings to the two guards. May I ask what instructions the two guards have for coming here? Jivas, you allowed your disciple Zamesa to go to another time and space to cause chaos. He has killed all the Kaishan in that time and space, and caused the god of destruction in that time and space to disappear. The left guard shouted. After hearing this news, Jivas's mind went blank in an instant, he staggered 2 steps, and almost fell to the ground. Now, go back with us and accept the punishment of the Lord of all Kings. The right guard followed the order. Yes, Jivas immediately knelt down and saluted. Go, I told you a long time ago that Zamesu is too obsessed, but you just didn't listen. Luo Tian sighed slightly. How could he do such a stupid thing? Jivas sighed, feeling that he was really blind. Go to the Lord of all and repent slowly. Luo Tian waved his hand, indicating that Jivas could leave. While saying this, Luo Tian waved his hand and poked the old general on Jivas' chessboard with one finger. Jivas, you are checking my army, poor me. As a teacher, I didn't expect that I couldn't even manage my own disciples. I can go to the Lord of all and repent, but can I go to that time and space first? I will go and persuade Zamesa first. I think he will definitely stop and repent in time. Jivas said hurriedly before leaving. The two guards didn't say anything, mainly because they were afraid of Luo Tian's powerful strength. What are you thinking? Do you think you can persuade this guy? Luo Tian shook his head and said, and there is a great possibility that you will be killed by him if you go, but it doesn't matter if you want to go. It's up to you. Kill? Will he kill me? Qiwas didn't believe it and smiled dryly. Although Zamesa's obsession is very strong, I believe he will never kill me. After all, he is my disciple. I teach him carefully and we have a harmonious relationship between master and disciple. Luo Tian didn't say much. He waved his hand in the air, grabbed the scepter, and projected an image through the crystal ball of the scepter. The content of the image is exactly the clip of Zamesa's misbehavior in Trunks' time and space. One of the scenes is the most eye-catching. Puff! I saw Zamesa pierce Qiwas with a knife. Qiwas's smile froze instantly, his face turned pale, and he felt as if his heart was pierced, which was particularly painful. This Zamesu! Qiwas stuttered. What else do you have to say? The left guard shook his head, unable to bear it any longer. Qiwas, you are really amazing. This is the first apprentice Kaio god whose disciple killed his master since ancient times. The right guard sighed continuously. There is such a thing. Xian widened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. At least my disciple is still normal. Kai, O God of the 10th universe, why do I feel that you are more tragic than me? At this moment, Xian felt that he and this old guy had a similar fate. Come with us to atone for your sins to Lord Chuan Wang. The left guard urged, and saluted Luo Tian. Lord Luo Tian, we are leaving. Luo Tian nodded. Wait a minute, how do we solve Zamaisu's problem? He was asked hurriedly. We can't just leave him alone, right? Sun Wukong and Vegeta from our universe have already gone there, and they will definitely kill him. Luo Tian said calmly. Knowing I am going to the Lord of the Omni now to atone my sins. Gvaz lowered his head. Let's go. The left guard turned his head and looked at the king of the world Sin. Kai. Sin muttered something, and immediately used instant movement and disappeared from the spot. In just a blink of an eye, Sin appeared at the door of the Omni King temple with 2 guards and Gvaz. The high priest was already waiting at the door of the temple. Sin and Gvaz immediately knelt and saluted. The 2 guards bowed. Follow me. The high priest said calmly with his hands behind his back. Xian and Gvaz followed him apprehensively. After entering the temple, the 2 soon saw the All-King sitting on the throne. The greatest god in the universe. Xian and Gvaz knelt again, buried their heads low, and dared not breathe. The All-King did not say anything, but squinted his eyes and looked at the 2. The 2 KOs were trembling with fear, and cold sweat broke out on their bodies. Pa! The All-King jumped down from the throne and walked towards the 2 KOs. The 2 KOs were completely frightened and almost fainted. The All-King turned over and sat directly on Xian's back, clamping his body with his legs. Xian suddenly remembered the All-King asked me to come here, as if he wanted me to be his mount. After the All-King sat on Xian's back, he felt it a little and moved his butt a few times, and it felt okay. Go! The King of All slapped Xian's butt. Xian quickly stood up and ran forward obediently. However, Xian accidentally used too much force and knocked the King of All off his body. The King of All fell to the ground, his face turned black. Xian was so scared that he kowtowed and begged for mercy. The King of All got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and his face became uglier. Lord King of All, I was careless just now. Xian felt like he was about to piss himself. The King of All turned his head to look at the high priest, wanting to ask for his opinion. Pa! The high priest raised his right hand slightly upward, and a saddle appeared. Then, the high priest flicked his hand and put the saddle on Xian. Xian slowly lay on the ground, and his hind legs became much shorter. This time, Xian finally turned into a horse with a coordinated appearance. Of course, the appearance was still his image, but after lying down, the proportions of his hands and feet became the same. Your Majesty, you can try sitting on this. The high priest smiled. The king nodded and climbed on the horse. With the saddle, the king felt much more comfortable. The king patted Xian's butt with satisfaction and shook the reins. Xian immediately moved forward obediently. The king pulled the reins hard. Xian felt as if his mouth and nose were torn apart, and he let out a wail, raised his front legs, and quickly stopped where he was. Change 1. The King of All turned over and dismounted, looking in the direction of Kvaz. Kvaz was still kneeling there, not daring to breathe. Pa! The high priest waved his hand and put a saddle on Kvaz. At the same time, Kvaz's legs became much shorter. The King of All sat on Kvaz's back, felt it for a moment, and felt it was okay. Little Zozo, come and race with me. The King of All turned his head and looked at the left guard. Left guard, since Luo Tian called me Little Zozo, the King of All started calling me that too. The left guard immediately bowed and stepped forward quickly. Pick one. The King of All pointed to the 2 horses. My Lord King of All, I'll do whatever you want. The left guard responded respectfully. Then that horse will do. The king pointed at Xian and instructed the left guard. The left guard naturally did not dare to neglect and immediately jumped on the horse. The two were ready to go at the same level. Start! The right guard waved his hand. Jivas and Xian quickly flew out with the king and the left guard. The 10th universe, destroying the divine world. Swish! Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as a star and quickly appeared in the sky above the planet of Rumsey. Seeing Luo Tian suddenly appear, Rumsey below was startled and hurriedly knelt down to pay his respects. Kes looked normal, and a pair of beautiful big eyes blinked at Luo Tian. Sister Kes, it's been a long time since we last met. Did you miss me? Luo Tian stepped forward and asked with a smile. Oh, it's been a long time since we last met. I miss you so much. Kes smiled. Where did you miss me? Luo Tian teased. Kessie, I miss you all over my body. Kessie replied. I miss you too, and I miss you all the time. Luo Tian looked at Kessie with a smile. Although Kessie doesn't look tall, her figure is curvy, and there is absolutely nothing to say. She can be understood as a miniature beauty. Did you come to see me on purpose? Kessie asked. Don't you know what happened in your universe? Luo Tian asked directly. Our universe? What will happen? Kessie blinked her beautiful eyes, a little puzzled. The main reason is that Kessie would not check Zamesu's whereabouts. Besides, Zamesu traveled through time and space, and did not do evil in this time and space. This is also the reason why Kessie did not know. Rumsey, get up, don't be so polite. Luo Tian smiled and stepped forward to help Rumsey up. Yes, Rumsey's elephant trunk shook, and he hurriedly thanked him. What happened? Kessie asked again. Zamesu, the disciple of Qwas, went to another parallel time and space through the time and space ring and killed all the Kaishin in that time and space. Luo Tian sighed. Ya, what did you say? Rumsey exclaimed, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Oh, Mythes is really a big event. Kessie was also deeply surprised. Although Kessie had expected Zamesu to do something extreme. But she never thought that Zamesu would do such a rebellious thing. Qwas, that bastard. I told him a long time ago to teach his disciples well. Rumsey was so angry that he tightly grasped his nose, and his face turned red at that time. Kessie, Luo Tian, both of them looked at Rumsey silently, speechless for a while. But don't worry, Lord Omni has called Qwas to the temple, and he might be wiped out directly. Luo Tian sighed. Rumsey pricked up his ears at that time, and after hearing Luo Tian's words clearly, his head tilted and he fainted directly. Lord Rumsey fainted, Kessie said. So timid? Luo Tian said with a smile. Oh me, what happened? The universe seems to be disappearing. Kessie suddenly exclaimed and blinked at Luo Tian. Is Lord Omni erasing the universe? What a strange sight. Luo Tian kept sighing. Bang! Rumsey jumped up and quickly looked in the direction the two were looking at. After looking at it, was there any sign of the universe disappearing? Lord Rumsey woke up quickly. Kessie said with a smile. Kessie, don't do such boring things. Do you really want to scare me to death? Rumsey breathed a sigh of relief. A short silence. Lord Luo Tian, what did Lord Omni King say? He won't really erase the 10th universe, right? Rumsey asked in horror. It depends on how Jivas behaves. Luo Tian pondered. As for whether the Omni King will erase the 10th universe, Luo Tian really can't say for sure. After all, in the original plot, Jivas, the Kai King of the 10th universe, went to Trunks spacetime and almost died. And here, Jivas went to the temple of the Omni King, not to Trunks spacetime. So there are some things that Luo Tian can't predict. However, Luo Tian was still very clear about the general plot direction. Damn it! I can't forgive that guy named Zamesu. Rumsey gritted his teeth, shaking his elephant trunk from side to side, constantly spewing gas. I'll take you there later, and you can destroy him yourself. Luo Tian smiled, this can be regarded as doing something for your universe. Thank you, Lord Luo Tian. Rumsey's eyes lit up, and he immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Trunks time and space. Zamaisuo and Black Goku have successfully merged into one person. Endless confidence appeared on this person's face, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Sun Wukong and Vegeta also immediately took a fighting stance. Picker and others did not move. Swoosh! The merged Zamaisuo flashed and passed by Sun Wukong and Vegeta in an instant. The speed was so fast that Sun Wukong and Vegeta didn't even come back to their senses.